And in order to dig deep into our origins, we have to rely on the mythology. First of all, this word mythology has been used to denote a bunch of untrue sayings or something that's not really, not really valid and stuff. And that's what the white boy does to throw us off. When Gerald Manson tells you in Natural Genesis that mythology means mutu, which is truth and spiritual teachings of history. And but they have kind of defunct that. Meanwhile, you can get a PhD in mythology in the European in his schools. But yet we're trained that those are just saying a bunch of crazy people and all types of stuff like that. So it gives you this particular psychological disadvantage until and not unless you look into this particular science and try to find out that in actuality they literally tell you basically the history through the mythology. Now, they always tell you, and in order to understand ancient Kemet, you're going to have to look at other systems. Why I say that is this. No ancient system comes totally intact with the fragments that you need to really put the complete system together. Also, we must weigh that the white boy that has thousands of our papyrus that we have never seen. We're talking about literally thousands and thousands and thousands, maybe millions of papyruses all over Europe that we haven't even seen that has ample amount of correct history in Kemet alone, because Kemet has more records than anybody. But the good part about that is they have preserved other cultures, and in those other cultures, when you study that, since it's only one knowledge, you can put the pieces together to understand Kemet. Because what we get from Kemet is mostly the solar dynasties, and that's very late. Amun-Ra, or Ra, is a later deity. You have a whole Typhonian culture prior to Kemet that they covered over the 200 temples in Nubia just to cover up. But the good part about the Typhonian Egyptians, the Typhonian Kemetans, or the Typhonian Egyptians developed, rose to their height and decline even before the first monumental phase of Kemet was even built. Your Typhonian Kamites is the missing link between this Atlantean history that you hear them talk about, the Lemurian history, and the prior history. Some people say that's some bull. No, you can go and read the Hermetic material of Tahuti, where he said that we come from the antediluvian lamb, which also means after the flood.
Go ahead.
But what is this flood? This flood is not necessarily talking about water, because everybody has a flood story. This flood is a metaphysical flood, or a spiritual aspect is trying to tell you something about a prior history of the earth. The Kamites are the ancient indigenous African, or whatever you want to call them, Camamorians. That's one of the names, Camamoria, Black Amoria. That's an ancient Egyptian or an ancient name for the original people. The Alchemoria. All these different names. They tell you that the earth went through a different phase. The earth was not always physical. The physical was the last phase and the recent phase. They were in a prior state, as if you get Rudolf Steiner's universe, earth, and man. Let's say if you say, well, some people say, I want to get some type of literature that I can somewhat understand this type of stuff. Get Rudolf Steiner's Universe, Earth, and Man, or Rudolf Steiner's Cosmic Memory. Those two books. I think both of them are still in print. He gives a good synopsis on this thing. Whereas at one time in this spiritual realm, the physical realm was invisible or a fog. And the spiritual realm where we came from, it dwelled in, was visible. As the vibratory rate fell, as you can get in the Hermetic material, especially in the Kabbalion, the three initiates, not the Kabbalah, the Kabbalion by the three initiates, which is coming from Hermetic material, mainly the divine commander. It goes in to tell you that everything is on a certain vibration. And vibrations, when they slow down, the molecules become condensed. So we were on another vibrational frequency. And as the vibration fell, we became more and more condensed into the physical bodies and the physical realm. So Egypt just didn't, believe it or not, Hemmitt or Africa or these places didn't just occur where they just, you know, with some hunting and gathering, all this bullshit, or some hunting and gathering stuff like that. No. Hell, we black people are sophisticated as hell and can't do nothing now, period. Let alone some half-ape man and stuff, because I don't buy that. That's Darwin. And I beg to differ. Any African scholar say we come from apes, because I have the same scholarship, and I don't see it. And a lot of the stuff that they think is apes and stuff is metaphysical things. And it has nothing to do with us coming from no damn apes. We never came from no apes. The Camites never say, so why can't we believe what black people say, and we got to believe what some damn cracker say, who was commissioned to talk about this particular ape thing to throw off the history of the black man. And I told you that in the Nephilim book. The first couple of pages of the Nephilim book. That book. So that was a conspiracy. You see what I'm saying? And in order for you to be accepted in collegiate circles, outside of the theological side of things, you got to bear witness to this old Darwin theory. You see what I'm saying? And I think that was the tragedy of some of the Afrocentric scholars with that bullshit. We didn't come from none of them fucking hominid stages. Some people say, well, we have those bones. Yeah, we got those bones. That's just different species of ape, but that don't have shit to do with us. Now, as far as some of the information coming from London, England, to about a month or 2 months before Christmas, where the white boys bearing witness that we come from a form of miscegenation. And this miscegenation can be linked to all white races. Is the ultimate key to white races. And he goes on to say that the entire white race came from a white ape. And he goes on to say that these Africans corrupted themselves in Africa by mating with apes, and as a result, they created this white man. This is how the white people are putting this shit about the missing link. Now, I happen to know other history, and we're getting off the thing, but I just want to drop that. Basically, we're talking about a form of gene splicing, because we were that advanced. Because I'll give you the ultimate mystery of what Egyptian spirituality was in a minute. Now, that's another thing, but let's go back into this. When we came into the physical realm, we were already advanced. And we enjoyed thousands of years of civilization based on nature. But by no means were we hunting and gathering and was not very advanced. At that particular time, we had the full detailed files of knowledge of the universe, the omniverse, and worlds to come and prior worlds already in us. We had TV sets, but not necessarily TV sets that you would know of as tubes and all that. Everything that we had it in the detail files in our mind. We had a complete system of everything that there was that came equipped with every African on the planet. We could communicate with each other, what you call now clairvoyance. You know what I'm saying? A telepathy. Those are mild. You see what I'm saying? We can travel to several places at one time just by standing still. All this through the melanin context. Now, like I said in other lectures, I often wondered, why is it that Africa, the rest of Africa didn't build the large monuments like Hemmitt? It wasn't until I got into the esoteric science that I understood in all this that Africans had detailed files. The Hemmitt and the large monuments was only necessary when they understood that based on the lowering of the vibratory rate, that they would become more and more condensed into the physical bodies and become more and more reliant on the five senses. And the other senses would become dormant because of the vibratory rate in the cycle. So it was a race between time, it was a race against time, that they had to go and build these large monuments and record the detailed files that's already in the African mind onto papyrus and large temple walls and statues and all types of different aspects. Even on the chairs they had, they recorded things. Hold on a minute. So, it was a race against time. So, Hemmitt's entire history was to record what was inside of the African, or if you want to put it, Atlantean, or the ancient black person's mind. And as a result, you get everything from inner. Education is to draw out. And you get everything. You see what I'm saying? With Hemmitt, and we're going to go into some of that, because what was the ultimate goal? Why also ultimately did they have to do this? You had a question right quick or something? Okay. In so many words, they understood that this vibratory rate in the physical realm would only last for a couple of million years. And in actuality, we would have to go to a new plateau, or as Reverend Valentine said, a paradigm shift. And they spent their lives preparing for this. They spent their lives preparing for this. As we talked about this morning, that's why death was so important and the afterlife was so important. It wasn't necessarily some selfish thing that they wanted to take things in the afterlife. That was symbolic of some higher mysteries. Of some higher mysteries. One of those mysteries has something to do with reincarnation. Reincarnation has to deal with the fact that if you die and don't have a certain amount of knowledge, you can be caught in an endless cycle of reincarnations until you learn that knowledge, or if you had a certain amount of knowledge until you gain it back. If you don't have a training to preserve yourself beyond the physical body. So the whole thing of lining the tombs up with all this writing and all this particular stuff is so the person who was dying could understand who he was and be conscious of who he was so he could make a certain transition and don't have to go to the light to recycle himself back down here as an idiot. We'll go into that. We'll go into that in a few minutes. So that's one aspect of it. But let me get into some of the science of what this thing is really about. Most of the Afrocentric scholars, by understanding only the historical side, they talked about Mayad and the whole thing being one with nature, and some of that is evident. Yes, they were one with nature, and they showed those particular forms of that, but I think on the other hand, they showed the African nature and the animals also as an element to explain the different aspects of mythology that explains even a higher science. Now, the ultimate science of Kemet and spirituality that they figured out was this. Number one, if anybody ever asked you what is the royal art of ancient Egypt, there is one science, and this is the mystery to everything right here. There is one science that explains all religions and what all religions are alluding to. That later on, for thousands of years later, it got misconstrued, and those religions don't even resemble what those mystery systems, because we didn't have a religion, understood. Ultimately, now we understand that the mystery systems were instrumental in giving us what you call basic education. But the Afrocentric scholars didn't understand that that was just one facet of it. This thing was multidimensional. It was multidimensional. The ultimate mystery that is behind all religions is alchemy. And no people developed the art of alchemy as the Egyptians or the Kamites. Even the word alchemy, al, which means S-U-N, sun, S-O-N, sun, and it also means God, chemi, which means black. Alchemy means basically the black sun. It is the study of the substance called melanin in its biological form, but in its spiritual form, it is the study of every primordial substance in the universe, on earth, and some stuff that's even outside of the universe, which is the ultimate manifestation and the crystallizing stone that put all of this particular substances of the universe together to make a new reality. And from that alchemical process that we'll get into in a few minutes, you get magic, you get divination, you get necromancy, dealing with the dead, you get all forms of metaphysics, understanding everything, but all of that comes back down to one aspect, is alchemy. And ultimately those gods was alchemical gods. The god Tahuti is the god of wisdom and the god of knowledge, and he is the ultimate symbol of alchemy. Your staff and your caduceus was not the medical symbol. That's what it came based on Greece. Your staff and your caduceus represented, number one, the ultimate spirit of man, as well as it represented the ultimate spirit of symbol of alchemy. We'll get into alchemy and what this thing is talking about in a few minutes. The Moors, in order to understand some of these things, we'll go to some disciplines first, then we'll go back to Kemet so you can understand. The Moors, which was a combination of priests that went up into Europe They had no really interest in Islam. They just understood that by these priests understanding that religion could be like a political system, they just united under one banner, Islam. But they were Camite priests, ancient Cushite Arabian priests, which was the black element, which even Muhammad's father knew about. When we go into the Arab thing, we'll talk a little bit about that. And they went up into Europe, and they introduced certain amount of these disciplines. What are these disciplines that we talk about? Ancient Egyptian spirituality. Well, you can find them now in the relationship in the esoteric field. And what white people have done is basically put a white face on all these disciplines. The Moors introduced the tarot cards. Now the tarot cards are literally picture windows of melanin and the frame of the soul. And from that, you can use divination for it. But divination is the secondary or the minor aspect, where you can read the cards and find out person's future by divining. But you could also do that with cowrie shells that the Africans, you see what I'm saying, and with pennies or anything else. So that's one aspect. But the major arcana and the minor arcana of the tarot cards in actuality is trying to explain the alchemical process of the soul as well as melanin. From your playing cards in the Moorish science, from your tarot cards in the Moorish science, you also get your playing cards. Because we hear all the stuff that the Moors introduced. We'll give you some stuff that they introduced that you don't know about, based on spiritual aspect. They introduced several aspects of alchemy into Europe. And they introduced mythology to go along with that, just like the Egyptian mythology went along with alchemy. Alchemy is taking the black substance and crystallizing it into a primordial light seed. The black substance starts off in Kemet as Osiris, or Osea, god of the perfect black. And from that black, the phoenix rises up from the ashes, and his soul returns as his son, Horus, Heru, purified, light coming out of blackness. You see what I'm saying? Yang coming out of yin. The Moors travel up and they give you the whole Grail mythology, King Arthur and the Round Table, which is nothing but Osiris, and all of that, which later on the British faked and said it was British history, trying to claim royalty. I want to stick with this Moor thing right quick because it will explain some of the occult realms that you understand right now that go all the way back to Kemet. So your rune system, where they throw those little runes and they got those things as a form of divination, that comes out of Kemet by way of the Moors. Several magical texts that you see in Europe. Your Goetia system, the Greater Key of Solomon, the Lesser Key of Solomon. One is dealing with astronomy and astrology. Another one is dealing with the inner components of the mind and of your body. All types of magical texts. Now what happened is these texts was a major part. Your Kabbalah, your Zohar, which is your Zohar, which is your Kabbalistic system. All that came from the temple of Kom-Ombo and Kemet to the, later on ended up in Spain and given to the converted Jews, which is the Europeans. And then they cultivated it and tried to claim it's their own. You see what I'm saying? So your Zohar is first introduced into Spain, which is the Kabbalah, which basically your Lubavitcher Jews use also too. If you want to get a sense on what they deal with, you go get the movie, this movie called A Stranger Among Us with Melanie Griffith, and just notice what all that about your Lubavitcher Jews that's up here wearing the black. They studied the Kabbalah. All kinds of magical texts. I mean, it's unbelievable just about all the metaphysical things you see in these bookstores. How did the white people able to get all this metaphysical stuff? They got it because they cultivated all this Moorish history, and basically those 16 universities that was left behind, the stuff that wasn't destroyed, the Europeans, it became the property of different secret societies. So they put in place secret societies. We talked about this in the last video. But this is interesting because we understand that the Moors put these secret societies in Europe because they understood that also Africa was deteriorating. It was old and it had to go to sleep. But they raised the European up because look how what kind of devil he was with education. What you think if he didn't have nothing? Everything would be lost forever. So you have to give somebody something so you can preserve something. So they are only the custodians of our knowledge because they can't use it ultimately. Just the minor aspects. But the reason why I say that is because I wanted to give you this particular information on what happened with the educational system. All of this magical stuff, this alchemical components, used to be the major part of spirituality in your mathematics and your physics and your all the stuff that you get in basic education now, what you call Western education now, used to be the physical component of these spiritual disciplines. More like the byproduct of something that's greater knowledge, paradox of higher knowledge. You just getting the physical science. And basically, the secret societies, when they set up their educational system, after gaining both sides and learning both sides from the Moors, what they did was is they decided they was going to separate one system from the other. So they give you the byproduct, which is only on the mundane, social, economical, physical laws, you see what I'm saying, and chemical aspect, and they keep the alchemical, spiritual aspect, and that's only studied in the lodges. You see what I'm saying, as an educational system, and then the rest of it is in your metaphysical bookstores, but they understand that most people, this is not a literate society, it's an alliterate society, one that can read but don't read. So in so many words, going back to ancient Hemmitt, and what's happening with most scholars is we can't bridge the difference because we don't let the white boy convince us that his educational system is the way to go, even when we look at things black. There's other spiritual aspects that we don't even tap into. You have any? You have some other questions? I mean, as far as that you wanted to answer.
I want to go back, of course,
to understanding how the Egyptian pantheon worked out, what it meant. But since we was on, you had mentioned something about the Hasidims.
Yeah.
And them studying the Kabbalah. Black people need to know something about what they are looking at. When they see the Hasidims, they're all dressed in black.
Yeah.
If you see one, you're looking at all of them. What is the psychology of what they're doing, and what is the spiritual?
Well, the black, just like the black that you have in your judges, has its origin and its roots with Osirianism, God of the perfect black. God of the perfect black. From blackness, everything comes. So they understand that it is the ultimate power. And so they wear all the black and all this particular thing because ultimately they understand in order for them to fake that they are the original people, it has to be done through a serious culture of knowing just about what we dealt with. What we dealt with. Now they understand, and like I say, they worship they study the Kabbalah. Now in this movie, when you go see it, you're going to see them. They're going to walk up on a room and Melanie Griffin going to say, you know, we study 13 hours a day. That's what the little boy is going to be saying to her. And basically, they study the cosmology of the universe, and you best believe it's not just the Kabbalistic side, they even study the Egyptian side and anything they can get their hands on, so that they can stay and reign supreme. As a matter of fact, there's a war going on right now in the white world with a lot of these occult people. And what it is they're complaining that whenever that the Jews have two types of oaths. They have an oath. They have an oath. They take an oath to Israel. And that oath is when they go out in the public world, whatever they experience within any other secret societies or any other organization, they have an oath to Israel to render that knowledge and that spirit, in any type of secret that they want to the rabbis and the head of their community. So they have an oath to override any oath that they take in public society and in private society outside of the Jewish society. So they got a war now that you got them that come into these particular organizations, and because they only have an allegiance to so-called white Israel, that there is no secret too great that white Israel don't supposed to get. So there's a big occult war going on around the country with these people, with these Hasidic Jews or whatever, trying to corner the market on all knowledge, because they know ultimately that we are the original ones, and they are an imitation of Israel, or basically, is it really? Is it really? And all. So that has a lot to do with it. So you best believe they don't just study the Kabbalistic aspect. They are into just about everything they can get their hands on. Well, why not? They are not the original Hebrews no way. So obviously they have to get their hands on all of it to make this system whole. You see.
Now, are they using the magical and the
yeah, they are the main ones. As a matter of fact, basically, late in my studies, I found out that in actuality, they are some of the primary figures that is behind most of your holidays and different things like that. They do certain. Why you think they got all these Jewish holidays? You think of people that can't even trace their history back to Spain. What the hell they got all these Jewish holidays? That's because they are constantly trying to do certain rituals to make white civilization stay on top. As a matter of fact, let me explain this to you. The other Gentiles look for this Jew as his ultimate priest. Number one, he figured if they can somehow, like you said, make some type of connection with black people, that maybe they might be saved if they have an allegiance with this particular Jew. So what they do is everybody cartels the damn Israel, or the is it really's. You see. Because somehow these people know that Christianity is as fake as an $8 bill. And they got to have some type of ancient, now don't get me wrong, Christianity as a religion is fake. Christianity as a mystical system comes out of Coptic Egypt. And it is just as metaphysics as ancient hieroglyphic Hemmitt. Let's make the distinction. Moralistic, organized Christianity is fake. Ancient Christianity and ancient Christian mysticism predates Christianity And one has nothing to do with the other, but one is the real one and the other one is a plagiarized version. Let's get that right. So we're talking about the fake plagiarized version where you historicalize the ancient Christ or the soul is in all of us to put it and relegate it to one man, stringy-haired man walking around Jerusalem who never existed. Now let's understand, you see, the difference between one that's based off the Egyptian god Horus and one that's based off this fictitious cult figure to line up by. So he's the biggest pimp, like Jim Jones and the rest of them, JC. But he's the greater pimp because he never existed. He was a mystical character or mythical character. And even Paul in his writings never mentioned on a historical Christ. All his writings is about a mystical Christ. There's a whole chapter on that in the book, Who is This King of Glory? Alvin Boyd Kuhn, which is one of the highly recommended books with the late Dr. John Henry Clark. And this is the one that the government had to ban because this particular book will eat any Christian's ass out on that subject of Christianity. With this book, there is no hiding. Massey's book basically said the same thing, but Massey was trying to show the connection with ancient Kemet, and he was more interested in the Kamite mythology, which is good. But Kuhn really bust this thing up. You see what I'm saying? With this thing. Now, going back to them, the reason why everybody bows down to Israel, because this is the high priesthood for all Gentile whites. So, if New York don't have a damn door left on it, they're going to have them Lubavitcher Jews over there also too. You see what I'm saying? And they do all kinds of rituals and ceremonies. And the reason why they have all those holidays, because they are constantly trying to do things spiritually to keep this imperialism afloat. Just so that just like the government have the army to do the fighting, they got them to do certain spiritual things or certain ritualistic things, as well as they got other secret societies and lodges doing their part also too. But they are one of the main ones. You see what I'm saying? One of the main ones. You see, also too.
Now, let me, actually, if you would go back now and begin to look at the pantheon of Egyptian gods and spiritual figures, and I want to try to understand what those figures meant, represented, how they were interpreted, and worked in the daily life.
Well, the take on it here is, if we came from a history that was pre-physical, then all that we ultimately are is different particles and elements of the universe. And in alchemy, it deals with the different stones, minerals, alloys, and everything that make up everything on the earth is also in the human body. The human body has everything that makes up everything on the earth. Every herb, every particle, everything that you know of, and life itself exists on the inside of us. As particles, or stones, or gems, or whatever you want to call it. Gases, or whatever. Fluids. But not only are those things on the earth, but everything in the universe exists in us, as well as some things beyond the known universe. So, ultimately, these netters were primordial symbols and primordial manifestation of spiritual phenomenon that make up these particles. It's inside of us. And as a result, it's a vast system of sciences and advanced system of putting together cosmic energies. You see what I'm saying? And ultimately, these energies play a part in our human body. Because that's all we are. So it's a multifaceted system. On the mundane or terrestrial plane, it lines up with nature. You see? On the extraterrestrial plane, it lines up with everything in the universe. And on the omniverse plane, or the metaphysical verse plane, that which is beyond the universe, the damn alpha, or the God particle, it lines up even beyond the known universe. And the black substance that we're talking about is that same black substance that is the building blocks that makes up everything that there is, even on the physical. And Osiris represents that God of the perfect black, but before him it was represented by the god Soot or Set. You see. Set or Soot is the oldest deity known to mankind. He also becomes the enemy of Osiris, but there's some aspects of that on a metaphysical level that they go hand in hand. In order for Osiris to make the true manifestation of what he is to be, he had to be killed. Because when you kill something, you break down the particles in the elements so you can turn it into something new. Things after they complete a cycle have to be destroyed so that they can create something new. That's why all Christ mythology around the world also deals with death. But it is in that process of death that you rise up from the ashes and make a new reality. So Set Typhon, in one aspect, is the ultimate principle of transformation by killing Osea, so his body can make another new reality, which ultimately will be the savior of us all. So these particular entities was a multiple system. Number one, when they talk about the 7 liberal arts and they talk about all the stuff based on the learning and all that stuff that you got from the Afrocentric community, they are right. When they talk about this stuff lining up with nature on this particular realm, they are also right. But ultimately, this stuff goes back down to the alchemical component, which is the building blocks of everything in the universe and outside of the universe also too. And Horus principle represents the seed that will rise up, because Horus and Maya is one and the same. Maya is the Christ principle also. But Maya is more, so you got to understand, when the Afrocentric people talk about the government being balanced with Maya, that is the realm of the mundane or the physical realm, that they govern a certain thing based on checks and balances and laws based on the scale. But Maya takes on an even greater principle in the spiritual realm. Maya in the spiritual realm is an alchemical component that we call in alchemy the great works. And the great works, let's see what the great works is. Let's see if I can find a synopsis of it in some literature, in some alchemical literature. Let's see, do I have anything on the actual great works? I don't think I do here, but anyway, the great works is the coming together of angel, God, man, baby, animal, and everything in the known universe that comes to one particle. And that particle represents the new reality of long past cycles that have that have completed their run. As a result, is condensed into a particle of light, which is your Christ energy. And that's basically what our bodies have been going through since we've been in the physical realm. Cooking and creating a new reality that we will ultimately throw off. So even in the Bible, when they say every man will be known by his works is not talking about what he did in the physical realm. It's impossible, man. I mean, who cares what you did down here? Especially if you're doing stuff without any knowledge, how would you know? But it was talking about how your spiritual nature of you work. And if you don't have the great works, which is the melanin, ultimately which alchemy is based from, you don't have any inner workings. You don't have any inner workings. So Mayat on another thing is it is the great works. The great works is the coming together of all energies and crystallizing into the greatest work of all, a new reality they call the New Jerusalem. Well, Mayat is the same principle in ancient Hemmitt. The English version would be the great works, or we would also call illumination, or what you would call in Christianity, Christos. So Mayat is the Christ principle. That's why you get the word in Hemmitt, Ha, which is the child, Ma, which is the mother feminine principle, Ma. You get the double Ma, Mama. So Mayat, before Mayat was Mayat, it was Ma. Then you get the double Ma, Ma. Mama, mother. So Har, Heru, child, light seed, Ma, the feminine energy, Ku, pyramid. Combined, you get the male and the female harness. That's the same as the yin and the yang symbol, where the blackness is the yin and the yang is the light. Har, Ma. So in the word Har, Ma, Ku, or Heru, Ma, Ma, Ku, is both Horus and Mayat combined. And you get both of those particular principles combined. But the word Ma is feminine. The word At is her son, which is the Horus. His Ethiopian or his Cushite name for Horus is At. And from At you get Atan. And from Atan you get Adam. Mother, Mayat, Adam. Mother Adam. Now in the cosmological principle, you get the great mother who represents the triple blackness of space in the northern hemisphere of the universe called Alpha Draconis. Draco, the great dragon. And some of the original name for the Egyptians were called the Draconians. That great dragon is also called Typhon. So they become Typhonian, Draconian, and another name called Ophidian. So you get the word Draconian, and you hear people say, yeah, those ideas are very draconian, which means they are the ultimate ancient. But it means the dragon. Your word dragon comes from the word Draco. And from the word Draco you get Dracon. And from the word Dracon you get dragon. And the word Typhon comes from Dracon. But ultimately this is the great mother. In her south gate, in her southern hemisphere, she has her child Horus, which is the star Sirius, which is her clitoris, her south gate. So the south gate on a woman is the vagina and all, that's the birthplace. So she has her star Sirius, which is Horus, but it's also known as Osiris, which is also Orion, but also Isis, or Aset. You see. also Aset. So this ultimate thing of mother and son, Sirius is the first primordial star of all times, which also represents all gods of Kemet is also patterned after Sirius. Or you'll get that in the book, The Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection by Murray Hope. There's a whole chapter on the Syrian gods. And then ultimately, we are Syrian. What they call Sothis in Kemet, Septet in Kemet. There's different names of it. Your name September comes from Sept, which is Sirius. The dog star. Dog days come from the dog star, the rising of the dog star. And we are connected with that star because when that star would rise, the Nile would rise. We are connected with that star. Ample information done. Great Sirius books. Robert Temple, The Sirius Mystery. Murray Hope, Ancient Egypt, the Sirius Connection. There's another book called M. Temple Richards. And in that book, you also have Sirius. The Arab word for Sirius is hair, or hairy. And on up but on the other hand, the Indian word is Hare Krishna. That Hare is also Sirius. The Greeks would say that heaven is hot. Talking about the rising of the dog star Sirius. You see.
While we're on Sirius,
yeah.
Can you give me Sirius and its relationship to the pyramids and its rotation in terms of the cosmic rotation? There's 3 stars in Orion's belt. Yes.
Sirius being the chief star. So they built 3 pyramids in the center of the earth to represent those stars up there. As you know, they tell you any stars you see up there, the light could be burned out from them things for billions of years, and you're just not getting the light from it here. The Hermetic material tell you that what used to be in heaven was now transferred on earth. And Kemet is literally heaven on earth. So Sirius, the 3 pyramids, is a indication markers on where Sirius ended up on the earth. You got 3 pyramids in the Giza Plateau, which was also called the Babylonian Plateau, which is one of the earliest names, or the Restile Plateau, or the Rasta. Where you get the word Rasta from? The word Rasta comes from the word Restile, which means resting place of the lion. You get the word Rasta, which is in the Book of the Dead, but also in Graham Hancock's and Robert Bouval's book, The Mysteries of the Sphinx, or The Secrets of the Sphinx, Message of the Sphinx, as well as the Orion Mystery by Robert Bouval. But but also the word Babylon was an ancient name for the Typhonian Egyptians also. And as they traveled, because Babylon is also another ancient name for Typhon and the Great Mother. And these were Typhonian Camites. As they traveled up to Mesopotamia, they named a country of Babylon after the Great Mother. But these were pre-dynastic Egyptians who traveled up into Kemet. Now, Sirius, there's 3 stars on Orion's belt, 3 pyramids on earth, there's 3 wise men. The 3 crosses on Calvary, before they represented the damn 3 crosses on Calvary in Christian mythology, they represented the 3 pyramids in Giza. The 3 stars, you see, all it is mythology explaining cosmology, and physiological information or inner information is passed down to different cultures. So there's three spheres on the top of the Kabbalah. There's Jubilee, Jubilee, Jubilam, all these things you get. You three blind mice. This is all types of folklore, which is also, but ultimately these things also represent the three major glands in the head. The pineal gland being the chief gland, which represents Sirius. Then your pituitary body would be the other two. You see. So these are metaphysical, cosmological, and physiological terms, and mythological terms also too. Give you an example. There's one in the Gnostic material. And I have to explain what that is. The Gnostic material is basically what your Christian, the iconology of what Christianity is. The iconology where you get the wording, the Christ, Mary, all that stuff, comes from the ancient later day Egyptians who spoke Coptic. Coptic is a later day Egyptian, a Camite. They took the Coptics developed after Metanetta started dying out, and basically they took Metanetta and they transferred it from Metanetta into Coptic language. And so that Coptic language that they transferred from Metanetta was carried by Greece back to Greece, and all this particular Christian iconology, which is the Horus and the whole Kemetic stories, transferred into Coptic, which is later day Egyptian, comes to Greece. Later on, when Rome needs to fashion a new religion, they conquer both Egypt and Greece, and they take the story and they make it a historical story. And then they kill off the ancient Gnostics, which this particular Gnosticism of this particular religion, what it was before it was Christianity. Gnosis. Knowing. You want to change that? And so, this ancient gnosis, knowing, was later on is the blueprints of what the Romans took that same stuff and turned it into historical. And that's where you get the birth of Christianity. But it was before that. You get your Gospel of Thomas and all these particular texts. And those texts was dug up in 1945 again, called your Nag Hammadi Library. There's a book called the Nag Hammadi Library. It was the blueprints of what they turned into Christianity. So how can you have ancient Christianity if this is some new shit that Jesus is supposed to come teaching people from the get-go? How can something come before him? Well, there is a Christianity before Christ that even your boy told you about. Or what's his name?
Walter Williams.
Walter Williams, but that's historical Christianity. But the great scholar that wrote Introduction to African Civilization and Man, God, and Civilization.
John G.
Jackson. John G. Jackson also too. So all of this plays a part in the science also too. You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would actually. You mentioned earlier when you were talking about three glands in the brain. I read a lot of material and I've read some of Richard Key.
Yeah.
Saw some of the tapes by Jim Kukram, and as far as I understand, was two glands. But you're saying that the pituitary is a double gland, or what do you say?
Well, they call it the pituitary body. So obviously it's got to be another gland somewhere. You see what I'm saying? If they say the pituitary body. You see what I'm saying? It's probably worth looking into, and I probably can come up with the answer in a matter of days if I just go and just focus on it. You see what I'm saying also too. You see? Yeah.
Okay, one other thing I wanted to ask you is that earlier in the lecture today, the lecture you did on the Egyptian Gate of Death, you said that the seed underneath the, I think, the intestines,
Yeah.
that was who we really were.
Yeah.
What does that mean? What does that mean when you say that's who we really are?
If we were something other than physical, and we were something other than physical, you got to understand that there's no such thing as time and space. There's no such thing as size. So something can be infinitely small, and in most cases, that is the most powerful in the universe. So if we talk about the atom, the atom, the atom, which you know the atom is one of the original stories of Christ. It's the same story, just rehashed again. The atom, the atom, the seed of Israel, the stone, all this stuff is talking about a primordial point or dot that who we really are. But since there's no such thing as time and space and size, it's infinitely large when you look at it as the concept of the great mother Newt, and infinitely small when you look at it as the concept of Horus, or the seed. As us being physical entities, if we were not physical at first, then we are talking about a projection of ourselves and an illusion brought about to fool us into thinking that these physical bodies is us. And in order to do that, it has to register as big, just like a movie registers on a big screen in the theater. You see what I'm saying? But it also, it's in the movie Men in Black. When they're trying to find out some stuff, they got to go to this little dog. That represents the dog star. And he said, you know, they're trying to get this little, they said that the galaxy is on Orion's belt. And Orion was a little cat. Because, you know, Sekhmet also represents the god Sirius too, as well as one of the oldest, and Gerald Massey has figured this out, that one of the oldest representation of the Sphinx is the goddess Sekhmet, the resting place of the lion. But then again, on the other hand, Sphinx is also called Harmaku or Harmaket. And Harmaket means Horus on the horizon. But Harmaket and Harmaku, you got Ma up in there, in Harmaket. So that's Mayat too. So this Horus Mayat is also a form of Sekhmet too, which is one of the oldest forms of the Great Mother, as Massey explains in his book, Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, as well as your boy, Robert Masters, the goddess Sekhmet. But, going back to this, the little cat had a ball on his neck, and there was a whole universe in that little ball. But they had to go to they was shaking the dog in the movie Men in Black, and he said, you humans, you always think that everything has to be big to be legitimate or to be worth anything. You see? It is the atom that explodes the earth. You see what I'm saying? Something invisible like gas can burn down this house and kill everybody in it. So the concept of this seed being in us and all what we are, the white boy calls it now nanotechnology. And basically that is the Horus seed that is inside of us, and that's all who we are.
So is that seed like the chakra system a type of spiritual seed, or is it a real gland?
No, this is an invisible particle of light. It is the particle of light that is now the primordial unknown God that existed before this universe came into existence. It is the Alpha and the Omega. The Christ seed. So we're talking about a finite spiritual seed. And the chakra system is nothing but manifestation of the energy that make up the body. But ultimately, that concentrated energy is this particular seed. But this seed is the ultimate reality in the universe. And it's inside of every last one of the original people. Now, we must understand this right now. Everybody walking around on the earth, including black people, are not necessarily the original people now. You see what I'm saying? Because we got tons and tons of offspring till you have now got just basically people that have a spirit, but not necessarily a soul. There's a difference. A spirit is what animates you and even animates white people. And even animates the roach and the rat. That's just the energy that moves on the earth plane. Electricity. You see what I'm saying? But a soul is something different. Not everybody has a soul. You see what I'm saying? Not everybody has a soul.
Why is that?
Because you got those that wasn't created outside of the earth. Which means that they are terrestrial beings. Their origin begins here on this planet and in the physical. Then you have those that come from time immemorial and comes from the primordial origins of the universe, and that's who the original chosen seed is. They ain't chosen because they have always been here. So we need not argue on who has a soul or not. Just understand that obviously, even if it's debatable whether a lot of black people have that, we don't even argue on that. What we do say is we are the original people, so we don't have to worry about who the ones we talking about who have the souls.
What is the soul?
That's what the soul is. First of all, the soul is a sun. You get the word solar.
Mm-hmm.
You get the word sol, which also means sun.
Mm-hmm.
Your word salt comes from the word sol, which also comes from the word soul. But that little salt seed is the ultimate form of alchemy. Then they talk about it in the salt of the earth or the different concepts. They got salt all through the Bible and stuff. That's a form of the Christ. The soul is a sun, but it's not just any sun. It is the most ancient form of the all there is. It is from the nothing that crystallized into this little seed. From the nothing, you get the absolute.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes from the nothing, which is beyond the known universe in the triple blackness of space. So when you get a seed, it's not just like a sun. When you get that kind of sun, you're talking about the ultimate reality in the universe. It is beyond anything we know, and we have this in us. So ultimately, the soul represents the sun, a sun or a star inside of us. But we're not just talking about any kind of doggone star. We're talking about the ultimate star, because this star comes from the most outermost ethers of everything known, called a nothingness. Now, what is a star? In the core of every star burns this black substance. Carbon. But the one inside of the original humans has been dormant so many years, for 13 million years in the physical, and billion years probably on the terrestrial plane or even different aspects of the plane, but even before it became to a physical level, until this thing has been shut down so much. You know how you can bottle cider and it turns into doggone alcohol or whatever, and something ferments? Well, this one has been fermenting for billions of years, and that's the soul that we have inside of us. So it is even powerful than anything in the doggone universe, and ultimately anything that is not human got to bow down to the human. Or in this case, bow down to the black man and black woman.
Bobby, let me take you back to our original question, but on the way back, we were talking about Sirius, and I had asked you a question relative to the pyramids and Sirius. I have been told that there is a shaft in the pyramids, which the light of Sirius will shine down through, because as we, the great year, the 200, about 26,000 years, or 2,600 years, that the pyramids are so accurate that that light at that particular circle shines directly down to that shaft and lights up that shaft. I want you to talk about that.
Well, also it happens in the pyramids. It also happens at the Temple of Dendera, where that whole Temple of Dendera was built so it can light up on so-called New Year's Day of the Heliacal horizon of Sirius. Or what they call the Heliacal horizon, or the Heliacal horizon of Sirius in dog days. It's debatable on when it occurs now. I think now it's like July 14th. Some say July 23rd and some say June. But check your local listings of when it rises and stuff. Any basically astronomical book can basically tell you. But that pyramid is built around that. Now it's interesting because they put a shaft in the pyramid in 1996. They found another shaft and they stuck this thing in it. Yeah, but they secretively opened the door and they looked up in there, and they didn't let the world know about it, and it was just a group of people that's controlling that guy Hawass over there. See, the Arabs are pimps. They go to the highest bidder, whoever got the most amount of money, and you know what I'm saying. That's who, or either they take some things and relegate it to these Masonic organizations. You best believe this Hawass that's over that pyramid aspect and stuff in Kemet, he's a part of some type of Masonic thing, and he's the Uncle Tom for the white man. But anyway, they said one date that they was going to go in the pyramids in 1996, and they went in another date earlier. And when they went in that pyramid, that you even sent the tapes, they found the black man sitting up in there, pointing towards Sirius. And when they say the black man is a form of the king, it also represents a form of Horus. It also represents a form of our own spirit. Now it's interesting because the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, right before the so-called Master Farad Muhammad had come and taught him this information, he took him outside and said, "This will be your witness," and pointed to the star Sirius. And whenever you see the crescent and the star in Islam, especially the crescent and the star on Honorable Elijah Muhammad's hat, that's the star Sirius. As a matter of fact, it's in the Quran. One of the chapters in the Quran is called the star, the surah of the star. But what is the star? Because they got the surah of the cow, the surah of the moon. The cow represents Sirius as Het Heru, Hathor. But what is the surah of the star? It said this is the star that both created male and female from one single ejaculated semen, and will create all things anew. He is the Lord of Sirius. That's who Allah is in the Quran. That's your link. So who is the Lord of Sirius if you in ancient Kemet? It would be Osiris, which is Greek for Sirius. You see. Or it would be Isis, Aset, which is also called the seat of Sirius, the stone seat, the seat of Sirius. As well as Horus is connected with this thing also too. Is connected with this. Our sun goes around our earth goes around the sun every 365 days. Our sun goes around a greater sun every 26,000 years. And that greater sun is Sirius. Our sun is only a relationship to a greater sun as a son to a father. Our sun only reflects the light of a greater sun, Sirius. That's why you can't find that sun when you go outside of the atmosphere. It's pitch black up there. The only thing you can see is bigger stars like Aldebaran, I think Regal, and Sirius, which is the brightest star in the hemisphere. You see. Now this is interesting. Now let's break this thing on down. The Dogon tribe in Africa says, because their mystery was to locate Sirius B. And they say there's also a Sirius C. Now look at this. The Dogon said, in the beginning, there was Sirius B. Before there was anything, there was Sirius B. The Greeks, which is the Etruscan, you need to get this right too. The Greeks are the mythology that you talk about was not created by white people. All you have to do is study shit and use your damn common sense. A caveman cannot create anything as advanced as Greek mythology. We'll get into that in a few minutes. The Greeks are the Etruscans, which is the original ones, say that in the beginning there is Gaia and Tartarus. But guess what Gaia is? The earth is Gaia. Guess what? Before there was a universe, there was an earth.
That's rather heavy.
That's some heavy shit. Before there was a universe, there was an earth. Gaia is also known as the Great Mother, Mother Earth. You ever heard of Mother Earth? Well, the Great Mother was in the beginning. But she fell and was transferred to another part into this universe, in another part of the universe. And this is the result, the earth, based on the fall of the Great Mother. So when the Egyptians take Sirius and put it down on earth, because we sitting in Sirius right now. The physical earth was not here in the beginning, but the spiritual earth was here in the beginning. When it fell as a result of the end of the fall, it becomes physical earth. But it had to fall from somewhere. And that what fell was here in the beginning. Our world and our earth is built off of several other primal worlds that preceded it. Before the universe that you know of now came into existence, there was other primal worlds or primal universes that was just as old as this universe is now. that collapsed, and as a result of the collapse, it becomes dormant and ends up the physical earth, which is Sirius B. Sirius A is the reflection and the shine of the light that used to be Sirius B before it collapsed. So Sirius B is Sirius A. The light from Sirius A that you know of as Sirius is nothing but the light that shines in the heavens that once was Sirius B, which is all the same thing. But Sirius A is the light, Sirius B is now the earth, which is Sirius. That's why the pyramids is transferred down to the earth. This is some badass shit we talking about here. It's awesome. But ultimately, Sirius B, since the earth is physical and the physical realm is an illusionary realm, it doesn't exist, it's just the brain is registering the physical realm, then where is Sirius B? Sirius B is that particle of light that's inside of you. And it's only one particle of light. It's just that your brains and all of our brains make you think that it's more than one particle of light. But we are all together as the covenant, one. So that particle of light that you call the Christ is Sirius B, and it's inside of us. This is some amazing shit.
How then, I want to connect more of the Egyptian pantheon gods, particular Ra.
Right, it's a good question.
You know, and see them now being reflected.
Okay, well, let me give you this particular part too. Ra, which is the sun, is the inferior form of Sirius B, of Sirius. As the great mother and the whole complex of the primordial realm went dormant and went to sleep, as a result of it going to sleep, it casts off a dream and a reflection. And that reflection ends up being the sun. Ra only just represents a subordinate level of a higher level that is now in exile. Even if you get the Egyptian text, you can get Iwalis Budge, Gods of the Egyptians. It's in there. It's also in The Legend of the Gods by Iwalis Budge. It's also in From Fetish to God, Iwalis Budge, and it's in the hymn on Ra and creation. Ra comes into creation by overthrowing the great dragon Apep. That great dragon Apep is Draconis, the great mother. Got different names. And it represents those primal worlds that existed before this known universe. So this sun is a light as a result of a fall, and it's only temporary. You see.
But
go ahead.
But what did it represent in terms of?
It represented the light. It represented the light and the energy that is the dominant energy of the earth's physical plane. and in this cycle of existence of the earth, physical plane. But it is not the ultimate reality in the universe. It is just the guide that we used in this physical aspect, and it was the God of our world in the physical realm.
Now, in terms of looking, since most people are in a religious understanding,
right?
I want you to hear this question out. And we look at things from a religious standpoint. How would you then juxtapose the Egyptian pantheon? We was talking about Ra and so forth. How would then one would understand how the Egyptians related to these pantheons in a similar form to what we would now be doing in a religious?
Good question.
You know.
Okay, well, let me give you two sides of that. You had two Hemmits. You had the priest and you had the everyday citizen. The everyday citizen would virtually, basically, relate to the same entities or the deities as we do now in the form of the religion. It wouldn't be so much dogmatic into, they wouldn't have all this sense of you go into hell and everything is based on you being this wretch and stuff. But they use the Nettas as a central inspiration and a God to focus around, or entities to focus around as everyday worship in life. You see what I'm saying? For a spiritual purpose. The priest understood it on another higher level. But the initiate in Rudolf Steiner's book called Cosmic Hierarchies, he has an excellent part in there. And he talks about how the initiates would go into the mystery system, and for 30 years of their life, everything was centered around the gods, and they would believe that the gods were these entities that ruled over their life. And then at age 30, they would come and say, you know those gods? They were once human like we were. And what this would do, the initiate would have to get over that fact. I've been worshiping these gods for 30 years. And now I find out that not only they are people like I am, but I too have the potential of those gods. As a matter of fact, that's what my training is, to become gods. If you want to use another word, become one with the ultimate principle in the universe. So why would they wait till he's 30? First of all, you must understand that they tell him to worship this thing in a certain severe way. And then tell him that not only is it an ancestor, but it's also a form of him, and we are all connected in one. What this would actually do, the first thing it would do is it would be a shock and amazement, and he would have to deal with that. The other thing he should understand is the same energy that he thought it was so important that these other entities rule over his life, also would tell him that in some way, what I'm just as important. And in so many words, he will understand the mass responsibility and just how important he is. So on one aspect, priest life was different than the masses life. Now, there's a central theme in all ancient mythology, ancient systems, is you take a small group of people and they will rule the many. But in our civilization, because it was run by the priesthood, most of the time, and even that breaks down at times, you rule to give these people a sense of nourishment in life. So ours was ruled on a certain divine order. Later on, the Moors taught the Europeans the same principle, and now they rule to exploit people for their own capital gains and their own power. You see what I'm saying? To continue. But the universal principle is the priest life was different than the everyday citizen. Although you must understand that even these everyday citizens of Kemet still deal on another spiritual level mentally than we do now. As a matter of fact, we could somewhat say that Egypt wasn't, although it was physical, it was another type of physical. It was not even in the same dimension that we are now.
I wanted to ask you that in continuation of the teachings, because as you say, they taught that you too are God and so forth.
Right.
And then there were principles laid down. There's a 42.
Yeah, good thing you said that, because I wanted to explain something to that.
So I want to begin to look at what they left on the walls, why these principles, and later on we're going to get into the continuation of these things, how we see them reflected in
one thing you got to understand is too, we got a problem of looking into the past with a modern mind. So when all the scholars were saying that, your 10 commandments come from your 47 laws of Maya or negative confessions, they was thinking that they was reciting those things based on the same dogma thing of behavior and moralism. There's a catch to that on the spiritual aspect. The reason why they would recite these things and say, I have not done this, and I have not done that, and I have not done this, and I have not done that. It's impossible for the human body to not do half of them things. It's almost impossible. It was not talking about the physical body. When it was saying, I have not done this, and I have not done that, and I have not done this, and we would recite this, it was not talking about what we didn't do physically, because it's impossible for you not to do something physically in 47 ways not to do it. That's almost impossible for you to adhere to that. The mystery was, and get this, they was not talking about what they didn't do based on behavior. They was talking about what their soul didn't do. because the soul is inside of the body, it is pure and lying in a dormant state. The Horus principle was saying that I have not done this and I have not done that. It's talking about the negative confessions. Negative means inner, other than outer. It didn't say confessions. It said negative confessions. If you understand what negative confessions mean, it means outer, inner. So it was saying it was the soul confessing about what it didn't do, because the soul is on the inside of the body. And it is not responsible for what the physical body does. It is lying dormant on the inside. And that's one of the mysteries of that. You see, that's one of the mysteries of what that Ma'at is. It is the laws of Ma'at, because Ma'at is the soul on the inside not doing those things. You see.
Then I wish you could express that further. If we look at the papyrus of the wind of the soul, and just kind of further elaborate these teachings and how these teachings are reflected the way the people actually values and morality and principles of life were practiced, and why worthy, to what ultimate meaning, what how did that balance one within nature, a life that transformed them into this alchemic possibility?
I think that the ultimate nature of those teachings that we get in ancient Kemet had more to do with them preparing to teach a people after they totally fall than it was those people of that day. You see, than it was those people of that day. Because on one aspect we get the mythology and the eschatology, which means later day events, but we get the historical aspect of it, although they have a great history. Even the history of Kemet with Manetho was not necessarily a primary focus of the Egyptians. Hell, they wasn't writing history, they was living it. But on the other hand, those monuments, a lot of the times, had a lot to do with a call or something that you're going to leave as an insurance plan for yourself to get later on. You see, I know that the Afrocentric movement is based on the premise that we got to try to get back to that, but we're not going to get back to that of Egypt. If we were supposed to get back to that of Kemet on the physical realm, we wouldn't have damn let the shit fall in the first place when we had a 4,000-year warning. A butterfly does not go into, a caterpillar does not go into a cocoon to come out a caterpillar. It metamorphosizes into something on another plateau. So I know the consensus of the Afrocentric movement is we got to reestablish those laws of Ma'at, and we don't understand it. We are reestablishing those laws of Ma'at, not from the outside, but from the inside of what we are becoming. And whether we know this or not, the deterioration and the pain and suffering of our people is a part of the process. Now, I'm not talking about from the Christian standpoint, oh, I'll suffer down so I can get into heaven. But we're talking about energy has to go to the lowest state so the molecules can ferment and putrefy to get to a higher state. So it was inevitable that this happens. And a lot of those teachings that they left behind were more significant for us now than it were for the people then, I believe. Because the priests were the ones that controlled majority of the spiritual thought. Outside of the everyday citizen, but they didn't need the type of moralism that we need, because if a person's nature is good behavior, we can't think of that concept now. Because number one, we live in a land with a grown-up juvenile delinquent and a vile cold beast that gives us our thought. So we can't even fathom just the people. Nature being good. That's what Mama said. The black man and black woman's nature is righteous in that aspect of those people. So they didn't have to spend time in the type of moralism that we think on behavior. Certain things were just commonplace and just the way things were. You see what I'm saying? So what we are mistaken for all that moralism is the lining up of energies.
Okay, that's what I want to get into. Yes, sir. Keep going.
Is the lining up of energies to flow as a certain order of things, other than us behaving. A dog don't need no book on how to learn how to behave. He don't need no instruction manuals and large temples on learning how to behave. The whole concept of moralism is a later day concept put in by Rome and later day religions for control. We didn't spend the most of our lives behaving as we have done something wrong, because the concept of us being something to be ashamed of is not even an African concept. You see what I'm saying? So we don't have to apologize and spend all the time in moralism. What we are misconstruing, and we're taking a Christian model and trying to line it up with what we see in the ancient world, and it don't go that way. These principles were applied to scientific measurements on how you even function on the physical realm of lining up energies. And you can line up energies magically to do your bidding in all types of forms of everyday life, including lining up energies on the way you thought to get through certain situations. So we're talking about gods in operation with the primordial forces of the universe, other than somebody talking about bowing down and got to appease God. So we're talking about an advanced ecological system and a spiritual system, which is science at work. And we are mistaken spirituality being something outside of science, and they're one and the damn same. It's just that the white boy has made such a dichotomy by not including the spiritual side of the same sciences and only giving you the physical side, and we think that science is what the cracker give us now. Spirituality itself was science, because the root word for science is what? To know. Knowledge. And Tahuti, which is the alchemical component or ultimate symbol of this particular knowledge, is the God of knowledge, represented that divine knowing. You see what I'm saying? But it had nothing to do with moralism. You see what I'm saying? More so that it had something to do with operating energies like a magician uses magic on certain realms to create an atmosphere conducive to what the fuck he wants. You see what I'm saying?
Two questions come out of that. Did you finish? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Two questions come out of that. Then, if these temples and those principles enabled one to have a kind of a magical force, or to control a magical force, actually, to really control and manipulate the principles,
manipulating the principles of the physical realm and the laws of nature,
bring about a desired
exactly.
Then
a laboratory.
Yeah. Then then what kind of life relationship did existed there in terms of, if you could juxtapose that to the kind of what we call today immoral lifestyle? Can we look at that? I mean, you talked about a dog knowing how to be a dog and so forth, but what then would have been the relationship between people? There didn't seem to have been a lot of war, didn't seem to have been jails and all of these things. So I just want you to touch on that, and then we can move.
What would be the you saying what would be the relationship with them?
How would we look at that in terms of what we consider to be morals today? How do people treat one another? Was there a great deal of violence and destruction placed upon one another, fighting and killing? And
well, anytime you're on
what kept that from happening?
Well, what kept that from happening was first of all, the spiritual forces on the inside of them was alive. So we were talking about gods with acting in the flesh. So they didn't have to worry about that. It's only when the God particles shut down and go to sleep, like most people are asleep, that we got to rely on total emotion of the physical body. You see what I'm saying? That would get us into all types of disputes because we are not awake. But we're talking about a people that was woke up. And if the God was operating in them, it could operate harmonious because that entity on the inside of them was functioning on a high level of enlightenment. That's the difference. Basically, we function now on a certain level, but we have gone to sleep. And in Carl Jung, the psychologist, hit it on the head also because he studied a lot of the Vedic texts in India, where they said that most people walking around is walking around in a perpetual dream. They're not even awake. So it's just raw senses, and they're just hoping they don't bump into something the wrong way. Although their eyes are open and they're talking like this, they are asleep. So it's the difference between a people being awake, and a people walking around dead and sleep. The entity on the inside of him corresponded as gods just living in the physical. So they said that Hemmitt was heaven on earth. It was the best aspect of what it could be in the physical realm. And that's the difference. So the difference would be you got a bunch of shut down people that's gone to sleep, literally. You see what I'm saying? On the other hand, they were just functioning as gods. You see? They tell you that religions come into play when civilizations start to deteriorate and people need moral guidance as a guidebook just to act human. So we're talking about something totally on a whole nother concept. Now, if you want to really ask the question, can you think of this thing in human terms on what it must have was like at that time?
Yes.
We can't even fathom it. Because the whole concept of what we know is based on the world around us is so alien to it. Even when they tell you that man only used 1/10 of his brain, well, that was the white man that only used 1/10 of his brain. But because we are in a society that's based on 10% brain power, we only use 10% of our brain too. So we can't even fathom what a person who has the ultimate function of his mind, body, and soul. You see what I'm saying? So we look at that as just some little primitive culture. Ultimately, ain't greater than America. But we're talking about something no different than when you see them doggone space age movies as a people that you know more advanced than you. The mentality that they had was even on another level. To Hemmitt was in a whole nother dimension compared to what we are. And I saw it one time when I saw one of David Roberts' pictures he did of Edfu Temple before the colors fell off. And I looked at it and my soul said these people were not human. Not in the sense of what we think humans are now. Although they might have been in a physical body, the entire experience, the entire mindset was on an extraterrestrial level. That we can't even begin to fathom what we have fallen from because we are in a dream state. And although we, a little bit of conscious people, are waking up, we just don't have the memory or the data to even indicate something like that on a world fucked up like this. But every now and then we get glimpses of it. And we can't even explain the shit. So that would be an aspect of it.
Then, Bobby, I must ask you this question, because it is a question that young people will always put to me in seeing this.
Yeah.
Thing. If at that time African people were anywhere near this this level of being, how then could some people that we consider to be barbaric and subhuman have ever penetrated that world, let alone to bring it to its knees and dominate it? So I would like for you to kind of look at
great question.
how that happened, how long that may have taken, and then who are these people that came in that we call Greeks and Romans, and at what period did this penetrate?
Okay. Pretty much that's the general historical thing. You can pretty much know it when the invasion started. That's pretty general as far as knowledge not been covered. And it's pretty general, but what I can say is we did not fall based on outside invaders coming in. The outside invasions was a part of the process of a twilight period and a shutting down period to go to the next phase in this whole scope of things. And as a result of shutting down and have to go to the next phase, these things came into play, no matter how horrible they may seem, as a result of what it had to take to go to another phase. Now you must understand that we had spent millions of years. We never know. It's older than what we think it is. Talking about going to another afterlife. But in order for that afterlife to take place, there had to be a process to happen. In order for that process to happen, you had to have a tearing down of the life that made the civilization we call humanity, that we were a part of, great. You understand what I'm saying? And in order to tear that down, you had to have a mass form of deterioration, regeneration, and straight up disintegration. And basically, in the process of this happening, all of the other things came into play to bring that about. Because ultimately we think that we are in control, and we are not. The spirit realm that's on the inside of us dictated how it was going to bring itself to the next level. And as a result, it brought certain calamities to the outside to condition itself on the inside. Because ultimately we were talking about we were not a part of the physical realm. So ultimately we're not a part of the physical realm. The physical body that we have grown to know as us does not have the ultimate say-so. It is the entity on the inside of us. And that entity on the inside of us had to put a certain situation and conditions together to give itself the type of nourishment that it needed to throw off this physical body. And it could not throw off this physical body with the physical realm being healthy and us maintaining the greatest humanity that we had already maintained. So we're talking about a form of a process. We did not follow. We gave this shit up. Okay, we back now. I want to give you some of this information. The information can be documented if you want to buy some of this particular information, talking about this subordinate creator who is not the original God. You need to get Bentley Layton's Gnostic scriptures, which was dug up in 1945 in Egypt, which predates Christianity. And in so many words, the Christians stole another person's religion and then tried to kill them off. But in 1945, these particular Gnostic scriptures was dug up again. So you can find out about this in Bentley Layton's Gnostic scriptures. Also, I have my book, Titan 1 and Titan 2. That deals with these. I'll give you a copy.
Okay.
That deals with these, Titan 1 and Titan 2. And it also has the actual manuscripts. This Titan 2 is called Gnostic Mythology, and it has these Gnostic documents that was dug up in 1944, which was the story of a dollar broth that I was just telling you about. Now it quotes in this particular book, and I'll show you a quote. It talks about this. This particular entity broke away from the heavens. Because he didn't bother to look up to see that there was gods before him, he just thought that he was the God of the universe. And a dollar broth, which is also called Yahweh, says, was boastful and arrogant and exclaimed, I am the Father and the God, and beyond me there is none other. But Sophia, which is also a form of the same great mother over and over in different languages, hearing this cried out to her son, Lie not, a dollar broth. Above all thee, is the Father of all, the first man, the Son of Man, and man. Now in the Greek mythology, before Zeus comes into being, which is the father of the Greek mythology, and that's where you get the origin of the word Jesus. It comes from Zeus. J, which is Jupiter, in Rome, which is Zeus, and Zeus, which in Greek is Jupiter. They took the both words and put it together, the J, which is no J in the Hebrew language, and Zeus, or Zeus, and you get the word Jesus, or Jesus. Now Zeus, that's why I never say the word Jesus, just say Christ. Because it's not even a Hebrew word, it's a Greek word. Zeus, before Zeus ruled, the Titans ruled. And the Titans were the gods of the universe. Zeus comes into being in so many words and burns up the Titans in a long war, and then take the dust from the Titans and make man out of the dust. So in the first of this book, they say that in actuality, in Titan 1, they said we need to go beyond the Olympian pantheon to the gods who they overthrew, which were their parents. So we are the parents of the ruling entities in heaven. But even in your Bible, it says this hell and this heaven will pass away. If everybody's trying to get to heaven, why is it in the Bible tells you that the heaven going to pass away? The hell you trying to get to a damn place and ain't going to be there when you get there? They say that the kingdom is going to be on earth. And we are the ones that's supposed to establish the kingdom.
No.
But, okay. But I just want to say this one last part. I want to say this one last part. So Zeus overthrows the Titans, and the Titans are and when he overthrows them, he burns them up, and the dust from the Titans was used to create man. And we are the dust from the Titans.
That's the Greek mythology.
That's the Greek mythology.
Okay. Now, in trying to deal with the African origins of Christianity, and looking at the way the Europeans changed much of the concepts of the structure that was out of the Egyptian worldview of the system.
Right.
And especially when we talk about the Nicene Council and all that. Can you explain to us how what we call Christianity evolved and the difference that it had as a Coptic Christian and then a European Christian?
Okay, the Coptic Christian, the Coptic Christianity.
Yeah.
The story with the Aldalabroth, I told you, the subordinate deity, that's coming from Coptic Christianity. When they dug these texts up, the Gnostic texts, they were translated from Coptic. In so many words you had, and I'm going to give you the whole story on how this thing went down. In so many words, originally you had a group of people who were the original Coptic Gnostics out of Alexandria, Egypt. Which had been there since the beginning of Egypt, but they were called Typhonians then, and they'd gone through a series of things, and so basically Coptic just means later day Egyptian. They had their cult all the way up into, and when I say cult, I'm not talking about in a negative thing, we're talking about a civilization all the way up into Rome. Now, Rome at the time...
One thing before you get to Rome. How did it differ from Isis, Horus, Osiris, and the Egyptian pantheon?
Okay, let me explain something to you. When we get the Egyptian pantheon, we're getting most of the story from Plutarch, which is a Greek writer. When we look in the Book of the Dead and we look into most of the Egyptian things, you got to understand when you look at the large monuments in Egypt, most of those things are written in ritual. So we don't get the true pharaonic thought. When I gave you the Hermetic text, that's true pharaonic thought. But come to find out, this Gnostic thought that I'm talking about here, we find it also, that pieces of that is in the Hermetic text. So let me explain what happened. Sometime at the temple of Isis, or Aset, and I'll give you two versions. The temple of Aset, or Isis, a couple of years before it closed, maybe within a 100-year period, they translated a lot of the works from Metanetta into Coptic. The true pharaonic thought that I'm telling you about is the stuff that's in the Coptic. Now I'll explain in a few minutes on what it is. On what it is. But when you get the Book of the Dead, it's hard to find out what the Book of the Dead is other than the general Isis and Osiris story, because it's written in ritual. That means it was written for the priests, and it was a ritual book of spells and incantations. To get true pharaonic thought, you need to get the Hermetic text, which is the stuff I was giving you at the beginning of the thing, the lecture. That's true pharaonic thought, as well as the Gnostic text, which is true pharaonic thought. You can't get into true pharaonic thought through the Book of the Dead, because most of the people, because the Book of the Dead, number one, is a ritual book, and it's an esoteric book, and most of the black people are not scholarly enough into the metaphysical world to understand it. You see what I'm saying? But you can get it. There's several ways you can get the true pharaonic thought. The Coptic version is this Gnostic stuff that I was just telling you about. Now, I'm going to go back to that in a few minutes, but let me explain something. During the time that the Hebrews, which is black people from Ethiopia, we got tribes of different ideologies, but it's always the same race. The black Hebrews was in Rome, raising hell. The Romans at the time had Romulus and Remus and some form of Zeus and all that. But they, over the course of years, their pantheon and their true meaning of the religion started fading. Now, you must understand, in the ancient world, just like you have Democratic Party and Republican Party, your religion was also a political party, and you ran your government based on your ideology, based on religion. So as a result, in the Roman world, because of Romulus and Remus and a form of their Zeus pantheon or whatever, Jupiter, they had lost, over the course of years, it started deteriorating, and they had lost the cohesiveness of the understanding of it. Okay. Remember I told you first, it was originally a black religion. The Etruscans, who give you Latin and Greek. But over the course of years, 2,000 years, they lost the meaning of it. Meanwhile, here's these Hebrews over here, raising hell, black people, in the height of the Roman Empire. The Roman citizens start looking and going, shit, if the government is based on your political and spiritual beliefs, then if your spiritual belief starts to fade and deteriorate, then your government will start deteriorating. So the other people, the Roman citizens, start looking at the Hebrews and started admiring them and saying, hey, shit, we might as well join them, or we need to get some stuff like that. Meanwhile, Roman citizens was Paul and Josephus. The Romans say, man, we got to get us some religion like them Hebrews over there. Them niggas is cutting up. The Roman government say, hey, we conquered Greece. Greece conquered Egypt. And Greece plagiarized and got all that stuff out of Hemmitt. But now we conquered Greece and we got all this shit logged down to the T and lying around. Won't you get some damn scholars and go up in there and translate that shit and make our own damn religion? So we got the same shit the Hebrews got. We got the Egyptian stuff, but at this time it's in Coptic form. Meanwhile, they got a group of people called the Gnostics that came out of Alexandria, Egypt, that's worshiping the same Christendom of this religion. The Roman was like, no, we're going to get our stuff, but we're going to tailor it a little bit, because we're not necessarily interested in the spiritual ramification. We're interested in world domination through it. So we want to keep the same scripture so we can go into scripture and see the spiritual connotation, but we want a religion that, number one, we can rule motherfuckers with. So they get Paul Josephus, and a whole bunch of these scholars. Now you must understand that a scholar, or you must understand a priest at that time, was more advanced than your highest PhD in the society, a nuclear physicist. He ain't got shit on no priest in the ancient world. Bad boys. He make a nuclear physicist and a PhD look like a damn dumbass. So when these people put some shit together, it's put together. Because we're talking about scientists that's putting these shits together. So they got Paul, Josephus, who was a Hebrew that defected and started working for the for the Romans. Paul was a Roman citizen. They go in and they get all these texts that they carted out of Egypt by Greece, but they now control Greece. And they put together the New Testament out of this ancient Coptic and Gnostic material, which before it was Coptic and Gnostic, it was Metaneta. But they know, and they put all these elements together in it. Meanwhile, they got these other group of people over there, and they bust out saying, we got Christianity. These other group of people over there, the Gnostics, say, wait a minute, we got that shit too. That ain't your shit, that's our stuff. So what they do, they kill them all off. They're like, in the movie they got with a robber, with a person, you got two people, he'll take one man's stuff and steal it and then kill the man off. Say, kill him off and nobody knows. So they killed these people off and took their shit. But it was a modified stuff, and the reason why they had to kill the people off, because the people was like, wait a minute, that's modified. You got some controlling stuff there. We got the true stuff over here, and that's what this stuff here is that they found in 1945 in Egypt. All of it has an Egyptian origin. That's, But it's interesting they found this same stuff in Egypt in 1945. So meanwhile, they killed these...
Dead Sea Scrolls you talking about?
No, this is called the Nag Hammadi Library of the Gnostic Texts.
Are those texts different from...
Yeah, the Dead Sea Scroll was found in 1948. This was found in 1945. This is more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's more of it. It's more advanced than the Dead Sea Scrolls. We talking about some shit that they can give you 1,000,000 years worth of history in about 4 or 5 pages. That's how advanced it is. We talking about each line of the damn text might scan 100 years within a fucking sentence or two. That's how advanced it is. That's the pharaonic thought I'm talking about. That you couldn't get from the Book of the Dead, but once they translated it into Coptic, we get what they were really talking about. And that's when this subordinate deity comes up. But anyway, they bring out this whole Roman thing, and all of a sudden, they got an instrument that they can dominate the world with. Because they have, Paul and them have gone in and tailored the shit, that it can be used both ways. But Paul and them, the one that they did, it was close to the original, till they had to do the Conference of Nicaea and 8 other conferences to modify it. You see what I'm saying? To modify it.
Yeah.
But what we're talking about, what is the difference between, you asked the question, what would be the difference between the modern day Christian model and the ancient model?
Right.
The Christian model, the modern day Christian model was tailored to take advanced concepts that goes on the inner workings of the body and make them literal. So they say sublime mythology makes grotesque history. So one thing they did to make it literal, they historicalized everything. And none of that shit was historical. There was never Jesus over in the what you call it. I want to ask you a question. Now let's look at this. You a black Hebrew. You ought to know where the hell a damn black man came and taught amongst your ass. Why is it that you can't find no black Hebrew or no modern day white Jew to bear witness to the Jesus thing? You would think if a person gonna give you the Messiah, that's something hell to take. Everybody talk about a Jewish Messiah, but yet you can't find no Jew to bear witness to that.
That's true. Why? What is that?
Because the Jew knew, like all the other ancient people in the world. See, we're talking, the Jew knew that, first of all, that was some Roman propaganda of the Hebrew. He knew, just like the Egyptian knew, just like the Greek knew, just like the Mesopotamian knew, like the Babylonian knew, like the ancient African knew, that the Christ that is to come can only come one time in history. First of all, there's two things. First of all, Christ is a title. And we all are the living Christ, because Christ is the level we can rise to. But the Christ, the true Christ, that is supposed to be the end all and be all, he can only come one time in history. And that's at the end of the world. Now I'll tell you why I know this. Because I done studied alchemy to know this. And you can quote me on this. When the true manifestation of Christ comes, the physical earth would cease to be. For the mere fact that we got a physical earth, whatever teachers or whatever couldn't have been the true Christ. The Hebrews knew this. The Hebrews said, wait a minute, hold on. We get our origin in Egypt. And the Egyptians knew like everything else. Horus comes. And Horus comes to kill.
To kill?
To kill.
Oh, Horus comes to kill.
Kill. The true Christ never taught love. That's some Roman bullshit to keep a people docile. All you got to do is just take my word for it. You go and study you can go to Greek and study Hercules. That's the Greek Horus or Apollo. But you can study Horus or Heru. You can find out something about Heru. I'm going to tell you what this is. You won't find no text in Egypt where Heru is talking about love. Heru does one thing and one thing only.
Avenge his father.
He kicks ass. That's all he does. He kills motherfuckers. That's it. That's what he does. The Greek version is Hercules, which is the same story, because he don't do but one thing. From the time he born till the time he die, he kills everything in sight. Cleaning house. So the Hebrews knew. They knew that when they was talking about a person coming by talking about all this love and all this kind of thing, they said the true Christ coming back to kill the world. You see what I'm saying? Get the house in order. He's the God of Ecclesiastes with the blood on the sword. He's the God of Revelation. They had blood dripping from them.
So
but the Romans came in
on the end of time.
The end of time. That's the only time the true Christ can manifest on the earth. Otherwise, we are all a race of Christ, Christos anointed one. We all have melanin. But the Christ that we're talking about here is this seed that I was telling you. Now they have isolated this thing. They can tell you this stuff in science. In astrophysics, they say there's a seed that is the only thing that is not it's the only thing that's in this universe that's not of this universe. It's from the outside known universe. And when that seed manifests itself, it will explode everything on this planet and destroy the universe, and we'll go back to the original existence. If any man came saying he was the Christ, he couldn't have been the real one. That's why the Hebrews to this day, whether even the converted ones, but they copied the original black ones, never bear witness to the Christ. And the Arabs over there is like, that's bullshit. The Egyptians, that's bullshit. That's Rome and that's Paul and them. Because what Paul and them was trying to do was trying to get the monopoly on the Christ that everybody in the world had. You see what I'm saying? And the Romans say if we can get the monopoly on this Christ, we can rule the world with this thing. You see what I'm saying? So they literally tried to corner the market on the Christ that was all around the world. It is irrational for a Japanese man to worship a Jewish savior. It is irrational for a blue-black African to worship a white man. Just as it's irrational for an Eskimo to worship a black man, where everybody in their mythology got the same Christ. But the Romans came in because they wanted to dominate the world. And they tried to get the monopoly on the Christ by saying that this is the only true Son of God. And basically this person just comes up and tell you to do all this love and all this crazy thing. But guess what? The text came up in 1945. The true Christ, the one that comes from the Coptic Horus. He don't say none of that shit. In the Gospel of Thomas, it was like, which is when they got out of the library, they took out a Conference of Nicaea. It's found in these in this text. In the Gospel of Thomas, he says, they say, Christ, tell us what kind of diet you want us to go on. He said, don't lie. Why do what you hate? Blessed is the man who eats the lion. Then the lion becomes a part of the man. Cursed is the man to get eaten by the lion, and a man becomes a part of the lion. He goes on, they say, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, you'll know the end when you know the beginning. Shit, you done lost the knowledge to the beginning. They say, well, then they said, they told about, tell about the end. He said, you know the end if you know the beginning. They said, tell us about the kingdom of heaven. He said, heaven is all around you, but you drunk, you can't see it because you're looking for these two eyes, and you ain't looking with the spiritual eye. This person in here is a straight up revolutionary. A no-holds-barred person that don't even deal with the crazy stuff. You see what I'm saying? So clearly the text that they dug up in 1945 that dates back to Coptic Egypt and only in the Metanetta is a totally different thing. And that's the original one before the Romans stole it and turned it into the New Testament. But don't get me wrong, the New Testament got all the stuff in it. It's just that for the first time you can't go by page for page, but you can go into the pages and find the same stuff. That's the difference. The Bible is still a viable thing. You just can't go by from A to Z, but you can go into the pages and it's all there. That's the difference.
You know how to interpret.
Yeah, that's the difference. You can't go by the basic theology that's drawn up from the Freedmen's Bureau, which is the way they was going to teach slaves. And that's what we still on now. Same old good old time religion is good enough for me. You can't go by that anymore. You have to go into the book. That's what Elijah Muhammad said. And that's the difference. It's all there. Now let me show you the real mystery of the book to make the book come alive. Take the book. Take some old deity that you're supposed to follow. Take him out and put yourself in the role of the Christ. And that's what the book is originally for. It's a guidebook for your soul, which is the Christ.
Yes.
So the person that they're talking about in there is you. Old body, new body. Old Testament, New Testament. If you take the book, just as I have done great works, greater works ye shall do. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods, and the scriptures cannot be broken? John chapter 10, verse 34, 36. So it means you're supposed to take the book as an esoteric book. And everywhere you see Jesus or the Christ, you identify that as your soul. Then the book comes alive. It's just when you start following it and thinking some cracker coming back or some black man coming back. Black man come back saying, I'm the Christ. I say, okay, good. You take these bullets. Now you take these bullets and you take them and don't be on that floor. Then maybe you have a chance. I might follow you. But the esoteric teaching was a mystery system book, just like the Book of the Dead, which is a passage to the soul, and you are the Christ in it. So it's a role-playing book where you get through the journey. You go on a journey, and at the end of the journey, you become illuminated. That's the real message, and that's the difference between the Egyptian one and the other one. At this time, it's a scapegoat thing. They tell you to worship somebody instead of you becoming the God.
Yourself.
And that's the difference between it.
Now, can you remember what I cut you off from? You were in a continuation. If you don't, I ask you another question.
I remember. In so many words, what I was saying was, based on all of the ancient ones, they all talk about a story of the gods before this God. The God of the day or the God of the living means that in actuality, the God of these two eyes, which is a cheat, he creates this illusion around you, which is a hologram. The God of the dead is inside of you. Where's the God that died? Jesus died on the cross. Where's the cross? If you stand up and put your arms out like this, that's the cross. You get it? Now where's Christ? Christ is on the inside of you, which is the third eye, on the cross. That's the cross that Jesus died on. That means that your soul is on the inside. It died long ago when you fell into the physical realm, and it will be resurrected again through the Kundalini energy. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what this thing is talking about. That's what this thing is talking about. You see what I'm saying? You know. So yeah. So give me some more questions.
You know, I want to deal a little bit with this black Greek. I had that picture there. I want to use it.
Yeah. You got it on you?
I have it. Do I insert it in? But you said the Etruscans.
The Etruscans.
Etruscans.
Let me go through a little bit of history of that.
Were,
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Let me go through a little bit of history of that. Before I get to that, let me explain something else. The oldest system of worship in the world is called Typhonianism. That's why you ain't heard about it. So you got all these other people talking about the oldest stuff, but the real stuff you ain't heard about. It's called Typhonianism, Ophidianism, and Draconianism. You heard the word? You figure there ain't no word, but the white boy tell you your ideas are a little draconian. Well, if it's a word that don't exist, why is he using it in his doggone dictionary? And this is the cult of the dragon. The dragon is in the constellation of Draco. The cult of, and that's the form of the Great Mother. All the other goddesses, the Great Mother, take it from this one Great Mother. But she has a son. It's the mother and the son, and that son is Sirius, the star system Sirius, are known as Soot. Now it's interesting, we had this draconian and Typhonian stuff up until 1907. See, Gerald Massey, when he went into the British Museum, he translated a lot of this stuff, and you can get all this in his works. But after 1907, after he translated Book of the Beginning, 1881, and then Natural Genesis, 1888, and then finally in 1907, he does Ancient Egypt, Light of the World. All this Typhonian stuff disappears. They lock it down, and only people who've been have access to it is your secret societies. And they go to Nubia, where's a lot of this Typhonian stuff, and they cover over 200 temples at the Aswan Dam, which had this Typhonian stuff in it, as well as they found Hebrew letters all over them temples. So it was the vested interests of the Jews to cover it up because it would show the African origin of the Hebrew. 200 temples.
Yes.
And you know the white man don't. Yeah, you know the white man don't cover up nothing. So you know it had to be some real serious shit for him to cover up 200 temples. And they digging in Egypt this day, and they got 200 temples up under the Aswan Dam, up under the river. See what I'm saying? That was Typhonian stuff. Now the Typhonian stuff of the Great Mother and the child developed, matured, and decline even before the first monumental phase of Egypt, where the big buildings of the dynastic Egypt. The dynastic group came in, which is your Ra worshippers and Osiris, and they replaced it, the Typhonian, and they wiped it from the monuments. And Osiris takes on the attribute of soot, and Set becomes his nemesis, or he becomes his enemy. But Set is the oldest god in the world, and Typhonian's attributes before it comes Osiris attributes before there was Osiris used to belong to Set. All this is in Jeremiah's Ancient Egypt, Light of the World, as well as Albert Churchward's Evolution, Origins of Christianity, Evolution, Origins of Religion. So Set is the oldest primordial deity of all time, which is the star Sirius also. But Osiris becomes the star Sirius too, as well as all the other Egyptian deities. So one priesthood overtakes the other priesthood. So that priesthood, Apep, is the great dragon also. Apep was replaced by Ra. So the Typhonians at this time travel up into Mesopotamia and find Babylonia, Samaria, Chaldea, and on into Greece as the Etruscans. But they were the
time period we're talking about.
Oh man, we're talking about the Typhonians were basically your pre-dynastic time period, so it's before 3000 BC, that roughly. Well, Manetho says that there's 500 pharaohs in the dynastic period, which is 3,000 years, and there's 800 in the pre-dynastic, which was 5,000 years, and roughly he said we're talking about about 8,000 years. The pre-dynastic is the Typhonian. It's the Typhonian.
Pre-dynastic. Yeah.
It's the pre-dynastic. So they travel up into Mesopotamia and all that, but they also, from Mesopotamia, they become the Phoenicians.
Now these are still all black people right now.
Ain't nothing never was nothing but black. These are the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians travel into Rome, because the Phoenicians becomes Etruria, and Etruria becomes the Etruscans, or the Trojans. You know, the Greek went to war with the Trojans. That's the later day Indo-Europeans going to war with the Trojans and wiped out those Etruscans. But the Etruscans find Rome and Greece, which I showed a picture. And they find Rome and Greece and establish the Greek language and the Latin language. And the first Greek mythology, Zeus and Apollo and Hercules, is a black mythology. It's just as valid. Now, Greek philosophy was stolen from Egypt years later. So don't mix up the time cycle. Greek mythology is black. Greek philosophy is plagiarized Egyptian philosophy. So don't do the time cycle. When I talk about Hercules and Zeus and Apollo and Perseus, that's black. It's not later. It's just the Phoenicians' religion of the Typhonian stuff. So you say, well, what did the Phoenicians or the Etruscans worship? They had the religion of the whole Olympian deities of Greece, which the later Indo-Europeans come in and wipe them out and then take their shit. You see what I'm saying?
Now this time period would have been around, when the Indo-Europeans come in, would be around 800.
It would be closer to the time. It would be maybe a couple of hundred years closer to the time that Greece comes into world history as this white 2000 BC.
That would be around 500 BC.
Yeah, whatever the time thing is, like that and all. So it's no different than, everywhere you go, you got your Dravidians. It's the same story. You got your Dravidians, Indus Kush in India, and then the Indus Valley, and then what happens? The Indo-Europeans come in, and because India is a big place, they don't wipe out all of them. But you have, further to the north, you get a lighter type of Indian. It's a caste system going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The Greeks never were all white.
I can see.
As a matter of fact, when you see the Greeks now, they got nappy hair.
Yeah, I can see that.
And if they got damn nappy hair in damn 99, then you know 2,000 years ago they had to be all black. So we still talking about primarily a black culture, even with the influx of the Indo-Europeans. You see what I'm saying? They never were always. That's why Charles Finch say when the Greek has the Greece and the ancient Greek, when they did the survey, had a heavy sickle cell trait. So that means they had to be black. See the difference? And that's the difference on that. You see what I'm saying? So that the Etruscans is that particular group of people, which the picture shows. I got the picture. I can run in and get it if you want.
No, add it in.
Add it in. Yeah, you got it. Okay.
I got that.
Yeah. So, yeah. So that's what that is.
Okay, that's marvelous. If we look at then when the Egyptians, or when the Africans finally lose power, what was it within that culture that
I'll tell you what it means. Unfortunately, and fortunately, we're connected with nature. And nature goes on a series of cycles. And everything in nature, the force deteriorates and then regenerate. The problem why we got a problem with this is because still in our mind we got the Judeo-Christian mentality that the earth started 6,000 years ago. So therefore we figured at the time when Egypt came was relatively a short time. Let's put it this way. When the monumental Egypt that you know of as dynastic Egypt comes into play, it's over for the Egyptians. Listen what I'm telling you. When dynastic Egypt, of what you know of with Egypt as the civilization that you so much love, that was the lowest point for the damn Africans. Although this is the highest thing, the civilization that the white man can't even get to, that's the lowest point for us.
Well, why do you say that? Because wasn't it then when they built the pyramids?
Yeah, no, they built the pyramids
before that.
Way before then. You see what I'm saying? They built the pyramids and the Sphinx at the same time. Now the Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. John Anthony West breaks that shit in the 70s. The pyramid and the Sphinx is one complex. They didn't build one after the other. The Sphinx is carbon dated 90,000 years. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about something older than that.
Yeah.
And that was built by the Typhonians, the pre-dynastic ones. I told you that the Typhonians developed, matured, and declined long before the first monumental phase of what you know of as modern Egypt, or what you know of as the Egypt that we all study, which is dynastic Egypt, or Hemmitt. When dynastic Hemmitt comes, it's over. We're literally talking about, well, even if we go by Manetho and he was conservative, he was just giving the Greeks something just to wet their tongue. They say ultimately you don't never tell a person your original origin because they can dictate how far you can go. Manetho said that basically we had 8,000 years. Then they asked Manetho, the high priest, well, who used to rule before then? He said, oh, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. The Afrocentric community at that particular time, somebody else quoted that, but what they didn't realize is the gods that used to rule, that Manetho talked about before 8,000 years, guess who they were? Guess who those gods were?
Before Manetho?
No, the gods that used to rule, he said that there was roughly 8,000 years between pre-dynastic and dynastic. They asked him, who used to rule before 8,000 years? He said, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Who the hell do you think the God was? It was the same damn people.
Yeah.
Now let me explain what it is.
Yes.
They got a debate going on between the evolutionists and the Christians. The Christians say the earth is only 6,000 years. The evolutionists say the shit is older than that.
Yeah.
Both of them are partially right. The Christians can back their shit up a little bit because the physical is about 8,000 years or something. But the evolutionists saying, no, we even got things that's even older than that. This thing is about 13 billion years old. As the USA Today came out and said, well, we calculated the origin of the universe at about 13 billion years old. But I happen to know, based on the Dogon and even the Greek thing, that the earth was in the beginning before the universe was even founded. But I'll get back to that in a few minutes. I'm trying to hone in on what I'm trying to find out is how did a whole bunch of gods used to rule. Both of the evolutionists and the religionists are almost right, but they are not occultists or esoteric studies, so they don't understand the true history. You see, when the gods used to rule, you must understand that the earth was always here. It just wasn't always on the physical realm. It was always here, but as a gradual decline, it became physical. So when the gods used to rule, that was when the earth was not necessarily physical. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now Rudolf Steiner says that at one time the original world was a spiritual world.
Mm-hmm.
And basically the vibration slowed down. And as it slowed down, the composites came together, the elements came together, and as slow vibration, they came together and became more dense. And our bodies became more dense. Our bodies became more dense. At one time, the spiritual world was just as visible as the physical, but the physical at that time was almost invisible. It was a little faint dim. As the vibration slowed down, the physical world became more vivid and more visual, and the spiritual world became invisible. You see what I'm saying? So, those particular times are during the times of the Lemuria. They got several names: Hyperborea, Terra, Alkemoria, Atlantis, Mu, all of that.
Yeah.
They were semi-physical times. You see. And we used to use, when you asked the question, that we used to use, how we used to use all of this, we had the full function of all our energies, the chakras, the third eye, the kundalini, and all that. After we had the full function. After we came into the physical, we still had the full function. But the ancients understood one thing, that they had a race before time. They had a race against time. They knew that one day that these particular spiritual records that is in our DNA would shut down and would go offline because as time went on, we started deteriorating where it become more dormant. So what they had to do, they had a race between time. That's what they built Egypt for. They built Hemmitt to record as much records as they could before this shit shut down and before our senses shut down and we just become dumbfounded. Now, all this stuff comes together. Because I often wonder if the Africans was just as advanced as the Egyptians. You have to often wonder this, why didn't the other Africans build the same type of society?
Right.
With all the large monuments.
Yes.
The Africans didn't need to build a society because they were very advanced. They had all that shit was in their head. It's just that they sent an expedition during the time of Atlantis at one part of the earth, mainly the center part, to build all the monuments so they can have when all this shit shut down. When this stuff start going dormant.
So in the center part of Africa,
they built the monuments so that they could have the monuments of records of all the knowledge they knew once this knowledge starts to shut down because they had become more and more dense into the physical.
All right. Now, see, we were talking on the wind. I want you to throw that in there because you were saying that is why all the stuff is spiritual. You don't see economic system and so forth. So explain that, because what you're saying is very heavy. They had seen.
I documented that the thrice great Hermes Hermetica by Copenhagen, Walter Scott, and G.R.S. Mead, as well as the new Nag Hammadi Library, which is the book called the Nag Hammadi Library that they dug up in 1945. That prophecy in there about you will be in a land and the white man will be better than you and you'll be treated as a common criminal. That prophecy is also in the one they dug up in 1945. So we do know that we can trace it back almost 5,000 years that they knew that one day they was going to go into slavery. Mm-hmm. If we know that you got 5,000 years to prepare for something that's going to happen, you got a long time to prepare. And they did prepare because they had the advanced knowledge to know the future. Now, and we have the documentation. Mm-hmm. And I just gave you some. There's tons of it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They did prepare. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Even in India, they say one day the man will eat the sacred cow. Mm-hmm. They have a document over there. But they did prepare. So now, here we are in 1999.
So pyramids and all of these, the Valley of the Kings, the tombs and everything, all of this is a part of that preparation.
All that. All your temples, all the papyruses. Then they gave it out to the world. They gave the Greeks some, they gave the Romans some, they gave it all to the world. See, they knew that later on that the white man would come. If he didn't have no knowledge, we would never get the knowledge back. Now let me explain something. Let me go in this thing here. If they prepared, when we look back in 1999, why, if they prepared a way for us to get out of this, why we don't see no economic blueprint on how to get out of this, how to start businesses and all this stuff that we want so bad, why we don't see no physical weapon war between how to build new guns to kill the cracker, why is it that the only thing, if they had 5,000 years to prepare, why is it the only stuff that we get out of that is religious stuff?
Yes. Gotta have something to do with our
because the basic premise of the Osiris is he's a caterpillar, then he goes into the cocoon, then he comes out a butterfly. The cocoon stage is what we have been shut down and been living in all these years. Now, you don't come out of a damn cocoon to go back to a damn caterpillar. So the whole Afrocentric community is off. We're not supposed to go back to Egypt and be Egyptians. Been there, done that. You coming out of cocoon to be something, a metamorphosis into a new creature. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. The alien is us in our new form. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So they were only concerned with the soul and what the soul was going to go through in the next paradigm shift, because we had been on the earth for thousands of years doing the human thing. And that existence was over. So we gave it to the damn white boy. We gave it to the damn white boy. That's why he was the last to rule. We knew he was going to be the most destructive. That's why we gave it to him in the last couple of years. So you got to know this one thing about history. Now just listen to me what I'm saying. The white boy has really only been ruling for a little over 90 years.
That's true.
First of all, he didn't rule Africa until the late 1800s.
Correct.
He had the slaves, but he took Africa in the late 1800s. See what I'm coming from? Mm-hmm. He was warned against his own damn self for 700 or 800 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He only became a world power
Mm-hmm.
to dominate the entire world this century.
Mm-hmm.
In latter part of last century with the British Empire.
Mm-hmm.
So that means he's only had roughly about close to 100 years ruling. And for compared to what we have been ruling, that's almost like an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So you just got to look at the bigger picture of things. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Everything is under control. He might run around this motherfucker, but he don't run this shit.
Mm-hmm.
We run this shit. He might run his little ass around this shit. The white boy might run his little ass around here, but we run this motherfucker. It's just that the African has been convinced, or the ancient one has been convinced, that he doesn't, only in his damn mind. Why is that? Because in the course of us getting hit in the head as slaves, we come out wanting the same little old material mess that he wants, which is nothing. Trinkets.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know it doesn't have any value.
Mm-hmm.
He got to keep reinventing stuff new. And the Kabbalah says that the true ones, they say the intruder will come. Now what's an intruder? An intruder is a person that wasn't there in the beginning, that is there now, that's ruling over the original people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And the Kabbalah says, A.E. Waite's Holy Kabbalah says, and the intruder, he rules because he causes luxury.
Mm.
And he rules through his luxury. He's a chameleon. Keep changing the fashion, keep changing the technology, and you keep running after the shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He causes luxury, material possessions. So he really ain't the king of nothing. So they say the empire changes of the earth, but it only changes the outer appearance. He's the Lord of illusion. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
He's the Lord of illusion. So in any way, what we're talking about here is why they only came with religious material. Because the religious material tells you in actuality we are hard-headed. We are looking to build a civilization to match his, and he has civilized barbarism. What we need a bunch of black capitalists for? We have been there, done that. We're trying to get to the next plateau. And that's the problem. What we do, we claim we so damn religious and we believe in Jesus and all that type of shit here. But it's like the old saying, everybody want to get to heaven, nobody wants to die.
Mm-hmm.
We want what we want, and we want to be equal to the white man and not equal to our own God self. You see. So I asked this question. Did the Egyptians leave a blueprint behind if they had 5,000 years to prepare on economic freedom? No, they left spiritual stuff, and the spiritual stuff talk about metamorphosis. Osiris rising to the Heru, and the Heru is the higher realm. You see. Got any more questions?
My brother, I think we've been thorough.
You see, I can go some more now.
Hey.
How do you say yeah?
What? You know, whatever you feel the people need to hear. But these tapes, I'm going to put out right away because I think they need to be put out right away. Mm-hmm. Because the information and the knowledge is critical for this time. Like the other tape I held.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I'm still holding because I kept saying that, when...
It's on?
Yes, it's rolling.
What we need to do is also, too, is we have been programmed to think a certain way. Mm-hmm. And I've been coming to New York for the longest now, and basically from LIB to BLS, and basically we say the same thing over and over and over again, but we don't push the mind to think of those things that in actuality that is your fears. And that's the real initiation. So I talk about the dark side, but they said ISIS Aset says, no one has lifted my veil. What does she mean by that? She said, you didn't lift the veil and all because you are so scared of some stuff. And my goodness, after all we have gone through, we don't have no reason being scared of no devil or whatever. I figure hell got to be a resort area in a damn jacuzzi compared to this bullshit. Mm-hmm. But then again, when you study the Greek word hyo and the Hebrew word, the Christian word hell, and the Hebrew word hail, it means physical earth. Helix or hell means the physical earth. The other word, the word Hebrew word comes from the word also the word Sheol, and the word Sheol is the word shell. And the shell, from shell you get hell, is the physical body. Mm-hmm. We live in hell, which means you're trapped in the physical body. Mm-hmm. So all of this particular mythology that we're talking about, where we are scared of a damn devil as the scapegoat to blame everything on. You see what I'm saying? Keeps us trapped. Our own fears.
But if this white boy don't have a soul, what would happen to him?
Good question you asked. So you done got me into another realm, and it's a good question you asked. I'm glad you said this. It'll be good to end with. What we live in is called a matrix. Mm-hmm. It's a series of emanations and electromagnetic pulses that does not exist. It's an illusion. We used to be the gods of the universe before our children took over. Our children, when they took over and they trapped us into the physical realm finally, they put the brain on us, and the brain gives you the illusion that this is all real. It's only the wiring of the brain that's telling you this. It does not exist. In the context of that, although the script is that we created the white boy, in the context of whatever we did down here, the white boy, by him not having a soul, which means he is not real, he's only a part of this particular realm, of this particular matrix. And the white boy, in actuality, this is the key, he does not exist.
He sure was kicking a lot of ass.
He's sure like kicking a lot of ass. When we went to, when my girl,
you can't tell nobody that he enslaved that he didn't exist.
Let me show you something about slavery. See, even when you go even deeper into it, and this is one thing you must understand, when you go deeper into it, slavery was a part of the process. It said, out of Egypt I will call my son. Mm-hmm. In alchemy, which is the highest form of the Egyptian mystery, is called the royal art. And the royal art was alchemy, the learning of the soul and melody. Intersection of alchemy, the ultimate goal of alchemy is to take something original and make something new out of it. It's called illumination through putrefaction, where you take something from one stage, take it to its lowest the common denominator, which is a form of defecation, or whatever they call it, a putrefaction, a rot, and you make something new into it, a new specimen. In actuality, the slave took an African and made a new entity out of it, whereas whether you like it or not, you believe this or not, I'll tell you the truth. In the 20th century, from 1865, you say what the fuck you want, and them damn Africans can say what the fuck you want. We were the pinnacle that all the other African nations followed.
You mean African American?
The Africans in America. We are the most unique brand of Negro there is. And no matter how much they claim that we are savages and inferior that the white man put in their head, they follow us. And they follow us, and we are unique because we have gone through a process that makes us like nobody else. You see what I'm saying? We're unlike anybody else. We're even unlike the Caribbeans. They still have a connection to Africa. You see it even in the talk and even in everything about them. Still have African overtones to it. Because they was in a tropical land. We are the only people that have been made new. And whether you like it or not, we have produced the most innovative inventions, genius, and intellectual ability that's unmatched. You figure they talk about a Diop, well hell, got a damn Diop on every fucking corner. Now I'm not taking nothing from the African, and I'm not taking nothing from the people of the diaspora. But what I'm trying to say is, we have been at the forefront of running this stuff. That's just history. Because there's something in us in a transformation that we have gone through. No matter how damn degenerated we might look today walking around the ghettos or whatever. There's something in us that's unique. That puts us closer to the ancient Egyptians than the damn Africans. That's why we connected back with it. And this was prophesized.
Hook that up with that Mellon study where they find a new...
Exactly. Good you said that. Good question. This point that I'm talking about here is illumination through putrefaction. Anybody knows if you go blind, your hearing becomes better. You go deaf, your sight becomes better. We were therefore brain dead in the United States, which means that we were not functioning on our maximum brain level. But when that happens, the genius kicks in. You see, you're going to find out that we have two heads. One is the brain, which is a holographic brain. This only represents the five senses of appearances and awareness. But there is appearances. The other brain is the pineal brain. And the third eye. As long as the physical brain, the one we have that we rely on every day, was functioning on a high level, the pineal brain at this particular time had gotten to a point that it was dormant. Only some people get a twinge of use from it.
That's right.
Now, as a result, because other aspects of us are shutting down and deteriorating, because we're not at the best thing that we were even after slavery. The other brain, just like the sight that would come on when the ears go, is now coming into focus. So because of the activity of the brain is shutting down at a rapid pace with black people in a racial senility, the other brain is going to override it. And that particular brain is the Godhead. So in order for the Godhead to come in, you have to tear down the old to make ready for the new. So you must understand the way science goes. If you have a light, the light of creation, that light is going to the maximum of what it can be. In order for you to get a new light, you have to have a degeneration of that creation. Once that creation act is created, in order for you to get a new paradigm or a new aspect of that, you have to degenerate or deteriorate to come back even greater than the light that you had before. You see what I'm saying? To come back to even greater than the light you come before. So, the light that we have now, what they call the New Jerusalem, never to fall again, or the new what you call it. To get to that new plateau, you had to go to the deepest, darkest decay. And from that decay, the new light comes on. So the other brain is up under here, which has been helping us out through the years, but it's now ready to come online fully. And anything that you know, if you wanted to build a brand new building, then you already got a building in that spot. You got to get the big old ball and chain, or you got to get some stuff they call implosion, where they blow it up by using the force of the building, centrifugal force. Well, that's what's happening with us. We're being imploded from the inside out. You see what I'm saying? So now, to understand this on a scientific terminology,
Correct.
we have more than one double helix structure of DNA. We have several structures, but they have been dormant because we've been in the physical body so long. Now, because we arise, and what is happening is a sister from Detroit that is good friends with Richard King, and she was telling me that she works in the hospital, and the white boys are studying the black DNA, and every day they find new amino acids popping up on it. And those amino acids are nothing but those new DNA strands coming online. Meanwhile, out in space, which is a reflection from some shit that's going on the inside of us, at the Orion Nebula, they're finding all these clusters of stars being born. And planets. But what they're not telling you is that stuff up there is called a holographic universe or the petty universe. It's only a reflection of what's going on the inside of us. So just as those clusters of stars is being born in the several nebulas in the Orion Nebula, there's energies being born in us and coming online. And that's those particular worlds that's coming online. They've done studies, even the book, Mark Balfour's book, The Sign of the Serpent. And it's back as a conference in 1986 with black people. No, with white people that had this conference. And they concluded that the old Kundalini energy of the serpent that was lying dormant for thousands of years is now on the rise, as well as 1986. So you can imagine the way it was then. Now, so as a result, when I was telling you about the projects and all that stuff, and they had to exterminate some people, with this Kundalini energy that was rising, they had to kill off a great deal of people because there is some truth to natural selection. The weaker, the stronger kill off the weak. They wouldn't have been able to take our energy. So in order to even live on the planet as they are now, by 95, they would have been dead if they hadn't. But don't worry about it, though. It's inevitable anyway.
So the white boy is trying to kill us off before we...
Well, now, actuality, he realizes that he can't kill us off and live on the planet.
But he's trying to control our population.
He's trying to control the population for the simple doggone fact that too much of us on the planet, that energy will kill it because of the energy that's rising within us. Because it's just like any other species that kills off the natural. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now let me tell you another thing about the white boy that a lot of people don't understand. The European is not racist to you based on he's taught racist. The European is racist to you because he can't take your energy.
I believe that.
There's a certain energy that we have in us, and when it crosses his streams, he can't take the energy, and it comes out as racism.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that.
Now let me explain how this energy is. Based on the science that we get, the white boy is a cross species of different animals plus some human DNA. And the human DNA is what gives him 2 arms, legs, hands, eyes, and all that. Although he don't look like you. But he has several, ape, some pig, you see the white skin, some other stuff. His hair is even fur. So all the black women putting perm in their hair don't realize that ain't nothing but fur. Nobody got, the only animals that's got hair like us is revered as Christ animals, the lamb and all that type of stuff. But him, he has fur, and all the animals has hair like him. But the point I'm trying to make is this here. Now listen to this science here on how this particular racism works based on the energy. If you go into the forest, or you go to the forest, or you go to the jungle, the most strongest animal in the world, everybody will tell you that those animals are scared of you more than you are scared of it. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You go, that bear is scared of you. That's what makes him attack. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's why they say stand real still and all. If he don't feel threatened, he won't attack. The animals only are threatened if they attack. You understand where I'm coming from? Mm-hmm. So this is the point I'm trying to make here. Since he's made up of animal DNA, the European, when he comes in contact with a human, that xenophobic fear automatically comes out, just like the bear does in the doggone forest, because he's got latent animal DNA. So therefore, just like the animals fear the humans, he fears the humans too, and we just so happen to be the humans. You see, we just so happen to be the humans. Mm-hmm. You see, so he fears us too on that particular level. Mm-hmm. You see, and on that particular level. Another thing about this Viagra is, by the time most white boys, by the time they get 30, it's over with them sexually.
I didn't know that.
See, they tell you that the white boys. They used to say it was for everybody, but it wasn't for everybody. It was for white people. The white man's sexual nature peaks at 19, and it's downhill from 19. You see what I'm saying? That's because you're gonna find out that what makes you sexual virile is the connection between the penis and the pineal area and the brain. Because it's calcified, he is incompetent also. So that's what they needed, the Viagra, to offset this thing, and that's one reason why the white girls was flocking to the black men in mass too. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, because he can't perform sexually, and even if he does get it up, he's so inadequate down there until there's a certain rhythm that the black man has that to a black woman is just normal. It's just normal sex, but to a white person they can tell the difference that the white boy don't have. Mm-hmm. You see, that the white boy don't have. So that's what they need the whole Viagra thing for, to doggone try to bridge the gap, which is melanin. You see what I'm saying? Which is doggone melanin is what this particular thing is. You know. So man, I'm telling you, as much as we may seem that we're not on it, we are really on it. You just have to look at the greater picture. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You have to look at the greater picture. Mm-hmm. And too much we are dealing off of raw emotions. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You see, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm still on. We're
dealing with raw emotions, so therefore we don't try to look at the bigger picture on the way things are and why they are the way they are. We are in this position and all because this position was just the weeding out station to make us better before we get to the other realm. And what I mean by that is, there's a quote in the Kabbalah says that God, if you want to believe in it, what you call, but it's still a good quote, because it's also talking about the higher God in us. It said God put pain and suffering on the people that it loves. It says so that they can use up everything in this world so that they can inherit the world to come. It is in the ones that he don't love that he let life go by. That he let life goes by with ease. You see what I'm saying? No. With ease. So that they can have the best of everything in this world, so there won't be nothing left for them in the next world. You see what I'm saying? And basically we were just in a period of a sleep. Now the Gnostic text says that in the last days man will be against man, woman will be against woman, woman will be against man, man will be against woman. Wrath, torture, murder, mayhem, and all that. But it also goes and says, what these people don't understand is these people are dreaming dreams. And they need to wake up. And this is not a metaphor. Literally, this is an illusion. You see what I'm saying? But it's only programmed, again, through your subconscious. And our subconscious has always dictated us by somebody programming and telling us what reality really is. And what is reality? Reality is only what you told yourself it was.
My brother, Mr. Hemmitt, Bobby, good brother, I'm going to let you retire for the night. I want you to do one thing, though. I don't have a release for you to sign, and we do some TV. So I'll need you to give me a release verbally on camera, and that'll suffice.
So you'll do what, the cable show?
We do cable, yeah. I may run this on the cable program also.
Oh.
I probably will run this on cable.
Yeah. Whatever. That's the release. You're welcome to do it. It's time.
All right. And so you give me also release to market and everything.
Yeah.
All right.
Marvelous. That's right.
Okay, my brother. Thank you.
You got to give me my tape.
Oh, yeah. You're going to get that. I'm going to set it right on the camera. You're
All
going
right.
to get his tape.
Soon. You see, in the Etruscans was a matriarchal culture. Huh? So even that, you see, it's a black culture. Right. So the Romans, so now I want to get this straight now. So what we see as central Greek stuff was intentionally given to the Greeks by the Egyptian priests by translating the stuff into Greek and also into Latin. Then the Romans came in, which was a culture that the original Romans were black people, and pretty much like Dr. Asa Hilliard said, and a lot of these scholars, if we was to transport ourselves back to ancient Rome, just like if you go downtown Manhattan, you would see most of the people you would see would be white. But if you go to Harlem, most of the people you see is black. Ancient Rome used to look like Harlem. Because the culture was so old and it had ruled for so, well, they had been a part of civilization so old, black people, Africans, until the central people that you would actually see would be a sea of blackness. Mm-hmm. So when you see these epic movies that they have, and you see one or two black people in the crowd of a whole sea of white people in Ben-Hur and all these types of Roman movies, Spartacus and different things like that, if you was to actually go back to that particular time, it would be groups of white people, patches of Europeans that migrated into a central black culture. Or you would have a group of people that came together as a Roman Senate and dominated and started ruling over a wide body of people. So it would be like South Africa. The masses of the people are black, but they got these rulers that migrated in. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But here go again, we looking at stuff in the modern mind, because I got pictures of Roman families, it's black. To this day, if you go to Rome, they got nappy hair. You see what I'm saying?
How then was the culture of the Romans so different from that of their predecessors if they were still black people, Egyptian people.
Okay,
the culture and
the culture. Now remember, some of this culture started. It wasn't the central people of the land that was running it. It was these usurpers, just like you would have in South Africa, that had come in. You see what I'm saying? That had come in and started imposing things. Now let me give you an example. They talk about Roman genius, and they did this, the bathhouses and the aqueducts and all of this kind of thing. They say basically the Romans benefited from when they would go into places in Africa and around the ancient world and take slaves, and those slaves would take their technology, they bring them back and they would use their technology to build Rome. So even from the buildings and from anything they did, it wasn't the actual Roman people that did this. This was the people that they colonized. Mm-hmm. You see, or extrapolated. And these geniuses around the ancient world would come in and build the Roman engineering. You see, the Romans didn't do nothing, but it was just a small body of people that didn't know how to do but one thing: kill people and have people being killed for recreation in the Colosseum. You see what I'm saying? But here's a people that knew how to acquiesce certain material that they had gotten from the ancient people. So, let me give you a classic story. A classic story was that they were dominating the Hebrew people, and at that time, Hebrew people were black people. Mm-hmm. The white Jew didn't come into the picture until Spain. He was converted into Judaism. So the ones that were nothing but were nothing but Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt, which is Upper Egypt, and Upper Egypt is Lower Egypt. You see what I'm saying? Right. So they called the bottom part of Egypt, going into Ethiopia, that was called Upper Egypt. The top part of Egypt they called Lower Egypt. Mm-hmm. The Lower Egyptians later on became your Hebrews. So we still talk about a branch of Egyptian family. Mm-hmm. Because even in Hebrew mythology or Hebrew lore, they say that Mizraim is Egypt, and that's one of the tribes of Egypt, mm-hmm. tribes of Israel. Mm-hmm. Then you get the word Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, or Al, because one of the names for Horus is Al. So Israel is Isis, Ra, and El, because Ra is also interchangeable as a form of Osiris, because Osiris is the hidden god. When you get the word Amen, Ra, Amen means hidden. Mm-hmm. So Isis, Ra, and El, son, Horus, Israel. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? What we're talking about, nothing, just other branches of our family. Whether it's Phoenician, whether it's all of this type of stuff, whether it's Sumerian, we talk about nothing that was not black. Everything was black. Mm-hmm. Now, in dealing with this, when the Romans is ruling over, they got ruling over Israel. Parts of Israel in Palestine, Jerusalem, what have you. At that time, in order for the people at that time, so they talked about the Roman Senate and the Greeks and the Romans was the birthplace of democracy. But all those are later concepts, and those are concepts that was given by the Senate. But the actual people of that land, if you didn't have a central religion or a central system of spirituality, the people would rebel. So what happened was they had these Hebrews in the area that had a proud tradition of whatever they was into based on their religion. Mm-hmm. So the Roman citizens is going, look, we favor them because these people have a central way of worship, a central way of life based on their religion or based on their system of spirituality. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. At that particular time, the Roman mythology of Romulus and Remus had fallen into disrepair because the Roman emperors was telling everybody that they were the gods. So you worship Caesar. So as a result, after a couple of 100 years, the actual central theme of mythology started falling into disrepair.
Okay.
And they knew that the Roman people would start to rebel. But then they started seeing the Roman people gravitating to around a new offspring of Hebrewism at that particular time, which was early Christianity, which is different from the Christianity that the Romans did. I'll tell you that in a minute. But they were going to, it was Gnosticism and the Hebrew thing, and the central people in the culture started looking at people outside of Rome as a central aspect of spirituality. And if Rome couldn't convince the people to follow Caesar, then the people would rebel and Rome would fall. So Rome said, look, we have to get a central religion. They say now, the Egyptians invested in Greece with all these texts. We took over Greece, so now we own all of the texts. So what they did was, they knew that some of the things that the early Christians and the early Hebrews was dealing with wasn't nothing but Egyptian mythology and Egyptian science anyway, and they owned all of those particular texts. And they got together with a series of conferences and put together what we call the Central Christianity now. The only thing was the Central Christianity had a deeper discipline that the Hebrews and those particular early Gnostics and stuff went by. And the Romans say, well, look, some of these things, like not eating pork, or not being able to drink, or certain things. And some of these disciplines, they say, well, look, we will put in the new religion to accommodate the Romans who was used to gluttony. You see, same thing happened in the period of when they was trying to get the European, after the Romans usurped the Christianity and tried to get the Europeans to follow Christianity. The Europeans said, well, look, we'll follow Christianity, but we got to take our festivals and our different practices. You got to incorporate them into Christianity. So all these winter solstice and these festivals later on became Christianity, Christmas, and some of these festivals that the Europeans had around that time, they just usurped them and put them into the Christian holidays, or made them into Christian holidays. But if you trace them back, if you trace them back, you will see that they were pagan in that particular way, which was some of these festivals.
Right.
So as a result, Rome had to make a central religion of the state, but they had to make a religion that can accommodate the masses of Rome. Just like now, it's easier to be a Christian than a Muslim, or either a Hebrew, or the Jewish thing later on. Why? Because Christianity, you get to do certain things. Mostly, basically, you can do the hell you want as long as you ask the Lord to forgive you.
Right.
You see, and that accommodates. That's why we ask the question, well, if you're only supposed to eat pork, why do Christians eat pork? Because they said that what the Romans, it goes all the way back to Rome, what the Romans did for the Roman citizens, and they said it was also the Pauline doctrines. You see, Paul was a Roman citizen. Paul was also an agent for Rome.
Right.
You see, so he fashioned a Christianity without the strict doctrines so that the Roman people could acquiesce it. You see what I'm saying? And that's what Central Christianity is about, is something that is designed for Roman consumption and later on European consumption.
Correct.
You see what I'm saying? European consumption. Because the African way of it, you start getting into ways of life. Certain things you don't create. And we see this when we see the Christianity. We even see this when we see Judaism, which is ancient, it's spin off of ancient Hebrew. It's just that we don't know what them Jews do, but they got all these strict rules and stuff. Well, stuff gotta be kosher. You see what I'm saying? We don't eat no shellfish. You see, so different things like that. But the Romans, they made it so, hey, it could be a party. We can go to the party with this. You see, now going back to
let me ask you though,
yeah.
when they were killing Christians,
right?
These were black people they were killing.
They were black people they was
Explain
killing,
that.
and these were the people that they was usurping their religion from.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? See, they was killing the ones. They said, no, it's just like this. They say, look, we trying to take this religion, but if we got some people that's got practices that's different than the Romans, we got to take them out if we gonna make this religion central and conducive to us. So the ones that they were killing was the original Christians. They're saying that the original Christianity don't even resemble the Christianity that we have now, because original Christianity was a spinoff from the Hebrew aspect, which had a lot of codes and laws. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So those sects that they were killing, it wasn't they were killing Romans, or they were killing people that had the same faith. No, they was trying to cover up the fact that there was groups of people that had another indigenous way of worshiping. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see, and they had to get rid of this because Paul, the Pauline doctrines had much more what you call a pseudo type of practices that the Roman people could get with. You got to realize we're talking about people that used to go to coliseums just to see black people getting killed. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, we talking about people like Caligula with all kind of perverted sex acts and stuff like that. And we talking about people where a central part of them was gay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if we gotta have a new religion, we're gonna have to have a new religion that can accommodate that gay stuff, and that later on became the Catholic Church.
Wow. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, the original Hebrews say if a man don't have no kids, may he rot. But all of a sudden now the doggone priest went from patriarchs of having 100 head of children and wives to you can't have no wife. And all that is some type of central way to accommodate homosexuality. Mm-hmm. That from the Greeks and the Romans, it was asexual. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You see, so a lot of these things, a lot of this stuff that we have coming down to us, but now you must understand this though. You must understand this. Now, if you look at history from, let's say, if you're out in space and you're looking at it as a central point, it might not be as tragic, but it's personal to us because we got the rough part of it. But if you try to look at how the world goes, and let me give you an example. The spirit world told us one time that the Bible had to come into existence of a lot of moral code or ethics for the Europeans coming up from the lethargy of barbarism. So they had to have a code book because they didn't have the type of rites of passages, whereas in Africa, you just didn't do things because you were raised in a society. It has rites and passages. This stuff is not heard of. You see? Mm-hmm. Whereas these people were coming out of barbarism and they didn't have the type of rites and passages. So they needed a book that they could go to the book and say, don't do this and don't do that. Mm-hmm. And later on that became the central part of the religion as a code of ethics. But in our honesty, that was a rites of passage for the Europeans. So in so many words, they needed that book. The Bible was central. Look what they did when they got the Bible and how they killed the world. Can you imagine that they didn't have that? You could just imagine when the Romans got out of pocket, threw away their religions. They don't deal with Zeus, which is Jupiter at the time. They don't deal with that. They did the point whereas the Senate and Caesar is God. And look what they could do just by not having a code of ethics. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Not having a code of ethics. So a lot of these things that went on, the reason why the Christianity had to come up out of that, it wasn't written for us. It wasn't for our history. It was for later day Europeans. Now, dealing with that, we have to understand this. Looking back to the ancient Egyptians. First of all, I want to say this about Rome. Rome had to come into being so that even the Africans could have a central experience of living with white people later on. So the Rome had to come in and be brutal, because even what's her name said it. Look, he said Hannibal's father. And Hannibal's father is called a Moor. Even Hannibal's father said, look, those people, the Romans, are people that coming in and you'll have to deal with them. But what he was trying to say here is that you're going to have this experience. And what I mean by that is this. To this day, black people are at a disadvantage of dealing with white people because the simple fact that we think that white people think like us, and they don't. You see, we think in a humane way, and we always make the mistake saying, well, this white man, he's gonna deal with this like I would deal with it. And we run up and butt, as they should say down south. Because the simple fact, we don't understand this man has a whole nother mindset. You see what I'm saying? He has a whole nother mindset. You see, our morality is not based on laws and code of ethics. Our morality is based on us being the original humans. Certain things we didn't do. You see what I'm saying? Because we were the blueprint of humanity. Right. We were humanity. So they were saying, look, there's going to be a whole lot of non-human activity. And when you say non-human, let's clear this up. Non-African activity. You see what I'm saying? It's going to hit the world. So Rome has to come into being to be this brutal mirror so that we can have some type of calculation on how to deal with these people. Let me explain what I'm talking about here. Let's say you got a whole bunch of wild animals. You got to put them in a cage, or you got to put them in an area. You got to see what eats this and what eats that, and experiment with them just to see how these people are going to be. You see. Now we know that the Egyptians already knew, because we got text, the text, this guy Alan H. Gardner, which was a great Egyptologist, wrote on these texts. It's a text in French called Abduction Extraordinaire. Never was translated into English, but it says that it talks about these people. He said these people that live in Europe with these mountains, that their way of communication is not a clear one because they're always grumbling. Because they were saying they even had to be taught how to talk, how to speak. Count Varney talked about that in Ruins of Empire. But in this Egyptian text, they said that these people are always grumbling. They have a reprehensible sex act, which means, whatever got a hold, it don't matter. They can even fuck animals. These are the Egyptian texts. They're over in France.
and stuff. I was able to lucky to own one of these because it was a book came out called Set, the God of Confusion by T.H. Valdy. It's in most libraries, it's in most college libraries, but it was never published as far as a book for central publication. It's mostly in college libraries and stuff like that. You know, the colleges got books that they never publish to the public. They only publish for the colleges. And this book, Set the God of Confusion, they actually have these texts from France in there. Where they talk about these people, you know, and they say these people do not announce the day of battle. So you have to understand what they're trying to say. They say these people here are unfair. You see, if you have a disagreement, you all going to come together and you're going to disagree, have the right to disagree. These people here will kill you without you even knowing that you had a problem with them, or they had a problem with you. So it goes into all what these texts are trying to say in the Egyptian terms. And these texts may be about 3,000-4,000 years old. And what they were trying to say, they was looking at the Europeans and all, you know what I'm saying? And they were saying, you know, these people, you know, these people are not, they were trying to tell the people, because these were in religious texts, don't look at these people and say that they got the same type of mindset that you have as a human mindset. This is something new that's coming to the earth. So by the time the Romans came, that's why Hannibal and them fathers say, you're going to have to deal with these people. But Hannibal went in and he kicked their ass. They say in one day battle, he killed 70,000. You see. And he kicked their behind, and they said but this is what he did to show you the mindset. Because the Europeans now looking at this said that he came all the way to the gates of Rome. And they said he turned around and went home. They wanted to know, they can't understand, these war generals studied him. And they wanted to know, they couldn't understand, why didn't you go in and take Rome? Like they would have done. If they come in for conquest, they're going to conquer it. You see what I'm saying? And they're going to be there for a couple of 100 years until they fall weak. So they're saying, why didn't you take Rome like they took the Indians or Native Americans over here? Or like they took the South Africa? Why didn't you come in? You had them beat. But what they didn't understand, and to this day, these European generals can't understand why he did his battle, he proved his point, and then he went the fuck home. They couldn't understand why he didn't use Rome as a weapon, as a situation of conquest. It's because that's not his nature. That wasn't his nature to conquer Rome. What he was trying to do was kick them in the ass so he could fortify Carthage for a few more years. You see. And so, you see, so it's a lot of things, which later on, so in so many words, Rome had to be, so that we could have the experience of what atrocities would come, you see what I'm saying, with later European cultures. Which leads us to the Egyptian priests again, because they did it twice. They say, we got to further this information to Greece and Rome. And then, during the time of Muhammad's invasion into Egypt, the Egyptian priests once again said, we have to take this information to Europe. Now why? They said after they closed the last temple, of Isis at Philae. For some reason, I don't know if it was spiritual, they said Europe went into a dark age. I think they went into a dark age because after Rome fell, you see what I'm saying? They never had this.
How did Rome fall?
Huh?
How did Rome fall?
Well, it deteriorated based on like anything else, from corruption. And Rome fell after its reputation was found out. Rome was weak for a couple of years, but they had killed so many people until they had a reputation. You don't mess with Rome. But remember, they said that the German Vandals, They were illiterate, so they didn't get the memo that these people wasn't nothing to fuck with. And they went up in there and kicked Rome ass. You see, so it deteriorated over the years based on corruption. And also they with Constantine, although they say didn't he kill his mother and his daughter or something like that? He turned it into a Christian country and stuff. You see what I'm saying? It was weakened for the simple fact that it meant that they couldn't, if they're going to do the army thing, they're going to have to do it in another fashion. They're going to have the Holy Roman Empire. But it's a Holy Roman Empire. So they got to hide behind the Pope when they do these conquests, but it's not going to be the same might of the Caesars. You see what I'm saying? They're just going to have to just rule in another way. In actuality, they never did fall. They just acquiesced Europe with the religion, so it became a religious domination. You see what I'm saying? A religious domination and stuff. The military failed, but they had a new way to rule. You see, the new way to rule is the same thing when we talked about the Queen of Prince Charles after he got his ass whipped over here, and they couldn't deal with guerrilla warfare. Where these rednecks was over here fighting. They said, no, you go over there, they're going to beat you 100 years. They said, just regroup and we will take over financially. And then we'll put, because of the finances, we'll put the heads of the government will be connected to the queen. And we'll rule that way, rule through secrecy. So, same thing happened with the Egyptian priests after Egypt fell. They said, well, look, when Muhammad was still living when the Arabs invaded Egypt. If there was a Muhammad, it could have just been a central priesthood. Because we know Bilal, come to find out, he was the one that wrote the Quran, because if there was a historical Muhammad, he couldn't read or write till the day he died in priesthood. It's just by the central surah he couldn't read of the star, where they mention Sirius in the Quran. You see, the moon, Tahuti, the cow, Hathor. You see, these different things that they did means that this was a part of a mystery system. You see, and in this particular case, it probably was an Ethiopian Cushite mystery system, because we know Arabia was a part of Cush. We know it had to be a Cushite mystery system based on the first 5 books of Moses. You see, it's not a Central Egyptian theme. It's just the third coming of Judeo-Christian. You see, but in that particular case, by that time of them, Ethiopia had usurped the whole Hebrew thing. In parts of Coptic Christianity. So we know who put this thing together. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't translated from Gabriel, but then again, Gabriel could have been a priesthood. But in so many words, after they came and dominated and took over Egypt, the Egyptian priest said, look, Islam is a new conquest tool. You see, to essentially bring Islam into play, they had to fight at Mecca and Medina. And it was a kick-ass machine. So they say this is the same kick-ass machine that conquered Egypt. So what we can do, these Egyptian priests, is we can go under the banner of Islam, take all these sacred texts, and go into Europe, and Islam will be a conquest thing, but the religion would be a mystery system. You see, so all these ancient Egyptian texts and all this ancient stuff that was translated, so here go again, here's another translation point. They took meta, they took Greek, they took Coptic, they took Latin. Remember now, the Egyptian priests had already translated stuff into Latin and translated stuff into Greece. Coptic is later day Egyptian. You got Hebrew. But these Egyptian priests are the authors of all these languages and all these texts. Mm-hmm. So what they did is they went to Turkey, Baghdad, Salamanca, Spain, and then they translated the Greek, the Latin, the Coptic, the Metanoeta into Arabic. Mm-hmm. And then they use it as a central force to open up the 16 universities in Europe to teach the European. They stayed there close to 800 years. Then whatever they brought to Europe, the European preserved. Mm-hmm. They had these conferences. They had a conference at Toledo. You get Toledo, Ohio, comes from Toledo, Spain. And from those conferences of Toledo, now this is after the Latin, the Coptic, the Metanoeta into Arabic. Mm-hmm. And then they use it as a central force to open up the 16 universities in Europe to teach the European. They stayed there close to 800 years. Then whatever they brought to Europe, the European preserved. Mm-hmm. They had these conferences. They had a conference at Toledo. You get Toledo, Ohio, comes from Toledo, Spain. And from those conferences of Toledo, now this is after either right before the expulsion of the Moors in 1492 or right after. They had these conferences of all these texts that the Moors had brought up from Egypt and brought up from around the central ancient world and gave to the Europeans for 800 years, close to 800 years. So they took these texts and they had these periods. They call them Renaissance periods. Now, so what they did is they had these conferences and they had these festivals or conferences or these Renaissance periods in a place called Toledo. Mm-hmm. And from Toledo, with all those texts and stuff from Toledo, Spain, Cambridge, Oxford, in those early universities around Europe opened from the stuff that they preserved from the Moors. Then, after 1492, and a little bit, a couple of years later, they start having the Renaissance period in Italy. Now remember that this is very key, because you'll hear these white people talk about the Renaissance periods. And they'll talk about things. Yeah, now whenever you hear this stuff, this is another revisionist history. Whenever you hear the Renaissance period, let me know when you're on.
Yeah.
Whenever you hear the Renaissance period in Italy, that was nothing but them acquiescing the Moorish doctrines. You see,
talk about that for a while.
They talk about these Renaissance periods and they talk about all this great learning and stuff that happened with the Renaissance stuff, from music to art to philosophical points of view that would be the mindset of the European coming from out of the Middle Ages. They talk about the Renaissance period. And all the Renaissance period is the Pope and the Italians taking advantage of the learning that was given to the Europeans for the last 800 years by the Moors. So in so many words, here's another period where they basically take all these ancient doctrines of the Moors or the ancient black man and steal it and say it's theirs. So anytime you hear these great, they had one in Toledo. You see. Mm-hmm. Anytime you have these great things, these great periods, this is nothing but just acquiescing the Moors. The Moors information, like take for instance, you would have different things that would happen, that would come about, like, trying to give you some examples of, your secret societies, what they would do. The secret societies was basically started by the Moors. Let me explain. The Knights Templars, York Rite, Scottish Rite, and all this. So let me explain how this came about. Because a lot of the doctrines after the Moors went to the secret societies too, and then they could sift out the greater knowledge and then give you the seven liberal arts and stuff like that. But there's higher degrees of learning that's now become the company of the lodge. Now let me explain how this lodge thing came about. The Moors came in, they created the 16 universities. That's what we can count. We don't know. Okay, let's say if you went to the university and then you got your regular learning, but then you would initiate into a fraternity. Well, the same thing happened in the Moor science was this. You would come in and they would give you the general learning, and then you would initiate into a higher degree of learning, which now would be the fraternities, which is a ceremonial thing, but at that particular time it was the Masonic orders. So your Masonic order would be equivalent to a fraternity in modern day. So when you went to these universities and stuff, and you got to a certain level, and you learned the general several liberal arts and stuff, and the general several stuff that you learned, which now is all the universities teach. After that, you would go into a Masonic order that was a part of the universities, or a secret society that is a part of the universities. You see what I'm saying? To learn higher degrees of knowledge. We see remnants of that now where you got the Skull and Bones at Yale. So the Skull and Bones at Yale, although you got the people from Yale, but you got a secret society, that all came from the Moors. So what would be the secret societies inside of the universities of the Moors? It would be the York Rite, Scottish Rite, all of these different ones. And then later on, groups like the Rosicrucians that would come up. And what they did is that they took all of this Moorish doctrines. And so a lot of the higher degree stuff became a ward of the Masonic orders. You see what I'm saying? But all this stuff is nothing but stuff that they learned from the Moors. You see, they learned from the Moors. And everything is a series of acquiescing somebody else's paradigms. So the Moors saw a vision. The Moors saw a vision of a country in a place by the setting sun that was not even a civilization yet. It hadn't even come into fruition. And the Moors set out to bring that city on a shining hill that Ronald Reagan talks about. In the West, they start America. That's why you so many presidents before George Washington's were all black. Those were Moors. So this whole system over here was set up, you see what I'm saying? By the Moors. And for some reason, because of the Moors conquering Europe, and the Moors being the origin of Americas, for some reason, the people who benefited from that deemed the Moor, which means blackface one, or the blacker Moor, or it also means, because anytime you hear the word Sufi, that's another word for the Moors. The word Sufi means woolly-haired one. So instead of saying they'll separate Sufi from the Moor. The Moor was a woolly-haired one. You see, and some reason I don't know if it was after Spain, C. Primanel calls it Manichaeism, racism, with Queen Isabella and those particular ones. They deemed the Moor the enemy.
Who?
The European secret societies that were started by the Moors.
Okay.
You see, it was started by the Moors. For some reason, it's almost as if to say, because you are our teacher, you have to be our enemy.
Is this why during initiation
They come in,
talk about
like Dr. Ben said, when the white Masons or the white secret societies, what they do is whenever their initiates or their neophytes cross over into the initiated, the first thing they do is bring a black man in from wherever, blindfolded, and say, "This is your father. Always hold him down."
why?
They know that civilization originated with us. They know that they are the latter part of that. For some reason, they feel that the only way they can rule is to keep the initiators of civilization down. It's some sick, demented way of thinking. It's a fear, xenophobia. This particular fear, we got to coin a new term for it. It's not the fear of xenophobia is the fear of a person that's unlike you, different cultures or what have you. We got to coin a new phrase that has to be into the lexicon. And that is a word that will say, you fear a person that you deem is greater than you.
That is correct.
That's the difference here.
Yeah.
They fear us and they say that we are the enemies not because we are different. We are the enemies because we are the initiators of civilization and we gave them all that they have. You see, if you build a TV, you build an airplane, you build anything, the blueprints on what you might later day come to build these things, you got the technology from earlier people. Now you might expound upon it to the point where it's useful to the time you're living in, but nevertheless you were not the authors of the blueprint. You were not the master builder. We are the master builders. So you have a fear of our greatness.
Yes.
And because you fear our greatness, you say, we always have to be an enemy because they figure our rise is their fall.
Correct.
You see. So they feel that they can be around as long as they want to, as long as we don't rise. And what they don't realize, here goes again. They are thinking that we're going to do to them like they do to us because they think that humans think like them. No. You see what I'm saying? Your mother and your father, just like our mothers and fathers, would not treat us the same way as a child would treat somebody. You see. And basically, they're incapable of love. Now, I'm not talking about a sensation, because that word is thrown around a lot. You see, I'm not talking about the way somebody make you feel, and you basically react based on this person is giving you a chemical reaction and make you feel a certain way. No, we're talking about reacting based on the way you feel about somebody. It's different. See, if you only reply to me based on the way I make you feel, you see what I'm saying? That's selfish. And it's selfish because you don't know how to feel about somebody Even the fact that they never made you feel a certain way. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You know, so it's you know, it's the same, you know, so it's this thing, it's this fear that they feel that the society that they're going to be in has to be based on keeping the architects down. Mm-hmm. Number one, you got to keep them down because you stole every damn thing from them. Just for that to come out, mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Would make you feel inferior. Now, we're thinking like them. We wouldn't think that you're inferior if you inherited a civilization that we put together, but you think that you're inferior, you see what I'm saying, if you told the people, no, they're the architects of this thing. So it's some psychological sick and twisted stuff. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But nevertheless, you know, what we have a problem with is understanding people's thoughts, people's mentalities, people's temperament. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? And we as black people get caught up in that because we think that they think like us. Yeah. You see. You know, but all this had to be, you know, all this stuff had to be in the particular aspect because, let me give you said, well, why did this have to be this way? Well, look, let's just take the Moors. Because some people say, well, you know, we might have had another history if the Moors didn't go into Spain and go into Europe and educate them. Well, let's look at it this way. Now, we knew we were going into a state of dormancy, going to sleep. Civilization was going to go out of our hands. Based on just age, based on, like Dr. Ben said, time just ran out.
Seasons.
If we knew this, wouldn't you rather, and you knew a younger, savage people going to take over, wouldn't you try to want to educate them? So whenever you start to wake up out of your dormancy, you would have some sense of education and some sense of civilization. It's not the perfect. It's only a shadow of what we did. But can you imagine what would happen if you didn't educate him at all? Oh, yeah. And you came out of your dormancy and he's taking over the world. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In barbarism. Mm-hmm. So we knew if we didn't educate them, mm-hmm. You see, then when we did start to wake up, we wouldn't even have a pseudo-education. We wouldn't have anything. Mm-hmm. If we just get back a part of what we gave them, there's things in us that we can preserve. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. And be at a better position. Yeah. We can look at the white man and say he came from the caves and preserved some stuff from us and started ruling. We gotta have something so we were advanced enough to see the future, know that we had to do certain things. You see. Because if we didn't give these children this, when we did wake up from out of our dormancy, we wouldn't have nothing. Look how bad it is when we woke up. Yeah. Can you imagine if he didn't get shit? Nothing. Mm-hmm. You see. So, our pyramids, from the pyramids or from the pharaohs to Negroes, you understand? Yeah. In so many words, it's not necessarily a tragedy as it is a process. Now, going back to the timeline, if you rule for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, mm-hmm. What transpired in the last 2,000 years is a recess. Because you got to understand something now. They said that the European would only rule for a short period of time. You see, we look at civilizations, America is falling off the hinges, right at a little over 200 years. You see, so we understand that, you know, this stuff it doesn't last forever. It's going to spin itself out. You see, so it's going to spin itself out. But then again, on the other hand, it's a recess compared to how long we rule.
Yes.
You see, on that particular level, you see, and you know, and not unless somebody wipes you out on a genocide level like the Tasmanians or the Aborigines, you still endure. Now, it might be at a certain level, but nevertheless, nothing is ever really destroyed. You see? We gave him a version of pharaonic society. To this day, we can look at certain things and say that came out of Egypt. You see? That came out of Egypt. So we look at things like that. So here goes again. From the pyramids to the projects.
From pyramid to Negro.
Is a process more than it is and a recess. More than it is a failure. You see. We got texts. Even the Bible says the Son of Man will rise in the west.
Yes.
The Book of the Dead, one of the names for Osiris is Osiris Winnefer. And Osiris Winnefer means the great westerner. Amenta, the land of Amen, is in the west. The sun sets in the west.
Mm-hmm.
You see. So all this is a process for us to be in the west. Now, we go into one other part about this thing, how this transpires to us. Now, on the genetic level. On the genetic level. They say, out of Egypt I will call my son. Or out of Africa I will call my son.
Mm-hmm.
You had these Africans, some people call them tribes, some people call them nations, but they were scattered. They had broken apart and they were nations. So in order to make it a covenant, make it whole again, you got to extrapolate an African body out to another land. And then you have to come in and extrapolate several different African tribes or African cultures out. And then you have to genetically mix them back together to make the whole African. You see. Let me give you an example. So they say that they talked about it two ways. They say that they used to take these large bodies of Africans and put them in the Caribbean. Mm-hmm. And then those Africans threw off their oppressors called the Maroon Societies, and they had these revolts. So they decided, look, we're going to take them to America and break them into small lots. But it won't be one nation that can take over. It'll be different African tribes from all over Africa. And we'll break them into small lots and intermarry them or intermingle them. And so as a result, the Westerner that they're talking about, or especially the African American, represents the putting back together of all the African tribes through the DNA. Because the African in this country has all of the different African tribes in its DNA. In its DNA. You know, in its DNA. You see. Put back together. Even the Schomburg in 2000, they said, well, you know, our story is a very unique story. Because our story as far as African Americans is not only where we did we come out of Africa, but they intermix all different nations of Africa together in the DNA. You see? Because they didn't have the big lots of African that could come together and overthrow people based on big unity. So they broke them up into smaller pieces in America. And as a result, you got a new creation of the original. You got a new creation of the original. You see, so in so many words, the coming of the African to the West is actually the coming together of a new being that would be an even greater creation. Because it has all the elements of all the different Africans, and including all the different races in the world in it.
That's true.
You see. And that's putting back the body of Osiris. It's cut up into several pieces. But he'll be put back in the West. You see. Putting back the body of Osiris. So we saw all of this coming. We knew it was going to happen thousands of years before it happened. And we worked through hell, you see what I'm saying, to get a product together that we're really not even, we don't even know the power we hold now.
That's right.
Just by going through slavery. You see. We got texts coming from the Library of Alexandria of a group of people. They said a group of, we'll say Phoenicians. See, in that way, because if we put it back on the continent, we'll say group of Africans. And they said they took the group of Africans and put them together in a boat. But they were the greatest heroes. It's in the text, Jason of the Argonauts. He took the great heroes, they say from around Greece, but actually from around Phoenicia. Or we can say Greek because that was a black culture too. And they put the greatest ones on boat to sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. And the golden fleece, in so many words, is the earlier version of what you would call a Christ now. So in order to make this Christ, it took the best of us, put him in a boat, sail to the ends of the earth to get the golden fleece. You see, well, that's what happened with us. The best of us came united in the West, put back together after a separation of Osiris. You see, and the thing about it here is we just don't know what happened because we're still looking at the victim side of it. History shows you tragedy, yes, but there's a silver lining to what actually happened. It's a process, you see, and as a result, we can tell you right now, who had the resurgence, because they talk about in the last days, in the Gospel of Thomas, which was one of the books they took out of the Bible from the Conference of Nicaea. They say in the last days, all things that were hidden will come to manifest, and knowledge will be quickened. In the last 20 years, who was the ones that brought this knowledge back? Although we had several Africans and several people from the Caribbean and stuff, but as far as the knowledge being presented, it is an American phenomenon. You see, because Africa, you know, you got places they don't even have access to books. Even in the Caribbean, they got places they don't even have access to the libraries like this. So this phenomenon that we call the Afrocentric movement or the Black Conscious movement, although it's made up of different people from the diaspora, the underpinning of it is an African-American phenomenon. So here again, just that alone lets you know, in all honesty, it shows the African being put back together in the West. It's a Western phenomenon. You see. So on one hand, you're looking at tragedy, you're not even noticing what just transpired within the last 20 years, 25 years. You see. Because everything has to start with ideas coming back together. Otherwise, you don't have nothing if you don't have knowledge. Know thyself. You see? And we know that that phenomenon happened in the West. You see? So it's amazing. You got any questions?
Well, maybe we should call this from Pharaoh to Negro to what? A new humanity?
Pharaoh, from Pharaoh to Negro to new humanity.
Bobby, any words in closing you'd like to say to our people who are watching this?
Yeah, I think they say never look at the apparent. When you look at, like I said before, the Barack Obama thing. Now, a lot of people are getting disappointed based on the policies and things didn't transpire and stuff like that. We're not talking about that. The phenomenon, and even though they might have been sinister moves on the reason why people put him in, nevertheless, they don't know that although they put him in thinking it's one way, they don't know that they are tools of the Spirit. It's working. So they might say, this is a conspiracy. This is sinister. We're going to put this man in because we have a certain agenda. But what they don't realize is the unseen hand, Spirit's hand, that put him in for a spirit purpose, just for the psychological phenomenon of black people having something we never had before. You see, it's like the guy Eugene Robinson. He works for the Washington Post. He said, I could tell my daughters about black teachers, black lawyers. Every job in this country, they got something. He said, but I never could tell them about no president. He said, that's wiped out now, because we've already done that. You see, so for a psychological purpose of seeing a black man and a dark-skinned, bootylicious wife. You see what I'm saying? She is the quintessential black woman, the one that went through the process of slavery. Because see, now the white wing Republicans are saying Barack Obama is not an African American because his mama's white and his daddy's Kenyan. Now all of a sudden they are saying, before, if you a slave, you ain't shit. But now they're saying he didn't go through the slave phenomenon, so he's not authentic. Don't matter. Michelle Obama is up in there, and her shit show got from the pharaohs to the Negroes. You see what I'm saying? But my point here is this. If you were African in the 1800s or the 1600s that came over, if you were African from the 1600s or the 1500s that came over, and you met up with a slave master, and you became mulatto, what's the difference in the 1600s becoming a mulatto or becoming a mulatto in 1961? What's the difference? If an African and a white person united, what's the difference? And that's basically, when you look at it, that's all African Americans are anyway. We didn't come over here these different hues. So the point I'm trying to make here is, they're trying to run this game, but nevertheless, Michelle, not only did she come to the White House, she took her mama with her. You see. You see, and the mama is there for protection because she knows the juju. You see. From South Carolina. Barack Obama ain't stupid. He put her in the mix because the mother knows the mysteries. She knows the African sciences to keep him protected. She knows the roots. She knows the conjuration of African science. You call it voodoo, you call it roots, you call it Santeria, you call it Yoruba, you call it Obeah, or whatever you call it. You call it juju, you call it hoodoo. Whatever the deal is an African science. She's the African scientist. She's there for protection. That's why he brought her there. So what you do, so that you don't make it so they see her going down to botanicals, picking up the herbs and the roots and stuff, because our people have been taught against that. Our sciences, they take the herbs and the roots and build them in the White House lawn, call it a garden, put a few cabbages and a few tomatoes up in there, a few okra, and give it to the little people and stuff and feed them. And nevertheless, she can go in that garden right now and pull the herbs that she needs, because they plant those too. Just to keep Barack Obama protected. Because even though they might be the people who put him there might say, no, we want him to survive because we need him as a tool, but they always got these crazy people out here. You see, that can't stand a black man being up in there. You see. And as a result, he's protected from all of that. You see.
Are you trying to say that he is divinely placed?
Yes, even though the people, in order to get him there, they had to be convinced that it's a sinister thing, that it's something that they think and it's their agenda. He's divinely placed, but he's not divinely placed based on politics. See, politics is their agenda. When it comes to us, not only does it represent a self-worth, but it also represents a sign and a symbol of the coming together of us taking back the world. So that inauguration that they had, you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They had the same inauguration in ancient Egypt. They used to have inauguration for the Pharaoh in ancient Kemet. You see. And that inauguration represented the divine king in the double White House. Now, is he the divine king? No. The DNA of black people are divine king. To celebrate, he represents the symbol of the divine kingship of the new kingdom. But the new kingdom is our DNA. Our Christhood coming into being. So the Pharaoh was a representative of God on earth, but of the people being the gods of the earth. You see. Mm-hmm. The word Pharaoh, they now translated as Pharaoh Heru. And Heru means pineal gland. And if you got a pineal gland and functioning melanin, they're talking about your DNA and your rising to a high level. So that's what it represents. So don't get it twisted that Barack Obama, the actual human, is Christ. You see. But he represents the coming of the putting back together of Osiris in the West. So they had inauguration in the White House, the double White House in Egypt. They also have an inauguration in America now, when that black man who represents the Pharaoh returning. You see, there's a book, Rosemary Clark's book, Secret Traditions in Ancient Egypt. She got one called Sacred Magic in Ancient Egypt. I think it's the first one. Sacred Traditions in Ancient Egypt. They talk about the inauguration period. Mm-hmm. That guy, R.A. Swallow de Lubitz, spending 15 years at Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple, chronicle that inauguration period in his works. She printed it in her work, but his book is His book is Wisdom of the Temple, is one of those books. R.A. Swallow de Lubitz. So she reprinted some of those concepts and all, which we had preserved from the Temple of Karnak and the Temple of Luxor of its inauguration that goes on in the White House, the double White House. So all of this stuff comes together. You see, all this stuff comes together. And even got the priests up in there. See, the priest ran the Pharaoh. Well, his mother, she represents that priest. Well, Michelle's mother represents that priest thing. So symbolically, we talk about something that's not the apparent. We talk about spiritual forces behind the scene. You see, spiritual forces behind the scene. Nothing is never truly lost. It just changes another form. You see, that's some interesting stuff. You see, so it's so when you have to look at it and stuff. I think a lot of times we have been suffering so long until we reduce down to looking at the apparent. And the apparent looks dismal. They got here to run you crazy. But there's another order on the scene. Give you an example. Since 2008 with the meltdown, the financial meltdown, white people are going through hardships. Unemployment, foreclosures on houses, and all of that. So they are now forced to live in a realm, you see what I'm saying, that they haven't lived since the Great Depression. Spoiled by the fatted calf. But in that realm, we rule. Because we have acclimated ourselves, you see what I'm saying, in living in certain conditions. So they say, in the kingdom of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. In this particular case, we are the kingship. Because black people ain't tripping. White people is marching, taking over, occupied, all these movements going on and all that kind of thing, because the country is not what it used to be. Well, it's the same damn country for us as it always was. But we have conditioned ourselves. You see what I'm saying? That now, it's no big deal to us. It's not our hardship. So they say, God puts the ones that he loved through harsh conditions. They say, so that they can inherit a greater kingdom. It is the ones that he don't love or she doesn't love that make life go so easy for her. So when stuff falls for them, they won't have no kingdom to inherit. You see, because you got all your stuff here. You got your kingdom here. But the ones they put through the harsh conditions, they're inheriting a kingdom. And in so many words, that's a whole new way of life. We don't even know it, but we are living off of DNA. We are living off of certain things here. And it's spiritual, and it's health hazard because we don't even know we're doing it. We don't know we're doing it. You see. So pretty soon they're going to have manuals for white people how to survive through the black methodology. We're going to have to teach them. So it's amazing stuff, you see. You can learn a lot from some people that done gone through hell.
That's right.
You see. They had some hard times too, but see, the eating was good at least the last 60, 70 years. They got whole things on now where white people experienced affirmative action in the 1950s, in the late 40s. They said it half, because white people went into, okay, now you got the Depression, that meant that everybody in this country was poor. So, how did white people get back on top when the playing field was the same in the 1930s, how did they get back on top and we remain at a certain level? They got back on top because they had affirmative action. They talk about all the programs that they put in to raise white people up to becoming the richest country on earth at a certain time. It was through affirmative action. And they're going to tell you about affirmative action. They said all the programs from the late 40s, the 1950s, and the 60s was to put white people at a certain advantage. And it's a form of affirmative action. There's a book out on when white America, when affirmative action was white, written by a white man. Something like that, yeah, so it's interesting. So I tell you, is there any questions?
No, Bobby, we're going to get you to the airport.
Yeah.
But we certainly appreciate your time and we appreciate this lecture.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sure that people will get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, again, we want to thank you and
Right.
we look forward to your next visit.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Safe journey back to Georgia.
I tell you. All right.
Taking pictures of some people. I'm Barbara Daniels. I'm James Williams' daughter, and I'm a retired Supreme Court reporter.
Okay.
I'm Oran Bell. I'm James Williams' grandson. Hey, Kim. And I am a technology auditor.
Kenneth Kim, marketing.
Hi, Philip Solomon, an attorney in Jacqueline McMickens Law Office.
Great.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Malone. I'm a real estate agent that has worked with Mr. Williams in the past.
Brother Evans, I do marketing, promotion, Maria.
Charlene Williams, James Williams' daughter, and I am a cosmetologist teacher and a state board examiner.
Good evening, I'm Hemmitt Princeton, retired assistant principal from the New York City Department of Ed.
Good evening, Benny Brinson, retired school teacher from the Department of Ed.
Otis Walls, I retired from the Board of Ed. A singer, dancer, promoter, line dancing. And I'm active in the community.
And
You want me to do it?
Clemson Brown, archivist, videographer. That's it.
One of the suggestions for the name for the museum is the Williams Brown Black Cultural Museum of New York. That's one of the suggestions. And I think my sister has another suggestion.
Well, first we need to, for those that is first time at the meeting, is discuss what my dad and Minister Brown dream is to open a Black history, culture and wax museum to promote jobs, to educate our children, to educate our community. I think it's very important that we need this for our people. And at this time, we're trying to form our board of directors and take care of the legal aspect of this museum. I think it's an excellent idea. I feel that, to kind of sort of following behind my dad's footstep. He's always been involved in the community for his people and the concern of his people and children. So, I'm just excited, and I hope that everyone here that I have invited is important in my life and will also play a important part of this museum. And at our last meeting, we just discussed names, and we was just throwing information around and trying to set our board members. And those are the ones that wish to sit on the board, and those are the ones who can offer any type of help or contribution to this museum. Well, my dad said that Mr. Brown is also his idea just as well. So Brother Evans suggested Williams Brown Culture Museum, and I was thinking more of the Williams and Brown Brooklyn Black Culture Wax Museum, but then Brother Evans made a suggestion, and I mean, it was open where he mentioned that black, you shouldn't use the word black, and it's just a matter of opinions, and you just have to throw it out there, and it has to be on a vote on what we need to establish the name for this museum. So,
I don't know if we need the name wax because it's not particularly a wax museum. We may have a couple of wax figures, but I don't think that's a major part of it.
but it's gonna grow into wax figures. Yeah, because he wants to have, he mentioned a quite few people, to have their wax figure in here. He mentioned, Denzel Washington, he mentioned, what other names? He mentioned a lot of names. He said Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, Spike Lee.
I mean, I think we could have wax figures without it being called a wax museum. But we can all kick around the idea.
And if anybody have any suggestions, we're open to suggestions, and we're just trying to, like I said, get the legal aspect, the board of directors, and the name of this museum. And once we form that, then I'm like, I wish the name and the legal aspect was already took part, because once we start inviting people and giving them the opportunity to sponsor and put their own wax figure in, like say for instance Denzel Washington, we reach out to him and he loves the idea, he can donate and pay for his own wax museum, and whoever celebrity that will love the idea and just donate, because it takes funding, and it's going to take a lot of funding. So then you have people like Jay-Z, born and raised in Brooklyn, and Minister Brown, what do you think? Let me take and get the camera on you. Wait, is it recording? Do I press? It just says record. I don't press anything, right? Okay.
For a number of years, probably about 20, I've been trying to put together a museum. It was called the Living Museum of African People. But at this point, I have a very large collection of history and so forth. And Brother Williams is a good brother. And so, however I can be of service and of help in this enterprise, I was willing to come to participate and throw my help in where I can. So I'm here to help thrush out things with everybody else as we go along.
So what about the name? What is the name you mentioned?
Oh, I don't have a problem.
You don't have a problem with which one?
Whichever one you want to decide.
Anybody else have an opinion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, obviously this is my first meeting. However, Mr. Williams has talked to me in the past about what his vision is. I actually like the name Williams Brown Black Cultural Museum, and I don't see black as being a term that it at all denigrates. I see it more as being an inclusive term that actually can cover multiple people of African descent, including people of African American descent, as well as people of Caribbean descent, of African descent, and so forth. So I see that as being an inclusive term. So I don't really have a problem with that, although I will say, I like what you said about Museum of African, you said Living Museum of African History. I said, you know, what I'm thinking is either that name itself or the Williams Brown Museum of African History or Living Museum of African History. I really like that, the phrase of African history being.
Anybody else?
I just feel as I retired in 2008, but I still go back into the school in Brownsville and help out. This idea is a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, our children, we had to go all the way to Philadelphia to deal with the Black Wax Museum.
Mm-hmm.
Here with it in New York, you'd be surprised. Our children have forgotten about Dr. King, has forgotten about Malcolm X,
Mm-hmm.
Black Panther Party. All this stuff is new.
Okay, so we got to roll calls, got a little small things, so we're gonna do a ritual to these black bodies. We go up in the doggone office, a tall brother, look like early 40s, come out, he said, brother said like, yo, I'm glad y'all came, man. He said, cause we don't never get no black visitors here. You know black people in graveyards, you know what I'm saying? But they just turned this thing into a national park. So he said, I'm glad you all came. He said, you know, they got 12,000, no, 1,200? No, yeah. Do you know they got 12,000 black bodies in this Confederate graveyard? I said, goddamn. See, we don't analyze on this level. The slave holders was not no chewing tobacco people because poor people couldn't own slaves. These people were aristocrats and nobility over the rest of the white cracker scum. You see what I'm saying? These is top crackers, these slave holders. So that means these motherfuckers are hooked up in the Masonic know-how and shit about black people. That's how they rule your ass for 300 years. They knew who you were. So these crackers know that it's customary to be buried with one of your slaves, or when your slave died, be buried with the slave, because that is energy so they can get to the other side, so they want to. That's like the Anubis, the black dog, the black slave guiding the souls. So these crackers buried in mass 12,000 damn slaves. They said they had a whole slaves row, but then they moved them all to the back of the graveyard. And I said, okay, then we did our ritual. The energy was cool. Went home. My birthday came on November 28th. So we going back up in there. But you know, we on the phone talking. We gonna go and eat some lunch. Then we gonna head to the graveyard. So we going back up in there in a few minutes. So we go and eat some Thai food. Head to the graveyard, so we're gonna get out there by 2 o'clock. We get out there, so I got the Veves, I got the doggone the Congo rice, I got the Tarot, I got incense, frankincense, and myrrh, rooms, doggone stones, I got that laid out on my shit. So she got the nerve to lay on a big ass ball. Like I said. We start the ritual. I call out the damn libations. We start the ritual. We gonna summons these damn 12,000 souls up. Give them a good burial up. Give them a good passage. We summons them, so we gonna summons the 12,000 souls up. we doing the libations. Now, remember now, the government, they own the phone because phones is tapped. All phones are tapped. So, we doing the libations. I finish the libation. I start doing this invocation to Horus, hey Ru. This big old helicopter comes by. It's not a doggone, not them little black things. It's not a police shit. No police cars. A great United States Army. Vietnam type shit. We talk about some Saddam Hussein shit. I said, damn, motherfucker. Hey, my shit is legitimate. You know, shit. I feel honored. This shit come back, but maybe that's delusions of grandeur. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so this thing come by, we don't pay it no attention. Basically, I said, that shit coming by, we got all the shit laid out. Then the next thing we know, they go down and they radio 3 other big ass gunships. Helicopters, gunships. I'm sitting there in the invocation to Heru. Because there's a nice invocation to Horus in the book Equinox of the Gods by Alistair Crowley. I'm reading that thing. These 3 gunships, side by side, horizontal, coming down. She looking and she's saying, them motherfuckers is coming straight at our ass. She said, they coming straight at us. I look around, there's 3 of them horizontal. They get over the graveyard and they go from horizontal, because they can shoot each other doing that way, they go from horizontal to vertical. Side by side, they got down low. It was right over us low with the doors open. I said, these motherfuckers coming. So crazy as I am, I'm reading Heru, the Horus. I got 12,000 souls. I'm not thinking I'm scared. I'm thinking, God damn it, after 9 years, I'm finally gonna get my date. Put these bullets right up my ass. Because 12,000 souls, ain't shit. If the shit ain't real, then fuck it. But if it's real, let's get it on. So I just kept right on. Spirit said, don't goddamn pause a damn minute on that ritual. She said they right at, and they came, she waved at them. I don't know whether it was fear, or she just straight up just got funky on them. She waved at them. I'm still doing the ritual, because see, Fort McPherson is right up the street. So what it is, they knew we was coming. So they came down, and they slowed down a little bit, and then they circled. I was still reading, and they went away. And I was like, now you know that's some shit. But I said, I was thinking maybe it's the 12,000 souls. Maybe they saw some spirits up in there. All right? Then, when I got home, she dropped me off. I hear a helicopter over the house. I said, oh, that's a coincidence. Helicopters fly all the time. So I go outside, and the same 3 fucking helicopters is sitting on my goddamn house. That's when I knew right then the shit is on and the shit is real. I said, man, something's up. There's flamethrowers over the crib. And then I said, wait a minute, they seeing something. Because I said, well, maybe they saw the 12,000 bodies in the graveyard. So they said, we'll get that nigga when he leave up out of here. But they came to the house, pulled up over the house, and circled and left. And I said, wait a minute, whatever they saw in the graveyard, they see it up here. And then I remembered this, and this is the shit. Because now we got the shit in black and white, and this is how we can't. So now I'm saying we living in some stuff, there's some real fucking stuff going down, because this would be scholastic suicide based on what I'm getting ready to tell you. And I'm in the right place to do it because it happened here in New York City. Now, this is what happened. I was at the Slave Theater in 1994. Remember I was at the slave theater. How many people was up there today? You was there in 1994. We got it on tape. I was on the podium. Now, if I'm wrong on this, I would never be able to lecture no fucking more after that night. You see what I'm saying? I said something about 12-12, and Daoud made sure he would never let nobody forget it. So I knew if I said this, it was in the slave theater, we got the tape. 1994, September, October 1994. I only appeared at the slave twice, UAM here, and at the slave theater before they defunct it or whatever the whole shit went down. I'm on the podium, and on the podium I say that after we get out of here tonight, I said we're gonna have a little visit. I said a spaceship gonna pull up over the slave theater. Remember I said that? Now, if I would have lied, New York was gonna call me on it, and I wouldn't have never been able to come from down south no more. Now these niggas up here. Okay? Now, we got outside, and what happened? A goddamn spaceship pulled up right over the damn slave theater. Am I lying? We got 2 witnesses. How many other people was out there that day? Was you out there that day? Did you see the shit? Not only that, to document it, I did a lecture for Bert at the damn Dempsey in the main auditorium the day after, or 2 days after, and there was a whole bunch of people from the slave theater there, and I said, did you see the ship? And we got it on tape. Everybody said yes. So if the ship didn't show up, you wouldn't have saw one. But see, I had already had the damn shit. We had a sister named Shakura. She used to come to Phil Valentine's. She was from Coney Island. And I'm talking, she's a psychic. So I'm talking on the phone earlier that day. I said, ask that damn ship, could it show up when I go to the slave? I wasn't stupid now. Because that motherfucker never did. When I was in Atlanta and our car got broke down, we standing out there on the bus stop with some bags of groceries, and the ship was hovering over, and I said, motherfucker, you can at least give a nigga a ride home. Same ship, huh? We got all these bags, big old bags of water, you know, and all this food. Me and Jay went at the bus stop because the car got messed up. Car got wrecked. Somebody hit it from the back when it was caught. So I'm like, well, damn, you ain't got to take me to Mars, but you can at least give a nigga a ride home. You know? Then the ship got mad when I said that shit had disappeared. For about 3-4 years, but let me tell you.
Describe the ship.
Huh? It looks like a pulsating star. Different colors. A pulsating star, different colors. They out there all the damn time.
Yeah.
Now, the ship was out there. The sister, I told her, can you let the ship, ask that ship, can it show up? When I get out of slave, she said, yeah, they'll show up for you. So I said, well, I'm gonna trust this shit because it ain't, I mean, it didn't, I tell it turn green at this pulsate. I told it to give me a ride home from the damn public supermarket they got down there, and it didn't do shit. So it started following me in 1992. It ain't never did shit for me, but follow me. But it'll get down with the car, and it'll follow. But I couldn't really get it to do nothing. So I was going out on a limb. I said, but Shakura said, yes, it's gonna come. And we got outside the slave, and there wasn't no ship out there at first. And we looked up in the sky, and I was like, oh, shit, nigga. Your mother's ass done fucked up now. And then I looked, and I said, oh, shit, there it go. And then it came, and what did it do? It pulled up right over the slave theater and stopped. All right? Now, I'm outside the supermarket. I cussed the mug out. Tell him, you ain't got to take me to Mars, but you can at least take a nigga home. Take me to Cascade Road. So, I cussed it out, so it disappears. You know what I'm saying? see the shit no more. It disappears in like 96. I ain't see it no more. All right? I'm doing an election in Cleveland. The last weekend in October, I'm doing an election in Cleveland. Lo and behold, I step outside the election, we going home, and here come this nigga again up in the damn sky. I said, damn, where the hell you been? Meanwhile, I got this new psychic named Marlo. We talking on the phone one night, and I said, wait a minute, hold on. Let me get a clear reading on what this shit is, and why it's been following me, and why the hell it disappeared. I know I cussed it out, but you're supposed to be a ship. You don't supposed to have nigger nerves and get an attitude. You're supposed to be omnipotent. But you disappeared for 4 years. So I asked her, she said, well, it's a ship for protection. And they said, we are a ship for protection. I said, well, why the hell you disappeared for 3 years? They said, well, we didn't leave, we just went invisible. We was always out there. I said, well, why are you invisible again after damn 3 years? I ain't seen you. And it disappeared right at the time the Hale Box stuff started coming. They said because now it's time to be shown and you need some protection. Then lo and behold, 6 months to the day the conscious roster says we will know in 6 months. These gunships show up at the graveyard over my house, and then I realize that they say that you can be right up under one of these things and can't see nothing. But a person can be over there on the other street and can see the shit. And so what it was apparently, because I thought it was the spirits in the graveyard, it must have was them damn ones that wouldn't give me the ride from the supermarket right out there. Now I'm saying, now wait a minute, let's look at this thing here. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Because I told you that I ain't got but 1 eye on my stove. Right. So you don't need to be following me no damn well. And the fucking latch a month ago broke off my toilet. So I gotta take the top off, stick my hand in the water and pull the goddamn chain up to get a good flush. So you don't need to be following me a damn place. Because that's how I flush my toilet. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. So we ain't talking about no messianic thing. We're just saying that you can believe in politics, you can believe in Jesus, but you better start getting down with some science, because it's there for all the people, because they say the best for last. Otherwise, you would have been the ones in the jailhouse. 14 million niggas in jail. You hear this shit? Newsweek magazine, 14 million black men in jail. We didn't have that many people come over here. 14 million. They say it's a prison generation. No, that's a prison culture. That's a prison nature. You see? So anyway, this thing, so I'm sitting up here and shit. I got a nice, beautiful look. All of a sudden, I got a nice, beautiful home with hardwood floors. You know what I'm saying? Ginger made me get in it and leave. Now I gotta pay goddamn rent, gas, lights, and all this shit here. But anyway, it's an old home, so they got looked. So in the winter, a couple of rats came. So I caught all of that little mouse. I caught them in 2 or 3 days. I'm an expert rat killer. Because I had a friend in the damn 6th grade. That nigga could catch a bird with a rat trap. He really catch birds with rat traps. So rats was no deal. He taught me the art of catching rats on an expert level. So I killed up all the little mice. But my trap was too damn small for the rats. So the little mice can't get a rat come down, and it's funny, this shit's funny. The damn trap snapped on the rat head. That motherfucker walking around a damn thing with a trap on his damn head. So I gotta go and take the damn broom and bust his damn brains open. So I'm saying shit is mediocre and shit talking about give to me. See what I'm saying? Because I still ain't replaced that latch on my damn toilet. See? So, now, but, this thing, this shit is some scary shit because this stuff is out here. They know it. And they can't, now wait a minute, hold on. The United States Army, they could have had some cops come with some billy bats. I believe that would have scared me more. Because I'm not familiar with no gunships coming at me, but we all familiar with some cops coming out there with some billy bats busting you over the damn head. So they didn't really have to do no shit like that. I mean, I would have been annoyed, and I might have talked some shit. You know what I'm saying? But a damn cop with a goddamn club would have sufficed. But no, they came with the damn real deal shit. So I felt an honor. That means you cooking with gas on the back burner, you can simmer around it on the front burner, you burn it. I said, man, this shit is awesome. But my man said 6 months we will know. And that shit was a goddamn hit. But the point about it here is, they can't touch nobody no more if you down. But I tell you what they do. Every fucking day, my house looked like a spider web with chemtrails. Motherfuckers say, drop that shit on me. My house looked like a spider web with chemtrails. I mean, every day, just all over the damn house and stuff. They said, drop that shit on me. You know, the chemtrails is the chemicals every day, all over the house. You see what I'm saying? But then we tried to think, Sister Deborah was in the house about 2 months before, and the big old helicopter came through. The point I'm trying to make here is, they can't fuck with you now if you ain't ignorant. But you can't be political, social, and all this other dumb shit, and walk around with some fucking signs.
Right.
We gotta need priests. We ain't got time for this damn shit. You march now, and your ass will march in a grave, because that means that you are not in your realm. That means you are telling the spirit realm, fuck that. I want to go back to the 60s. So all that damn marching, you supposed to be gods now. And New York is big for that protest shit. Every damn day. It ain't about that shit no more. Don't care how many niggas they done stuck up their ass. And all that stuff. I don't give a damn whether African, Haitian, or fucking Alabama here. Fuck them. You supposed to be the priest now. Damn them niggas out there. Because it can't happen to you. There gotta be a group of people that don't get into the bullshit, because you cut your energy trying to be human. And they're supposed to be gods now. So damn all these niggas and shit, because that's ego. The cracker know. If they do the same shit every day, we don't have nothing to worry about. You understand what I'm saying? We don't have nothing to worry about. But yet you go, just do one thing. Just go down to Central Park and get your woman and start screwing real good. When that shit happened, and guess what happened? You scared the fuck out of her. Now you can march all day long, but if you go down there and somebody get killed, take the Diallo sign or whatever, stick it up, throw her ass on the damn fence, and screw real good. Then they'll go, wait, them motherfuckers is tapping in. They dealing with sexual alchemy. Sexual alchemy. They dealing with sexual alchemy. Them niggas is fucking. And now our ass is in trouble. You let the preacher tell you that dumb shit. You see the big dick all over Hemmitt. Come off the dumb shit. Oh, we Egyptians over Nile. You see a big dick. They say the dick is supreme. Right? Put your obelisk or your black pole in the black hole. The book says that But the minute you go down to Central Park or Empire State Building, put some candles out there. You see what I'm saying? Some lubricant or whatever, some oils and shit, some incense, black love, black light. And knock some boots. Then Juliana and them will go, we need to have a talk with the black community to squash these race relations. And we need to pass out some money. And yes, I think it's time for reparations. When you do some shit. Because they know that you tapping in. They know you tapping in. You see what I'm saying? So we'll get into some of that, but you want to take a break?
Take a break, 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
Big hand for Bobby Hemmitt. 15-minute break. For about another hour and a half.
So we'll be dealing with that also today too. I'm very happy to be here. In-house at TransAtlantic Production. I met Brother Clemson Brown at the Melanin Conference this year, and our relationship has become very close. And he is also a brother like I am of the Order of Melchizedek and the Great Brotherhood of Sirius that we'll deal into also today. So we're going to deal with a lot of things. Now, first thing we're going to do is just get this glass of water. we're going to pour libations. So, Epit, Ashe, Osar, Ashe, Heru, Ashe, Aset, Ashe, Awas, Ashe, Thunderdog, Ashe, Astal, Ashe, Mamu, Ashe, Pele, Ashe, Het Heru, Ashe, Obatala, Ashe, Shango, Ashe, Iminja, Ashe, Orisha Oku, Ashe, Oya, Ashe, Olodarun, Ashe, Ogun, Ashe, Elegba, Ashe, Ptah, Ashe, Ra, to all the gods known and unknown. Ashe, to all the ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. So we can pour these libations and we'll get right into what we're going to deal with. The first thing we're going to deal with is because we have a lot of scholars out here that don't want to deal with Atlantis. Well, number one, Atlantis did exist. It predates Kemet, but now we'll understand now that this was all one landmass at one time. And not only was it one landmass, we also understand that Egypt was one of the capitals of Atlantis. Now we have proof coming from Nexus Magazine, May 1994, where they have temples, a temple of Anubis or Anpu in the South Pacific that actually deals with this particular. Here's a picture of Anpu on the wall, if you can focus in on that. There's a picture of Anpu or Anubis on the walls in a temple in the South Pacific, and it's saying in actuality that this Kemite mythology, they have carbon dated this, and it dates all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria, which can go thousands and thousands of years. And we're going to deal with also unwritten history today with these particular monuments also too. So these are documents and all based on Atlantis with different hieroglyphic inscriptions and different things and all, and different hieroglyphic inscriptions on this particular article that the white boy is also dealing with. And it also deals with DNA, which is also melanin. You need to get some books too. We always give you references, and some of the best references for that is Atlantis and Lemuria by Rudolf Steiner, as well as for Atlantis. Then you have Lemuria. You would also have the Children of Mu, the Cosmic Forces of Mu, and the Land of Mu, or Mu by James Churchward. Not Albert Churchward, but James Churchward. So this is some actual documents. Now that we have documents of Atlantis, as well as a lot of documents are also left in what you would call India, because that was all Indus Kush at that particular time. And so what it is there's nothing new under the sun, as well as only that which has been forgotten. You understand? Now we understand that also in the bottom of the British Museum, as well as the University of Chicago, they have documents on Atlantis, which Kemet went all the way back to Atlantis. We even know now that Osiris was a god of Lemuria. And when we deal with the Sphinx that's over 2 million years old, we'll go into some deeper mysteries also too. Now, for the first thing that we want to start off with the temple that contains the inscriptions of 90,000 years old. And that particular temple is the temple of, excuse me, let me get this right, is the temple of Dendera. Now, Dendera has inscriptions in it 90,000 years old. Even though this particular temple was one of the latest temples built, it is one of the oldest temples. Why? Because they built this temple off of an older temple that they tore down. And the inscriptions, there was inscriptions in the wall, in a crack in the wall, that told them how to build the newer temple. We're going to treat this very careful, because we're going to treat this particular situation with Dendera with very authenticity, and also we want to treat this very with a fine-tooth comb, because this particular temple of Dendera also indicates where we are going as black people, as well as the temple of Edfu and other things that we're going to get into. Now, this temple of Dendera, what you see here is a remake of the temple of Dendera. And what I mean is I'm going to show you Dendera in its ruins. This would be Dendera in its ruins. Now, Dendera is a place in Kemet, but this is actually the temple of Het Heru, known as Hathor. Now, this is the ruin part where you see where the 19th century Napoleon artists came in and they redid the actual temple. So what happened was they came in and they drew these temples first. Then they did what you would call the representation of how it would look in ancient Kemet. And this is the remake of that particular temple. The one that would look like how it would look in the ancient Kemet. Now you see heads here of the goddess Hathor, even though the white boy put a little bit of wider noses on, keener noses on them. The noses in actuality were in fact wider noses and all. And I have, let's see, I have a color picture of the Temple of Dendera also. This would be a color picture done by an artist by the name of David Roberts. And there's a greater picture, but they don't show this picture much. And it's done, did you get a good view of that? By the artist David Roberts, an 18th century artist that traveled to Kemet and drew the temples before the paint fell off of them. Because each temple was painted white and it had the hieroglyphic of the Medu-Neter inscriptions painted. Every last one of those was painted. And this is one by David Roberts, whereas you can actually see the nose is a little bit wider. We'll go into some deeper details in a few minutes. But this particular Temple of Dendera that we talk about is actually the Temple of Hathor at Dendera. Dendera is the actual place in Kemet. And now some people have a thing where they say Greek names and all, but there's no such thing as Greek names. The Greeks, remember, the first Europeans could not talk until Africans or black people taught them. And the first 300 years of Greece was also, black people. So they are the people that taught the language. So in actuality, when you hear Greece, you are hearing fundamental African language. So Egypt, that means Agathos, which means black, is also a fundamentally a Greek language, but it's actually a fundamental African language. There's no such thing as a European language, period. Because even Rome, the first 200 or 300 years of Rome, were black people. So therefore, we understand that even the Romans, remember the European couldn't talk, get Boney's account. You understand where he said we taught them how to speak. So those particular people couldn't even talk at that particular time. So the actual indigenous black people of Rome and Greece taught them how to talk. Now we have evidence on that also too. Now at this particular time, you will see the back view of Dendera. The back view of Dendera also too. Now Dendera is a very important temple. You see the back view? Also, the side view of Dendera, the remakes now. We're interested in focusing on not so much of the ruined temples, because you can go up the Nile with Dr. Ben, Asa Hilliard, Charles Finch, or also, what's my man in D.C., Tony Browder, and you can actually see there's several tours, black and white tours, that you can go up and see the actual ruins. Now, there are two or three temples that are the best preserved. One is Dendera, one is the temple of Isis or Aset at Philae, and the other one is the temple of Edfu, Heru, the temple of Heru or Horus at Edfu. These are the three best preserved temples. You see, they just redid Hatshepsut's temple. We'll show you a picture of that one also. Now, one of the key books that you must get that they just put back in print, black people, is the book Brian M. Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. This is a book that was also recommended by John Henry Clark to most people. It was been out of print, but now this particular book has now been released back in print within the last month or so. And so some of these particular remakes you will find in this particular book also too. I'll be giving you other books that you can also reference also. Brian Fagan's book, The Rape of the Nile. And it says, tomb robbers, tourists, and archaeologists in Egypt. The Rape of the Nile. You see. So now, this is a key book that you want to get so you can have some indication of what these temples used to look like, as well as a picture of the Temple of Dendera. And also, when I go into the Zodiac of Dendera, there is a whole section in here on how they took that Zodiac and carved it down and took it to the Louvre in Paris also too. We're going to get into a lot of things today. Now, the next thing we're going to deal with what is called a colonnade. This is the colonnade that is on the outside of Dendera. Now, this particular colonnade is what you would see. Before you come into the temples, you would pass through this particular colonnade. You now see one in Paris. And in most buildings, early 19th century buildings and 18th century buildings, you see a colonnade right over the door. Now, it's real key about this particular colonnade Now I want to show you this. Now this colonnade, as you see, you can see some wings and you will see a disc. Now let me get a picture of the winged disc. Right here is another picture of the winged disc. And it is also showing the symbol of the white man, this winged disc. It's showing a symbol of the white man, and I'll get you an even better picture as we go on. It's showing a picture of, the black man, right when you go in the temple. This winged disc that you see, you see two wings, you see a disc, and you see two serpents. I should get a better representation of that particular winged disc. Okay, do you have that? Okay. Okay. Now you have that. Okay. This winged disc, you see a dot in the middle of the disc. You see two serpents. Now I got a papyrus that I'm going to deal with at the end of the lecture that will go into this. This disc you see in the middle is nothing but the black dot of the black sun in black people. This particular sons of Israel. Is Isis, is Ra is the sun, and you have the son of the sun. That's that sun, and it's also in all black people. No sun, no godship, no heaven. We'll go deeper into that as we go on. Now, this particular colonnade, if you can look real close, I want you to focus in on real close. You will see that there's a bridge coming right down, and there's water, and there's boats. And they had a bridge that was built across the water that came right into the colonnades of right before you got to the temple. So you could walk across the water with a bridge coming up to the colonnade, and then you go into the temple of Dendera. And you see people coming on, and you see a procession going on. Different things that's going on also. Palm trees that let you know that this was a tropical land also too. Now, we want to go back, and we want to show you, we're still dealing with this temple of Dendera. Now, why is the temple of Dendera so doggone important? Well, it's very easy. The temple of Dendera is so important because what is on the inside of the temple of Dendera? What is on the inside of the temple of Dendera is the famous zodiac of Dendera, or the zodiac of the temple of Hathor. Now this is very key. Now, if I may, I'll show you some things, I'll point out some things. This zodiac has the symbol of the heavens. It has the pictures of Isis as the pillars of heaven, and her son also, Heru, as also the pillars of heaven also. This particular stuff that's going on the inside is nothing but all of the stars that represents all of the heavens. Right over here you see is a picture supposedly of a black woman that says, as above, so below. That's the law of correspondence, which means as above, so below. Now, based on as above, so below, what you have is, this is the sky, this is the universe. And on the earth plane, you have the God of the earth plane, which is in fact the black woman. Even though, is it not written in your law that ye all are gods? John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36. The good book you need to read called Ye Are Gods by Annalise Guerin that deals with that. But this particular, the supreme microcosm of the macrocosm is the black female that you see right here stretching out her arms. Also represents the goddess Nut stretching out her arms also. Now, it's real key because on the inside of this particular zodiac, you have a picture of a hippopotamus goddess. And she's giving birth to a dog. This hippopotamus goddess represents the constellation of Draco, the triple blackness of space, that gives birth to her first son. That particular first son is Sut, Al-Sut, which means the god of Sirius, the star Sirius. So the triple blackness of space in the northern hemisphere of the universe called Draco. She gives birth to her first son in her south gate, which is her vagina. And that first son is the first star in the universe known as Sirius, or Sophis, or Sept, or Sut. And that particular star is the central sun of our particular universe. It is our sun behind the sun. You have the sun that you see out here is nothing but a reflection of a greater sun. That greater sun is the star sun Sirius, which is the brightest star in our constellations, as well as the true father of our particular universe. But the key to this is that father has a mother. There is no such thing as a father that deals with this woman. So when you talk about the father in heaven, you're actually talking about the son in heaven. And when you talk about the son of the father, you're talking about the grandson or the son of the sun, but the supreme archetype of heaven is the mother, known as the goddess Kali in India. It's known as the goddess Apit here, or Tyert, or the goddess Nut. Now, Apit, or Tyert, is this hippopotamus goddess that gives birth to this little dog, the dog star. You see, the actual dog star. So this is very key. Now, she gives birth to the dog star, and then all of the other stars and all of the actual other parts of the zodiac comes into view. Now, this particular zodiac of Dendera is real key for one reason. Number one, this is an astronomical zodiac. Now, you got to understand, there is astrology and there's astronomy. Astrology, astrological, is based on the stars in this particular, basically around the sun. You understand what I'm saying? In our solar system. Astronomy, or astronomical zodiac, deals with the zodiacal universe. This is an astronomical zodiac, which also is in this astronomical zodiac, astrological zodiac. Now, the book that now this is a key book. It's called Cyril Fagan's book. It's a book that the white boy took off the market because he was a part of the Royal Astronomical Organization in England. He found out, well, the white people were saying, well, we can't deny that Egyptian was the inventors of astronomy, but astrology, that's a whole other thing. That's Greece. So this particular white boy went back and studied the temple of Dendera and all of the other temples, and he broke down that, found out that in actuality that astrology was also started in Kemet too, and there's no kind of science that don't come out of Kemet or Egypt. Now, he found this particular thing out, and they threw him out of the actual Royal Astrological Society, and as a result, he wrote a book called Astrological Origins by Cyril Fagan that now is out of print, but with some luck, I do have a copy of the book, so we can either get that printed or also, too, you know, Raoul Nefer talks about this particular person in his book Medunetta 1. Also, too, Medunetta 1. And also, too, you can also go to certain libraries and get this particular book. I think the last printing was 1972 by Llewellyn Publications. Now, so this is an astronomical zodiac. Now, this particular zodiac, like I said, in this particular temple was built in Kemet, and it was, even though it was built in the Ptolemy period of the Greece. Now, the Greece really didn't run Kemet. The Greece was actually scared. The Greek, excuse me, was actually scared of the Egyptian priests. So they would go. So the Egyptian priests would come to them and say, "Now we need a temple. You know what's going down?" And they would give them the money to build a temple or the manpower for at this particular time with the Ptolemies when they were ruling. For the simple fact that they were scared and all of the actual Egyptian priests. So they did muscle around the other people. They didn't go up against the priests at this particular time. The priests understood in divine prophecy that the Greeks had to rule as well as Kemet had to fall. We'll get into that in a few minutes. Also, so they built this particular temple, and they tore down an ancient temple. And the ancient temple that they tore down had a hieroglyphic based on a papyrus, a crack in the wall, and they actually fashioned the actual temple. So even though the stones, and they always use the older stones, they use the stones from the older building to build a new one back. So even though this is a newer temple, it contains the oldest and it is the most complete findings in the world is in the temple of Dendera. And this zodiac is approximately 90,000 years old. This is what you're seeing right here. And on here it has the origins of the black woman being God and woman being God, period. The great microcosm of the macrocosm, which the triple blackness of space is called chaos. The womb of the universe, because everything is born from a feminine principle. Check. Now, let's go on. And we'll deal with some other things. Now, Dr. Ben said that, now, based on Brian Fagan's book, Rape of the Nile, you're going to find out that the French blew this thing down. And they took this particular zodiac to Paris. It's in the Louvre in Paris, and they put up another plaster zodiac. Now, what had happened was it was the Russian who was going to get this zodiac. So the French, the Britons were coming was coming to get it. But before they got there, a French cat took some Arab help and blew it down. And the only way taking it to the ship, it fell into the Nile, and they needed more help, but they got it up out of the Nile, and they took it and they put it on the ship and rushed it to France before the British could get in and get it. You understand what I'm saying? So it's, the original replica is now in the Louvre in Paris, in the Egyptian antiquities also too. Very key, because everything is in here. Now, when we deal with the actual star systems of all of these particular temples, you're going to find out that all of these particular temples are based around the star system Sirius, which is called Syriac architecture. That's the key, because that is the monument, that is heaven, and these are the monuments of heaven. Kemet was known as the heaven on earth. So as we go on. So Dr. Ben said that this is a fake one. He said there's a square zodiac, but he was mistaken for the simple fact that this is the real one that's in Paris. And the square zodiac was also on another side of the room. And that other zodiac on the other side of the room is this particular square zodiac. 2 levels of that square zodiac also. Now you want to get deeper into the astronomical part of the temples and the breakdown of the stars and the temples. You need to buy a book by the name of Norman Lockyer, or Lockyer, Lockyer, J. Norman Lockyer. And that particular book is called The Dawn of Astronomy. Now the key to this book is out of print, but now you can also go to, there's a new out-of-print book company called Kessinger, and they've just reprinted this Dawn of Astronomy in here. And in here they show different breakdowns of the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Dendera. And so on one side of the hall, you have one zodiac that was in the ceiling. That's the round zodiac that I just showed you. But on another part of the ceiling, you would have the square zodiac. And this was in the temple ceilings, and they blew down the round zodiac. And for some reason, it's cut off because they left the black woman in the damn temple. But they blew it down. Now, so that's the square zodiac. Another form of that square zodiac that's in Dendera is also other forms that deals with different things you see. And right here, you see the pictures of the circle, which is also the boat, which is also representations of UFOs that we're going to get into. And you also see the circle with the eye of Heru. So each time you see the circle, you know that that is a form of melanin also. And this is one also, too, in Dendera. These particular zodiacs with hieroglyphic inscriptions. Now, the other thing that we need to deal with is Dendera is called the Temple of the Virgin Birth. Very key. Dendera is probably one of the most important ones. There's different temples now. You know, down in Nubia, they covered up over 200 temples when they built the Aswan Dam, you see. And when they built the Aswan Dam, they covered up over 200 temples. One good book is called The Book of the Masters, Egyptian Doctrine of Light Born of the Virgin Mother by W. Marshall Adams, an out-of-print book that you can now get from African Heritage Classical Studies Research Series out of, I think that's Chesapeake, Virginia. What's my man name? You know, the E. Curtis Alexander that also does these things now. And so now, this particular Temple of the Virgin Birth that they're talking about, what happens is this particular temple was built for the star system Sirius. Now, Hathor, Het Heru, is the real name. Het, which means house. Heru, which means Christ. House of Heru, the house of God, which means the black woman who is Het Heru, which is the house of God. Now you got the triple goddess. You have the celestial Isis, which is Het Heru. Then you have the earth, one of the earth Isis, which is the Aset that you know of. You see, there's different forms of Isis. And then you have the winged Isis, which is Mayat, which is the end result. But, Aset. But the celestial Aset is called Het Heru, is also called the goddess Satis. And Satis is a name of Sirius also. Now, this particular temple of Dendera that I like to show was built, it was built for the star system of the temple. It was built mainly for Sirius. Now, what happened was you have the Sirius rising when your star used to rise up. This is heaven because this star was responsible for the birth of what you would call the birth of the life on this planet. It doesn't rain in Kemet or Egypt. So the Nile was the source of the water. So as a result, every summer they'd have the rainy season. That's how you could tell whether it was whatever. You could have the dry season, you have the rainy season. And every summer you would have what is called Dog Days, which comes from the Dog Star series. Every July 23rd, this star would rise up over the horizon in the morning. Now, this particular temple, every July 23rd, this star Sirius would rise up, and they would make it so that when it would rise up, this whole temple would light up because of that star Sirius. It would light up. And the priest was a big ceremony. And every July 23rd, that star would come up, and this particular whole temple would light up. You see, that because of that particular star system, and also Sirius, the chief star of the host of heaven, that is the son of the mother, the triple blackness of space, called Draco of Nut, Apit, attired, which is represented as a hippopotamus goddess. Real key, because we're going to get into a few things in a few minutes. Now, another part of Dendera, it's a temple that is built for the star system Sirius. But now another part of Dendera is the famous Hypostyle Hall. And Hypostyle Hall means Hall of Many Columns. I'm going to show you a couple of versions of the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera, at Karnak, which is Apet-i-Su, the oldest university in the world, and also Esna. I'm going to show you pictures of the Hypostyle Hall at these particular places. So bear with me as I go through and we find these particular Hypostyle Halls. Now, the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera, let me get this particular picture so we can show you this, is a hall of many columns. It's interesting because when we deal with this, you're going to find out, when I show you these Hypostyle Halls, I'm going to also show you one at the Temple of Isis, but I'm going to show it to you in color, which would be a very good representation to put your mind back into Hemmitt at that particular time. I'm also going to show you pictures of the Sphinx, the famous pictures of the Sphinx before the nose was blown off. Now, this is a picture of the Hypostyle Hall of Dendera. And as you can see, there's a grand procession going on, and there's many columns. Now, please note that these particular pictures, each one of the hieroglyphics in these particular columns that was built, they had hieroglyphics of Metanetta all over the temple. There was not a spot on any temple in Hemmitt where they didn't have Metanetta. The Greeks started trying to copy, and they could not put the Metanetta because the best artists in the world came from Hemmitt, Egypt. Now, this Hypostyle Hall, and each one of the Metanetta was painted, and they had the white backgrounds. I'll show you representations of that, so I want you to get your cameras ready and zoom in on some of these pictures to actually show the representation of the paintings of this Hypostyle Hall. Now, each one of these were painted, and this is the Hypostyle Hall, Hall of Many Columns at Dendera. Now, it's very interesting. This is a remake because we want to show not so much of ruins. You can see that in most Kemetic books or Egyptian books of the ruins, as well as going up there now. We want to show reconstruction because we're trying to put your mind back into the part on when the black man and black woman was at their greatest ever. You understand what I'm saying? So this is the Hypostyle Hall. There's processions going on. There is the light of the sun lighting up the actual place. So very key. Now let me show you one other piece on the Hypostyle Hall at Dendera. Now, this is very key. Now, I want you to zoom in on this particular picture. Is everything all right? All right, we're going along. I want you to zoom in on the pictures. Now, I showed you before that in actuality, the actual nose that you see on the particular people when they remade Dendera, you actually see they have keen-shaped alkaline noses because the white boys tried to, didn't want to show the original thing. But David Roberts is one of the actual artists that drew some of the things, and when he sketched out some, there is a picture of the head on the inside of the temple, and I want you to zoom in on it because it is a picture of a black woman. Also, I have an actual picture. Now, this is a beautiful day because I got an actual picture of the ancient Egyptians on how they look that was painted in the 1800s before half of them disappeared and miscegenated on into what you call the Arab race now. But you know, we understand about your Nubians, but I'm going to show you the same headdress in the 1800s. Right here, if you can zoom in, there is a picture of a black woman with big lips and a wide nose, which is the same figure of supposed to be on the outside of the temple. This is on the inside of Dendera.
drawn by David Roberts around in the late 1800s. As a matter of fact, we would say that this was actually, I think this was actually in Nubia 1846 that he drew this particular part that went on. So now, let's go on. Now, the next thing we want to deal with is I want to show you a color picture of what the temples used to look like on the inside of Dendera. Or on the inside, I'm going to show you one from the temple of Isis at Philae, and I'm going to show you one that in actuality, well, it's a color picture, but this one is not at Dendera. Now, I showed you the columns, right? Now, we know that the columns are black, so you don't need to trip when I show you European pictures. We know that the Europeans was not doing things for us, right? This is a picture of the column. If you look at the column, you'll see that every piece of the column was painted. You understand? Every part of the columns were painted. And this is the column at Dendera. Now, let's go on. I also want to show you a real picture, color picture, of the inside of the temples. This is a color picture, and as you can see, I want you to zoom in on this. And as you can see, every particular piece of the temple was painted. Background was white, and the meta on it was all colored. So even though the outside of these temples that they drew this way, they didn't have time to color them in, but this is how the outside looked also too. Show you another representation of a colored temple. This temple is the colored from the with full color of the temple of Isis at Philae, which was the last temple that they closed. And right after they closed this temple, Europe went into a dark age. And this is also the color of the temple. This down here and also up here, you saw the different things. Every part was colored, even though they got a little bit of pinkish looking people on there. We know the deal. You understand that? Did you get it?
They can lean those to us, have the top to lean towards us, and it takes the glare off.
Okay. That's the color. That's the color. I want to get that shot in there. All right. Let's go on. Now we're going to deal with the famous temple of Karnak, which is called Apet-I-Su, or as Dr. Ben called it, Warit. What Dr. Ben calls it, Warit. Before we go on this, like I said, this is another color picture of Dendera before the color fell off. Now this has got to be the best painting in the world because the French didn't even get there till the late 17th century, late 1800s, early 19th century. You understand what I'm saying? And late 1700s, early 1800s, which is the 19th century. And this paint was still on there from 2,000, some of them 3,000 years old. Check. Let you know that not only were they the best artists in the world, they said they would have 3 men working on one arm of a big statue at one time. You see, 3, 4, 5 men, and they would get it done like that. Interesting. Let me explain one thing right quick before it gets off my mind on how some of these temples were built. Let me explain this right quick. Let me show you what they used to do. They used to take a temple, and what they would do is they would build the bottom part. Then they would put sand right here. Then they would stand on the sand and they'd build the next part. Put sand there, stand on the other part, put sand there until they build it all the way to the top. They would go in where these particular columns, build the bottom part, sculpture it, put the sand, and they could build a wall. They could just stack stuff on it, and then they would clean the temple out. This was one of the methods of building the actual temples. They would fill them up. Each when they wanted to go up certain levels, they would fill the actual thing up on sand because they didn't need to deal with scaffolds as much for the simple fact that they had to have detailed art. And you could read these temples like books, and it's written in the stone, and most Christians can't get around that. We can take them right back and show them the origins of the Bible, the Quran, and anyone right in the stone. Now, be sure to note that every temple that I'm showing you is, even though some of this stuff dates back 3, 4, 5,000 years, it's still late stuff. You see. Remember now, we didn't need temples when we were as on the same level as what we were when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria because our Akashic records was open in our mind.
And we had cosmic memory, universal consciousness, the Christ consciousness, and cosmic consciousness. We only needed to build the temples as libraries and different things like that so we can read them as storybooks when our third eye and spiritual chakra system shut down based on this third dimension and the vibratory rate of the earth fell. So therefore, in order to obtain this cosmic consciousness, you had to go to the mystery system in Egypt, which preserved the science of the Cossack records, which was used to be in your mind, but you're getting ready to go back to this now in the later days where you won't even need this stuff. It'll be in your mind. Check. Yes. All right. Everybody's Cossack records. Want to deal with one other thing with the Temple of Dendera. From the ceiling of Dendera, the temple is dedicated to Hathor Het-Heru, the Virgin Mother. This is the zodiac. It's probably called the planisphere. It's called, instead of a zodiac, it's called a planisphere. That manifests the intimate connection with the past of the celestial taken by the departed, the holy dead in the interest of light. Now, we also have a breakdown of that particular temple of Dendera, which you have the star Sirius. This is also called, the key to that is the star Sirius that's called the primordial star of all times. And a lot of that stuff is coming from Mariette's book on Dendera. There's a particular person that wrote an 18th century Egyptologist wrote a book. His name was Mariette. It's an out-of-print book on Dendera, and he did most of the work on Dendera, which we had, which is key because that zodiac is very, very key at this particular time. Now we're going right on. The next particular temple that we're going to deal with is the temple called Ipet-Isu or Karnak. It is the largest temple in the world. It is a half a mile long. No, it is it is a mile long, half a mile wide. You understand what I'm saying? That means that would take up 2 or 3 blocks, maybe more than 2 or 3 blocks. A mile long and a half a mile wide. The complete 20 blocks. That's the complete layout of Dendera. Real key at this particular time. Now we're going to start off first to enter in this journey of Dendera, the largest school ever built in the world for a worship of the celestial gods. The largest temple ever in the world is the temple of Ipet-Isu or Karnak. Now we first start off with the colonnade again. And as I told you before, you have the winged disc. And right here, you will see real close ram-headed sphinx. Now let me get a picture of a ram-headed sphinx while I'm talking, because it's very key, because this is going to later on symbolize a sacred marriage to another temple. These temples were like people. We're going to get into that in a few minutes. And they were married to each other. Now, this is the temple, the first temple of Dendera that I told you was the temple of Amen-Ra. Remember that, right? No, excuse me. The first temple I showed you of Dendera was the temple of Hathor Het-Heru. This particular temple is the temple of Amen-Ra. Now, at Karnak, or what you would call the temple of Ipet-Isu, which means the oldest university in the world. Now, very key. What you had here, you will see the colonnade. Now, when you see this particular colonnade, you're going to find out that you see ram-headed sphinx, and they would lead up to the temple. This is the first doorway. These ram-headed sphinx are also leading up to the colonnade. Then you would come in and you see the pharaohs, and they're having a grand procession going on, and these particular ram-headed sphinx that would lead up to the temple. This is a picture of the ram-headed sphinx. You already know what the lion-headed sphinx is, but this is the temple of the picture of the ram-headed sphinx. Now they would lead up to the front door of the temple. This is one up here with the head cut off. Now this is at Karnak. They would lead up to the front door of the temple. Now this is key because I'm going to show you the sacred marriage between the temples. Now that's the colonnade. The first thing we want to deal with, the reconstruction, because Karnak is one of the worst ones in ruins now. And the reconstruction of Karnak is this, Ipet-Isu. And what you see here, and I'm going to break this temple down, and I'm going to somehow try to show you each section, because the temple was too large to put in, to show the whole temple. I'm going to show you a grand layout of each section of the temple. This temple of Karnak, now this is when you first get into the inside of
courtyard. When you see these particular things here, they're called colonnades. You even had the one big colonnade is what you saw as Dendera, which made a whole temple. These particular things that they call colonnades. There's a building in Atlanta that now is built of these particular colonnades. I'm going to get into what is called civic architecture. We're going to show you what they're doing now in the new Atlanta. It's called Atlanta, Georgia. And they started building this civic architecture around the year of 1986. And now Atlanta is almost being completed as a Hemmitt. And I'll go into some things that's going on also there. Now, this is the grand entrance. This is the courtyard. Out front, you had these particular columns here that they had blocks on it, and they were not made, they were just made to stand up. They were not made to support anything. Now, this particular grand entrance that you call Karnak, once you went into the front courtyard, coming through the colonnades, first you come through the colonnades with the ram-headed sphinx, and you go down and you go into the front part of the actual building. Then you get inside this courtyard that you're seeing right here. Now, you getting good pictures of this? Great. You get inside of this courtyard. Then the next thing is you're going into another part of the building, which is on the inside, which is the hypostyle hall, which means halls of many columns. When you get into the other part of the building, you go into this particular part. And these are these great columns. And they are big. I mean, you can fit 10 people around each column, holding hands. That's how big these columns are. This is the hypostyle hall. And if you look real close, you can see the outside of which you just came in here. And you see the ones that's standing up on the outside, that's these. But this is the hypostyle hall. Hall of many columns is what it is called. This is the grand hypostyle hall of Karnak, which is the biggest hypostyle hall in the world. And it is an awesome structure. If you would actually see these things, the real pictures. But I'm interested in showing you reconstructions. Other people can show you, you can buy any books and see the other ones, that's no problem. But what I want to show you is reconstructions based on Napoleon's artists. When they went in, they drew the ruins. Then they drew the reconstructions of this particular hypostyle hall. Let me show you the ruins right quick, if I have some. Let me show you the ruins of Karnak, which is a body of ruins. Now you stick with me, because I'm going to show you some stuff that deals with the whiteboard tonight, and a whole temple that they tore down in Hemmitt because they didn't want you to see the inscriptions. Now, the inscriptions of this particular thing. Now this is the grand ruins of this particular part where you see the arrow standing on in the late 1800s, is the grand ruins of Karnak. You see, right here, you see this that's going on. Now, I want to show you some other things right now. Now, look at this. We showed you the hypostyle hall. The next part we're going to show you, we're going to break this thing down. I showed you the ram head sphinx. Now, when I go to the temple of Luxor, I'm going to tell you about the lion head sphinx. And I'm going to show you that. I'm going to tell you about that because it symbolizes a marriage between two temples. Now, this is the grand layout of the temple of Ipet-Isu. You see the Sphinx coming into the temple. Then you see one part of the temple. Now let's break this down. Let's go step by step. This part of the temple that you see right here, this is the grand layout. Right here. Huge. This is the hypostyle hall. When you see these dots, it's showing the actual layout of the hall of many columns. These are the columns that I first showed you standing on the outside. This is the inside wall. These are the two colonnades. These pictures, these dots are the Sphinx. This is how it actually looks. These columns are standing up here. You see them right here. The hypostyle hall that I just showed you, you see them right here. Now, this is the first part that we're going to deal with. The first part, we're going to deal with certain sections. The first part, you see this doorway here. You see these colonnades, right? These particular pillars. The next part you see is this is the side, how it really looked in the side way. You understand? Okay. Now, breaking it on down. The next part we're going to deal with is the hypostyle hall. See if I can find a picture of the hypostyle hall. This is the hypostyle hall. This is the hypostyle hall. This is the dots that you see here, which represent the columns. This is the hypostyle hall. This is the next part. And this goes with this. So the temple goes like this. Let's fold this and put this together. Want to show it? You get it on tape? Whatever. The temple goes like this. Now, because we had to blow this into sections. So this is the second part. These are the halls of many columns that I first showed you. That's the second part. You got that? This is a statue of one of the kings, the pharaohs. This is the first part. Now that's the second part of the grand hypostyle hall. This is the outside courtyard. Then you're going into the inside because you see the top on it. Right here is another temple. Right here is another temple of another part. Now let's break this down. Let's see if I can see that temple. Yeah, it's right here too. It's a temple that's on this. Here's a form of that side of that temple. So we have the particular temples now. Okay, now going right along, I need the blueprint to another temple of another. The next section that we're going to deal with. Bear with me, okay, because this is such a big place. These are the next sections. They had to break them down in twos. Then you go from one section to another section, and then you're getting, this is the middle section. Now this is a front view of some of the last sections that you're going into. And this particular front view, you still see other columns. You understand what I'm saying? You still see other columns. I think this is also the hypostyle hall. Then they show you the pictures of obelisks and other columns that's broken down throughout the whole temple. But this is a front view of that particular part. Here's another front view of columns that's dealing with obelisks also too. And you can see here this, which is real beautiful. You actually see different pictures of I think that's Osiris, or Osir. And these are particular parts. Now we get to the real juicy part. And this is the last part of it. Now we're going to go into one of the last pieces. Now, there's a smaller temple that is built at this particular grand temple. This smaller temple that is built is one of the most sacred temples of the world. It's a temple that is the temple of the Great Mother. Now let me explain. When you go down the aisle of a church, you say you're getting married. You know that aisle. That aisle, or if a church has a center aisle, that is the fallopian tube, the birth canal, right? And then when you get to the pulpit, that's the womb, the sanctum sanctorum, known as the Holy of Holies. Now the white boy switched this up. In marriage, he has the woman coming down the aisle. But the sperm, a woman doesn't come down the aisle. A woman is the womb. So in actuality, he's supposed to have the man coming down the aisle in marriage, because the man symbolizes the penis and the sperm travels up the fallopian tube, right? The birth canal. Not the woman traveling up, because the woman has a womb. How the hell is she going to need to travel up to her own womb? You see what I'm saying? So they switched this thing around. In actuality, the man is supposed to be led up that aisle, not the woman. You see. One other key thing we need to do when we have African weddings, we need to lead this thing up, lead the man up the aisle. You see what I'm saying? Not the woman. Now, you're going to find out a good book is The Temple in Man, because I'm going to Luxor after this, or what we call Waset.
Bobby, what you do is one thing. You explain what the temples were.
African weddings, we need to lead this thing up, lead the man up the aisle. You see what I'm saying? Not the woman. Now, you're going to find out a good book is The Temple in Man, because I'm going to Luxor after this, or what we call Waset.
Bobby, what you do is one thing. You explain what the temples were for, what happened within the temples.
Okay.
What went on.
The temples were nothing but great universities of learning. They were also places of worship, but then again, you got to realize that they didn't separate education from religion. There was no such thing as a religion in ancient Kemet. It was an Egyptian educational system. And there was no difference between
spirituality, and education. There was the science of God and the science of nature. And you learned it all for 40 years. So the priests used to, these were their training centers for the priesthood, like the UCLA and different things. But it was also temple worship for the people that lived in Kemet also too. So what went on there? Anything from spiritual operations, physical operations, spiritual learning, physical learning, well, you know, rote learning, and spiritual worship. Now also, it was interesting because the Egyptians used to do this. At one time when you lived in Atlantis and Lemuria, what had happened was you used to have this knowledge on the inside of you. Then after the knowledge shut down, yeah, we can take a chair. You know, make sure you're comfortable. Then after the knowledge shut down, because we got all day. Did you get that straight? Get that straight? Did it cost anything? Yeah, well, whatever. We got all day. Now, what happened was, at one time in history, you were in touch with the spiritual world because your spiritual centers was open. Your pineal gland, your crown chakra, your crown chakra, all the other chakras. You got 12 major chakras, but your 7 major chakras, the ones that you see, were all open. So at that particular time, you had direct contact with the spiritual world. So now, there was a certain amount of physical operations and things you did when you got sick. But what happened with the operations when you didn't get sick was when they couldn't help you physically. Let's put it that way. When they couldn't help you physically in physical operations, because now physical operation, the physical surgery is the lowest manifestation of medicine. That's the last resort. So at times when it was beyond the priest, because at one time you had correct communication with your cousins on the star system Sirius, Betelgeuse, Regal, Andromeda, and different other places. So at one time you had a certain amount of contact with them. So you just call the brothers up, say, I'm in the third dimension. Even though the vibratory rate hadn't gone down that much, you could get spiritual operations. Well, the Egyptian priests, what they used to do is in these temples, they used to come in and summon the gods, and the spirit would come and do the operation or the particular surgery spiritually and prepare and repair things that the physical person, the physical body wasn't able to do anymore. You see. So this is what you have when you have actual rituals going on now, is actually summons in the gods to do work that you do not have the manifestation to do, or you don't have the capability of doing anymore because you're limited with the physical thing. So there's a different spiritual vibe that used to go on now. The woman, Shashi McIntyre, said she had lupus in the early 80s or late 70s or whatever, and Dr. Ben told her, say, I want you to come to Egypt with me, Kemet with me, and let's see what happens. And she went there, and she went into the temples, and when she got out, there was a guy standing there taking pictures. And everybody, when they got back to America, they found out that those pictures had actual pyramids over their heads, a spiritual pyramid over each person's head, like a halo. And what it did with her, it cured her from lupus, because she had terminal lupus if she was going to die, and it cured her. Another thing is, one brother went to the temple of Edfu, which is the temple of Heru. And there, in the Holy of Holies, there's a block where the actual God used to sit on. Now that the God has been removed based on the European and all. And in that Holy of Holies, they got a light that shines over the block, and you can't see it when you're there, but when you take a picture, it gets frozen. And when you get back, there's a light. There's a brother in D.C. that has some pictures of the light that's also in the Holy of Holies that you can't see, not unless your third eye is open or you are psychic, but you can see it, the camera catches it. And so there's all kinds of spiritual things that are going on. This temple of Karnak had 80,000 people at one time there. That's how big it was, but then again, they had 80,000 students, both women and men.
but mainly men for the simple fact a woman is the temple. So she didn't need the same kind of training as a man did. Man is a child, and man needs to become more like woman. Woman needs to become more like man. That's balance. So the object of the mystery system was for the initiate to be as small as the smallest man, like the toi. That's called innocence. And with innocence and humility, God is. That's neutralizing the ego. You understand what I'm saying? That's neutralizing the ego. See, when the ego flares up, the spirit hauls ass. So when you get in a big argument, the spirit leaves. The spirit only flows in calmness and stuff where the humility is. That's the part of God. Look at your woman, the way she takes care of children. That's God. When the child does something wrong, she don't take out a gun and shoot. Whole brotherhood of Sirius, later on known as the brotherhood of Melchizedek. Now, one of the main things that the priest needed to do at that particular time, let's say that you went through this entire temple, and you got to the last part. One of the parts was the Holy of Holies that you went to, and only the priest was able to go here. Only the priest was able to go to the Holy of Holies. Let's see if I can find a picture of the Holy of Holies right quick as we go on. Let's say this is the last little piece, the end piece of the temple. This is the end piece of the temple. This is the Holy of Holies, and only the priest was able to go into this back piece of the temple. Now, after you went through the hypostatical hall and all that, and the Holy of Holies represented the womb, so it's like going back up into your mother. So now also, we're also talking about in the layout, you would come in through the front pylons, go all through this stuff here, and you would have your school in here. And once you complete initiation, you would probably end up in the back of the temple, which is like going back up into the womb. You know how it is, the man takes 9 months to get out of the womb, and the rest of his damn life getting back up in the womb. That's spiritual, you see. There's a black hole in space, which is the constellation of Draco, which is also, there's different black holes. But the supreme black hole is the northern part of the space, and there's a black hole on Earth. That's the woman. You call that the vagina. And yes, we love to go back up in that black hole also, too, to get rejuvenated. Right? Check. Now, I showed you this hippopotamus goddess called Apit, or Tyurt. Let me see if I can find a picture of her right quick. I'm going to show you this hippopotamus goddess, which is the center of heaven in the constellation of Draco. This is very key because there was a temple built to her, and that temple that was built to her, Apit Atayurt, that temple that was actually built to her was actually at the temple of Karnak. And at the temple of Karnak, they built this temple, and it's a very sacred temple, and so we do have a picture of the actual Holy of Holies, not of just the regular goddesses, but the Holy of Holies of the Supreme Mother Apit Atayurt, which is a hippopotamus goddess. I don't have I thought I had some pictures of her. I do have some, but I can't find them at this particular time. But we'll try to add one on the video once we do the editing and all. And so what happens is, the temple of the Holy of Holies, the temple of the Holy of Holies is this particular temple. Now you got to get a real good picture, and I'm going to put this on the back because I don't want nothing sharing the space with this. This is just like the womb. And this is the one side of you go through this temple. Now this is a smaller temple of Apit. It's at Karnak. And at Karnak, at this particular smaller temple of the Holy of Holies, there's the temple of Apit, and there's a womb. That particular womb, you have, this is the doorway. That's like going back up into the womb. That's also that stargate that the white man is not talking about in this movie. That outer doorway, the black hole. And in here sets a statue of the temple of Apit. You can't see it, of the hippopotamus goddess. And this is actually a picture of the womb, the Holy of Holies, or the Sanctum Sanctorium. Very key. Very key. Now, does that have a shine on it? Yeah. Oh, you got it? Oh, you say you got it. Okay, cool. Now.
Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yeah, ask me a couple of questions.
Okay. Now, I've been to temples. I want you to tell us why the Holy of Holies was so holy and only the priest could go in, and how that relates to the Holy of Holies within the Bible. I mean, is
this where the Bible
Yeah.
got that from?
The Bible is talking about that, but also the Holy of Holies is the deeper region of your mind called the black dot, which is that. See, you have the law of correspondence. You're going to get a book called the Holy Kabbalion by the 3 initiates, which was taken out of the Hermes Trismegistus material, which is the actual material of Tahuti. And in that Holy of Holies, you're going to find out, in that particular book, the Kabbalion, you're going to find out about the laws of correspondence. As above, so below. As within, so without. As on top, so up under. Those are the laws of correspondence, and everything in the universe corresponds. So even though this is an outer temple of the outside of a man-made structure that is explaining the womb, that's also, the vagina is also a sacred part of that womb also. And also another form of correspondence of the Holy of Holies is going back into the deepest regions of your subconscious, the melanin sphere. That is an outer gateway to the other form of the universe. That's the Stargate that the white boys is talking about in the movie Stargate. Now, this particular Holy Holies is representing the womb. Man must be born again. Now, there's several reasons. The average Christian to say, I'm born again, that is a ceremony that really has nothing to do with being born again. The real symbol of being born again is coming from your old self to your higher consciousness. And the way you go through your higher consciousness, you got to go through the Stargate, the black hole. The rebirth of the womb, going back in the womb and being reborn again. So it's also not, so because you can't go back up in that womb only with the penis, even that's a part of sexual tantra, that's a spiritual part of raising yourself up to Christhood. Don't get me wrong. The homosexuals in the Bible turned that around and made that negative. But the other womb is the black dot, which is called the Amenta in the Book of the Dead, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, in the Mysteries of Amenta, which is talking about the deepest regions of the subconscious. Also, there's a mentor in the subterranean worlds under the subterranean worlds under the earth. There's a whole hollow earth, and that's the Amenta. That's the white boy, what he call that hell. Hell is the deepest regions of your mind, and based on whether you got the black dot or not, rather, and makes it as whether you in hell or not. But the hell that we're talking about is this particular third dimension, and we live in hell. So now one part, getting back to this, one part of this temple, when we're talking about that, we're talking about man must be born again. So there was a certain part where the initiate came in, and at certain stages of initiation in the 40-year period he was there, he later on went back up into the Holy of Holies, which was the temple. But the only way you could go in this particular Holy of Holies is you would have had to have gone into the Holy of Holies of your mind, which is the black dot, which is called the beast in Babylon. It's also called the abyss, which is now parts of your Book of Revelations was stuff. That's the Book of Revelations is the oldest form of part of the Bible. They took that from the teachings of Tahuti, and Tahuti got it whispered in his ear from Mayat as the form of Sashet. And that particular Book of Revelation, some of the terminology in there that you think this negative is actually talking about levels of spiritual development. And your Bible deals with that particular stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now, this particular Holy Holies, the temple was symbolic of your transformation as you went into certain parts of the actual, initiation of the brotherhood on earth. But now I want to say this one other part while it's on my mind. There was a brotherhood on earth, and your initiation was this. This is the primary example. You had a brotherhood on earth that you went into the temples, and each part of the temple symbolized what level of your body that you will actually own. The end result was going through the black dot of the doorway in your mind, and also the doorway in the temple, which is the Holy of Holies. The end result and the most supreme end result of what the actual mystery system is about is to make contact with the brotherhood, not only on earth, but the brotherhood in the heaven of the star system Sirius, called the brotherhood of Melchizedek. So even though we had a brotherhood on earth, which you call a mystery system, which it wasn't a mystery, it was an educational system, and you had a brotherhood in heaven, and you had to make contact with the upper room in your mind, and the upper room of the cosmos, which is the brotherhood. And so the supreme brotherhood was ruled there. In Hemmitt, it was called Medu-Ra-Atan, which was Melchizedek. His original name is Sutek. Hebrew name is Melchizedek. The Arabic word for the Great White Brotherhood, the Sufi, is called the Kutub or the Kutab. Kutab. You see, which is talking about establishing to the higher levels. Now, you know.
So, all right, let me try to recap. The temples then were places, were universities, we can call them universities, but they were places of learning.
Right.
Where the initiate, where one went to learn how to be in tune
right.
with his higher self.
Higher self.
Man know thyself.
Man know thyself.
Then he learned all of the principles.
Exactly.
Of how to raise his consciousness.
Right.
Where he became.
Whoa.
Hey, wait.
Get that? Yeah.
Where he became as, where he raised his lower self.
Right.
To a higher spiritual being.
Being, right.
Where then he could be in communication with things
that's
that were
right.
not on earth.
Not on
he
earth.
Became one with nature.
One with nature.
So
and one with God.
God within himself.
Exactly.
Was actualized.
Actualized.
And he became, in effect, able to relate in a different way.
That's right.
Nature, as a matter of fact, he could understand and he could be one with nature.
Right.
So that if he thought of water, he could become water.
He could become water. And all.
As the Twa now
can
still
able to exactly. You see, the primitive man is more advanced than so-called the modern man. The modern man, which the white man would have you to believe that the modern technological man is more advanced than the primitive man. See, when you got certain push buttons and certain things that you use to get around using the archetypes of your mind, it shuts down mental thought. Whereas if you use nature, your mind, you see what I'm saying? So there's a whole saying that the mystery system would say, full room, empty mind. Full mind, empty room. That means you don't need the physical things around you as much if you got it in the mind. Now, there's another section in the mystery system we need to talk about is the intellectual aspect, which the 7 liberal arts, where you just didn't learn one art, you learned everything. So you just didn't go to college and learn, I just learned computer programming while I was there. No, you learned everything because you had 40 years to do it. So you learned everything. But even all the intellectual advancement that most of the Afrocentric scholars is talking about is still the low level. Because after you learn the intellectual thing, and the intellect is the lowest level of the actual mystery system, then you went into what is called the spiritual aspect, or you learn them both together. So it was both the physical, you have the intellect, and the spiritual, you have the right brain. So the intellect is left brain. The spiritual is right brain. So now when the brothers say the sisters are not as smart, no, it's just that you are using the mathematical equations and the sister is using the spiritual equations. And the spiritual is more higher. So therefore you have to start breaking down this left brain and going into the right brain. You call it female intuition. No, it's the female spiritual ability that you're supposed to have, but you're now using left brain. It is not logic. Now the white boy always uses this logic, and he uses the 7 liberal arts, but he don't understand that there's another spiritual side. But he can only get that part. Now the worst thing we ever made was the thinking when the white boy got a jump on us. The white boy was saying that I'm just as smart as you are. And the only thing, so the reason why we couldn't monitor that is because the white boy proved that intellectually we were almost the same, even though we are smarter than him. It takes him a longer time to get to that stage, whereas us, you see, we can do this thing like that. But it's just that they systematically in the school shut us down. You know that conspiracy to destroy black boys, because Joanza and Jupiter. You see what I'm saying? But even in intellect, where the white boy is talking about his intellect and all this stuff he can do with intellect, he's building these buildings and all this technology. Intellect is the lowest part. Tell the white boy, if you superior, then show me how spiritual you are. Not intellectual. Intellect is low. You can teach a monkey how to do shit.
But what about the people who would come and say, you know, with all the spiritual stuff, I mean, you still are oppressed.
Right, but see,
still not...
Exactly, and the reason why we say that is this. First of all, let's get on this white man. When you talk about, is he spiritual? He can't be. He killed all the animals off the earth. He killed the water. He killed the air. He killed all the people off the earth. He killed the earth, and now he's trying to kill space. That's nothing spiritual at all, because he's not one with nature. He's destructive. So that's
That's no contest on where he's spiritual now. He don't have that spirituality. That's why you got to keep looking in the Bible, looking in the book, and quoting scriptures. But can you live like the goddamn twat? Excuse the expression.
In other words, you are saying now, then, that our spiritual development reflects our ability to be one with nature and coexist.
That's right. Now, you asked the question, if we have the actual ability to be spiritual, why are we oppressed? The reason why we are oppressed is not because we don't have the ability to be intellectual. We can be intellectual, and if you notice, black people fill every position in the world except vice president and president. Everything else we got. That ought to let you know, and we could probably run the presidency better than the white man because we're going to be fair about it. Whereas his president is based on exploitation because you don't get in that chair now unless you take an oath with the Illuminati and be one with the New World Order. But let's deal with this. The reason why we have been oppressed because we're thinking we need to be the best we can be based on the intellect that the white boy gives us, which is only 33 degrees of what he learned from us in the first place. But we don't understand the reason why we're oppressed is the simple fact that we have lost the aspects of spirituality. Now, when we still say black people are more spiritual, no, you were talking about based on fundamentalism, how you feel. Yes, the spirit is in you. That's called edukare, to draw out. You got the 360 degrees in you. But that's to draw out. But what we're talking about here is when you go into the fundamentalism, yeah, you reading the Bible, and yes, there's something spiritual in you that makes you even better than the white Christian, but that is not even tapping into the real spirituality because most Christians, when you start talking about real spiritual things, astral planes, Buddhic planes, etheric planes, the Devashanic planes, the hierarchy of Sirius, disappearing, living underwater, living under the dirt, not breathing, not eating, never eating again in your life, then they say you're crazy. So it's one thing to talk about spirituality and to have what you call religious ceremony. It's another thing of transforming yourself to another level. Now, back to the one little thing before we get off this here. Why are black people oppressed? Because black people have lost the physical and spiritual abilities to be none other than God, because it is not written in your law that ye are gods. So what is the black man capable of doing? The black man is not just capable of running a doggone society. We've done that before, and the white man just copying us and doing a bad job of it. But black man is capable of running the universe, and everything you see the animals that can do out here, black people can do. We can fly, we can shake shit. So we're talking about a whole nother consciousness. Now, the key to the whole thing is this. This is the key on why we have failed. Number one, the vibratory rate had fallen, and so it was inevitable. We was going to fall anyway, because that's a process of devolution. Just like the earth goes to sleep and things, we go through a transformation stage where we go through a metamorphosis and we go through a hibernation stage because we are spiritual people and we are earth's people and we are cosmic people, and the cycles of time, you go into hibernation stages as well as rebirth. So there's a darkness period, so it was going to come anyway. You see what I'm saying? The key why we cannot make it and why we are oppressed, because we are thinking that success in this society is to be like the white boy as far as running the society, and that is the lowest level of society. We're only basing that off materialism, and materialism is the lowest part of the planet, of the cosmos. The physical plane is the lowest part. That's the dead part. But we have gone through the materialistic part. That's what we have when we see the physical structures of Egypt. Now it's time to go back to the spiritual part. So we have outgrown what you know of as physical life on this planet, but by us being spiritual beings, because we have a black dot in us, it's time for us to go to the other level on which we were when we first came on the planet. You see. So we didn't come on the planet as physical beings in what you see Egypt. We came on the planet as spiritual beings, and we went into what you call Egypt when the vibratory rate slowed down. That was our physical existence, and we lasted for a couple of thousand years in the physical. But now it's time to go back to the spiritual on what we first did when we came into the planet, when we were the gods of the universe. So we have outgrown this. So now we understand the reason why the white boy is trying to hold on to all of this, for the simple fact he is only on the physical level, and he can't get to that level because he don't have the black dot. He doesn't have the chaos black dot of the chaos sphere. But we do. So now what's happening with black people are following white people, and we're thinking we needed economics, We need all of the things that we have outgrown. We have gone through that stage. We don't need that anymore. Now, the Brotherhood is saying it's time for you to take back your planet and be the rightful rulers. That's the same thing when you look at the gods in Egypt and what they used to do. Or either look at the Greek gods. Real key. Because see, what you don't realize, the Greek gods come from Egypt. And when you look at what Zeus and Apollo and all them used to do with those particular stories, or with Isis and Osiris, that's the stuff that we do. Because the gods is nothing we're talking about a race of people who fell. You see, from the universal prime creator. So now if the Bible says, is it not written in your law that ye are gods, a God is not supposed to live like the white boy. We're supposed to live better than that. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, so this is what's going on at this particular time. You see, we have outgrown this. There's another stage that we're trying to go with, and nobody's dealing with that, because everybody is still trying to deal with the physical illusions. And the physical illusion is death. What you know of as life on this planet is actually death. And what you know of that you are calling dead is actually life. So the people on the other side are saying, we're the ones that's living, you're the one that's dead, because you're not using 1/10 of your damn brain power. So therefore, there's a whole other realm. It's almost as to say that we're asleep, and we're still trying to transform this physical by trying to transform the physical by doing physical and social and political and economical and mundane things. Whereas you transform the physical by going into the room, going into your mind and going into another room. And when you go into another room, what you think is the physical is the illusion, and that disappears. That's called Maya in India.
Let me see if I can sum up and get back to these temples.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be a good student.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's how we
get. All I can do is to go over this stuff.
Right.
I wanted the temples. We were talking about the purpose of these temples. We had established that these were temples were actually learning centers.
Exactly.
Transformation. Transforming one from their lower or their physical into the spiritual plane. Now I want you to do two things. I want you to tell me what were some of the things that one would actually be able to do. We've alluded to them. We've alluded to one priest who had spent 40 years, who had matriculated, graduated, was a high spiritual being. He could actually cause it to rain. I mean, he could do several things. I want you to talk about some of the things, even though it may seem impossible to us, what one would be able to do as a priest in Egypt, and also explain to us one who was on that higher level. You've already alluded to it, that it's cyclical, and it was time for us in terms of the cycles of nature to go to sleep, so to speak. But do two things. Kind of allude to what, so we can get a picture of what we were in terms of how we lived within nature, what we were able to do, the process then of that stepping down, of that falling.
Falling.
And allowing then a lower entity to come in. Because this is the question that all young people ask. They say, damn it, if we once ruled the world, if we were the black men that we say we are, how do we let this white man we call a devil, this little imp, how do we let him rule us? That's the question. And until they can understand that, they can't make the next step to transformation.
First of all, the missing link is because when most Afrocentric scholars start off, they start with Egypt. Egypt is the way station. That's like starting American history and starting off with starting American history, and you say this is the introduction to American history, and you start off with the 1960s. You see what I'm saying? You got over damn near 200 years that you have taken out. Well, starting off with Egypt is actually like starting off and leaving out almost 1 million years or more of development. But it's real key with Egypt, because Egypt is the documentation on the earth of that 1 million years of development. But most of the people who start off, they thinking that it's just 2,000-3,000 years old. This stuff goes back further than that. They are dating the temples, but the temples in actuality, where the actual physical structures may be 2,000 or 3,000 years old, or a little bit older.
But the actual inscriptions and the hieroglyphic inscriptions on the temples go all the way back to Atlantis and Lemuria. We just showed that because we now got the carbon dated stuff from the South Pacific that's got Anpu, and that's an Egyptian god. So now, first of all, we need to know what were we before we got into this stage.
Yes.
At that particular time, we had complete contact with the gods. You had what is called detailed files that you go back and look at these movies. Anytime you see these science fiction movies, it's science fact. Everything that you see, Superman, Batman, or you see the Predator, you see the Predator, you see the Terminator doing, that's what we could do. We had what is called detailed files, which is called cosmic memory. So all the child had to do was to remember the cosmic memory. He had a library in his head. Not only did he have a library of knowledge in his head, he had the ability based on the black dot, which is the same stuff that is in the cosmos, to whatever he thought in his mind, he could make a reality, both in the physical and the spiritual. All what you see on the spiritual level is an idea. That you take a thought and you slow the vibrations down low enough, they'll come into physical matter. That's why the Holy Kabbalion, which is a part of the Tehutian literature, say the first law of nature is not self-preservation. That's a primitive man shit. The white man had to preserve himself for the simple fact he ain't got long here. He's on a linear perspective. We are secular people. You see what I'm saying? So, the first law of nature is the law of vibration. Everything in the universe vibrates, and what you see in the physical is slowed down vibrations. Now, based on our spiritual centers that is up, we could think a thought, and we could manifest that thought. You see what I'm saying? And we can manifest that thought. So that means, when we're talking about what, you say, what certain things we do, even when I explain the certain things that we can do, in actuality, I'm explaining limited things, because if you got full use of your mind, and the universe exists in the mind of God. And since is it not written in your law that ye are gods, John chapter 10, verse 34 to 36, then that also means in actuality the universe exists in the mind of man. That's the black dot, the universe be. So, if the universe exists in the mind of man, then what we were saying, anything that you see they talk about in comic books or on science fiction and fantasy movies and different things that you call supernatural, superficial, you used to could do with just thought. So now what happened is, this earth fell into a lower density sphere, and the vibratory rate slowly went down to its lowest part. And based on the lowering of the vibratory rate, the deeper we fell into degeneration. So therefore, you couldn't do the same thing that you used to could do a couple of thousand years ago, or a couple of million years ago. So therefore, the Egyptian temples used to come in, and that's why the temples was made then to bring the priest back up to the level on where he could use all of his brain and tap into the particular science of what he used to could do when he was the gods of Atlantis. So at one time, you used to have detailed learning, detailed files in here, the Akashic records and cosmic memory, and also cosmic ability to do what you want to do, whereas you didn't need so much of the physical because it was all inside of you. If you want to go to other planets, you could do that. If you could live up under the water, you could live up under the earth, you could do anything, you didn't have to eat, you could have sex on the astral planes, anything you wanted to think of in your mind, you used to could do that. And that's what we're going back to now.
Now, what governed that in terms of, I know the Egyptians had the 42 negative
confession, right?
But what moral or spiritual or prime law kept one from actually using that in an extremely destructive manner?
Okay, let me explain that. You had a question?
I was going to point out, why did that happen based on we felt so low so that we could be supreme?
Right, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm going to get into that. That's exactly.
Have you changed the tape downstairs? I don't want to miss this.
Keep going. Okay, now look. You saying what spiritual laws you had. Honorable Elijah Muhammad makes a point that you were righteous by nature. And what does that mean? You don't have, the animal out here that you call inferior don't have to have no moral code on the way he goes about life. It just is. You understand what I'm saying? The dog don't have to read no Bible. He don't have to have that type stuff. It just is. The Twa people, case in point, Twa people, the Dogon, some parts of the Dravidians, your people in the South Pacific, your people in the rainforest down in South America, indigenous people, they don't need no moral code of certain things to make them have a good moral behavior throughout life. They are one with nature, and it just is. You see what I'm saying? If something is innate, see, when we talk about righteousness, there's got to be a paradigm of righteousness in the get-go. Well, where did this paradigm of righteousness come from? Did it come from God? Yes. But is it not written in your law that ye are gods? Yes. Well, most of the stuff that you see that's the paradigm of righteousness was actually a carbon copy on how we behave. So what you call in righteousness when you talk about mythology or your moral scriptures is nothing but a carbon copy of what you used to do. And what humans have done, humans can do. See what I'm saying? So it's a form of the nature. That's why when I read this heretical prior to the British Museum that's talking about the white man, they say he has a restless nature. And as a result of us falling so low, we now have a program and a trained behavior. But that's not our rightful nature. There's certain things right now in our lowest state that black people do. They're still righteous that the white man copies as the model of humanity or the model of moral authority in this country. Black people, even in their dead state, is the moral of humanity in this country. If the white man want to legitimize something in this country, the first thing he does is he want to legitimize something that's wrong. He go and get a white black person to be in it, so therefore he can legitimize it. Because he knows he is the apex and the epitome of what is not. You see. So some of the things was just our nature. Now let me get into one other part. We're going to get into two parts on why we had to fall and how else what happened when we fell. When we fell, the chakra centers, the pineal area, the black dot, and all of the crown chakra and the spiritual wheels of light in us closed down because the earth steadily fell deeper and deeper into the third dimension, which is the lowest form of the physical. And the physical trapped all of the spiritual stuff, and that stuff stopped operating. So what we used to use as cosmic memory, we had to go to a mathematical equation to think up cosmic memory. That's where geometry, astronomy, astrology, trigonometry, reading, writing, and the 7 liberal arts came into being to mathematically equate what we had gotten rid of that was natural nature, the cosmic stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Now, why did all this is where your mystery system came in, to learn the basic 7 liberal arts, and then to go into spiritual attainment to get the priests back to that level. And then they understood that they couldn't, all the people in the world couldn't go to that Christ level, so the priests ran the society and made sure that the moral structure that they put in the scriptures is what the masses of the people would behave like. And that's where you have moral code come in. It came in as a remembrance of what you used to do when you were gods. Because the moral code is to follow up to be one like God. I want to be like Jesus. I want to be like the Lord. Well, who is the Lord? The Lord is what you used to be like before this thing fell. That's where moral structures came in. So we talk about a level of degeneration when you say, where's the moral code? You understand? Now, what happened? Based on a war in heaven, they had to, in order to redeem and to save a certain part of the universe, they had to, what they had to do is they had to take a planet and bring it down so low until it would go through actual literal hell. Now, why? Why is this? Why? Why do we have to go through hell? You understand that there's a part of the universe that is so high and so righteous until it did not know the lowest depths of evil that there was. So in order for it to go any higher than what it is, the cosmos, the heavens, it has to go to the lowest part. So they chose a people Well, part of our people chose a group of the race to do that. And part of that is this particular solar system. And the lowest part of this solar system is the Earth. That's why the Earth is more physical than the other planets. That's why it's got the water on top and all of the land, and most of the people live on the outside. A lot of people live on the outside, even though there are people that live on the inside. You see what I'm saying? But the Earth is the lowest part, case in point. Get you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah to show you exactly what I'm talking about. Show you a picture of the Holy Kabbalah, which will explain. These are the different levels of the planets, but the Earth is down here called Malkuth. Then you have Jupiter, Mars, Saturn, and all the other ones. You see, like that. Okay. The Earth is down here, which is the lowest part, which means the Earth had to go through the lowest degeneration period than anything. So the vibratory rate was supposed to speed down. So therefore, when we was in Atlantis and Lemuria, we stayed there for a couple of thousand years, maybe a million. And then it had to degenerate even more. Then Egypt came on, which is still higher than today. Then we stayed a couple of thousand years, and then the vibratory rate went down even lower into what you got now. And that was conducive for the white man to live on the planet. Now, the key to this is this. Why so low? Why? Because they say that the people on earth are going to take the supreme head of the heaven. Why? Because we have totally forgotten who we are. We got cultural amnesia. We don't know who we are as a people. Even a roach knows what a roach is. Even a gnat knows what a gnat is. Even an ant knows what an ant is. Even a grain of dirt knows what the dirt is. The only thing in the entire universe, the omniverse, that don't know what it is the black man and the black woman, mainly on earth. And to even go further than that, in the hills of North America. So because you have gone solo, you now, there's nothing in the universe that you haven't traveled, because we went to the bottom. So you're the only one that is actually qualified to take the supreme head. You see what I'm saying? To take the supreme head. So we had to go that low. So it's just like a bouncing ball. If you take a ball and you bounce it, a little bit of force, when it comes up, it might go this high. But if you bounce it with the most supreme force of gravity, with the low vibratory rate, it'll go the highest when it bounces back up, based on the force. So it's about like that when it comes to involution and evolution.
When we talk about the black dot, and I am going to let you go back in, this is a segue back into the temple, by the way. When we talk about the black dot, if you would explain, because maybe some of our listeners do not understand in depth what we're talking about with the black dot, how it is related to the pineal gland, and how that is related to black people and white people, and why you say that white people do not have the black dot or the gate, the star gate, why they cannot ascend to a higher level. And then, if you will, I want you to segue that into the temple in which it is laid out like a man, so we can actually see where the Egyptians understood these deep mysteries, and they even build these temples to relate to and to teach specifically from the design of the temple itself.
Okay. All right. First of all, we understand that if you are in the image of God and it is not written in your law that ye are gods, then what the supreme level of the cosmos that you call, that is the black substance that make up the stars and make up all the other stuff, which is the supreme essence of what God is, because in the core of every star is the black substance. But that make those stars up is the black substance. So what you see out there, the white boy call it dark matter in science. What you see out there with blackness is actually something. And it is the essence of God. It's called the primal materia, or the great works. But if you are in the image of God, you also have the black substance in you. And because you are black, that is an indication that you do have the black substance. Because Beth means house. Ham comes from Cam, that means black. Bethlehem means the black house. And the sun in Bethlehem, which you call the Christ, is also the black house that you got. You got a sun inside of you, which is also called a star in Bethlehem. The physical star in Bethlehem was the star Sirius that you saw. The other star in the Bethlehem that you see right here, because this is the house, was the star Sirius that's in you, which is also the sun in black that you call the in Bethlehem that you call the black dot. So it is the gateway, and it is the Son of God that is in you. It is the Son of God that is in the Son of God, because we are the heirs of God. But there's something on the inside of you that not only are you on the physical level, but there's a link that is the difference between you from being only on the physical level is there's a doorway in you that not only makes you on the physical, but it links you to the cosmos as well. White people don't have this black dot, so therefore they're only on the physical level.
Why don't they have it?
They have, why don't they have it is because in our form of degeneration, it was inevitable that we could not take ourselves down that low, because God can only be at the nature of God. So therefore, based on the vibratory rate, some of us invented, this Yakub, that I got the historical researches of Yakub, some of us invented a European based on gene splicing. But anytime you got the original prototype that comes through nature and spiritual attainment of the cosmos, and then you go in and make another prototype from that, I don't give a damn how well you make it, it's not going to be as good as the original. It's just like that oil. You could take perfumes and make perfumes all day, but it's never going to be as original as the oil that the perfumes are made from. That's the concentrated, potent stuff. Well, in the case of Europeans, we now have actual evidence that I'm going to get into with a particular temple of Abydos that has the documents of the European being created. And we'll give the historical documents on that for the people that don't believe. Based on that, what you have is this particular European is a created person that we created. And as a result, he does not have the full manifestation of the essence of what we are. So even in our creation, even though we can create a person that can function on the physical level, because we created him on the physical level, it doesn't necessarily mean he can function on the spiritual level. So as a result, what you have is you have a person that is conducive to the physical level, and based on a certain amount of lower energies, because the physical level is on such a low vibratory rate, he can be conducive to the physical level and all aspects of the physical, and all, which is the lowest level. But he cannot be conducive at the highest level because he was never created from the highest regions. But we all were. And our sperm and our stuff is created from the highest regions. Whereas him, because he's created on a lower level, his sperm and the actual spiritual energy, or the energy that's coming to make him in his essence, which is energy on the inside, comes from lower astral planes. Where our origin comes from the highest astral plane, they call the Jivashanic plane, or they call the melanin realm. So the reason why they don't have melanin is because we were created out of melanin, and they were created out of gene splicing in the physical world. And part of that, they gene spliced, they grafted not only genes from us, but they grafted genes from an ape. But even the ape is more spiritual because the ape is in its rightful habitat. And it does things nature-wise. But the European is grafted, and this is why it looks like an ape with the same hair and all this type of stuff, but it's something of only lower material matter, which I'll go into that particular part. So therefore, the supreme part that makes us God, which was created in heaven, is the black dot, which is that link, that doorway. Because it was only created on the physical realm, it does not have the black dot and cannot have the black dot. And now the difference between some white people is some white people are miscegenated black people that still have the black dot. And you got 80%, you have 15% of some white people that have the black dot. Those are not white people, those are black people that look white.
Now, when we talk about the black dot, we're actually talking about a pineal gland that's not calcified.
We're talking about well, that's the physical element, is a pineal gland that's not calcified. But the black dot is called the dark night of the soul, which means in actuality it is the soul. Okay. So when you talk about this particular, that it is the soul. Now when you talk about this particular Not having the black box means in actuality you have lower astral energy that can be mistaken for a soul, but it's not the soul. The only reason why you don't understand that it's not a soul is because you are dealing with intellect, and because you can teach a monkey how to do some things. You're dealing with that. Hell, a damn parrot can talk. You're dealing with intellect because it has a brain cavity, it can function, but you don't know what the soul is of. But then again, we know that he couldn't have a soul for the simple fact that any person that has a guilt deficiency. Bobby E. Wright told you that in Psychopathic Racist White People. And any person that is against nature itself, and anything he has killed, and he's defied all the laws, the creator laws, that means that he couldn't have a soul. He has a guilt deficiency, and you got to realize this about the particular European also too. The European, France and England had a war for 100 years. Now that means in actuality to have a war for 100 years, that means that war is the norm and peacetime is abnormal. So when we talk about peacetime, it's not talking about his nature. And even in his peacetime, he's never at peacetime. He just has a clever way of doing things where he don't have to have physical violence, but he has mental violence and social and political violence. You see? So it's when he does have peacetime, you're thinking that he's being all right. No, he's just got a more advanced way to carry out his particular violent behavior, his destructive behavior. You see? So now, when we talk about that, and we'll get into this white man in a few minutes, historical evidence proved that obviously this man doesn't have a soul. That's just based on history alone. But now we have the archaeological evidence, and because we're talking about the temples, based on the temples of Egypt, we have the archaeological evidence that he's a biological mutation from the original person.
Can we look at that temple?
Yeah, we're gonna. Well, okay. What we're gonna do is that's one of the grand finales. So, because we got to do in a sequential order. So we're gonna get to that particular part. Now, what I want to do is I want to take a little break and get some water or whatever. When we come back, we're gonna really start throwing down some more. You on? You see, so like I say again. We are far removed from our ancient African sciences, and only thing we have to show about it is religion, and too often that's just moral teachings. That really ain't got shit to do with spirituality. As a matter of fact, I can say and I can prove the church has nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. That's a moral teaching based on moral code, which in Africa we didn't need to learn how to behave. A dog don't need no damn book on how to fucking be a dog. Humans don't need no book on how to be a fucking human. That's the white man. He had to have a manual because he was inhuman. So in actuality, in so many words, we created these religions for his ass, because look what he did with the book. Can you imagine how this devil would be if he didn't have no book? But somehow in the process of our getting hit in the head, we woke up and thinking in actuality that we got to pray to God and love, and I'm talking about do all the stuff that it says doing and all, when in actuality and all, we are the manifestation of God. And the book is written, the book itself is copied based on the nature of the ancient black people, in which they was telling people the laws to behave like. You see what I'm saying? So, so that's one thing I'm saying and all. We got to get out of this whole thing based on this. My point is based on this whole religion thing. Because some people, if you ask them right now, well, give me some proof that your prayers and all work. They say, well, he woke me up this morning. Well, a fucking dog woke up this morning. That don't mean shit. Because you woke up this morning don't constitute shit. At what level did you wake up?
Wait a minute, isn't that a serious of blasphemy right there?
Well, even that word blaspheme, where did it come from? What does it mean? Who you blaspheming against? And what system or whatever they come from? I mean, because you woke up this morning don't mean shit. Hell, a dog woke up this morning. You see what I'm saying? Ultimately, that don't mean anything. That's some stuff that is, first of all, that's just some stuff that we came up with the last 100 years or whatever. We just say certain things. You woke me up this morning because some old black ass slave from Alabama said that shit don't make it law. That's the result of what you've been reduced down to.
So what about the scriptures that says, thou shalt not take anything from the scriptures or add anything to it? Now, what do you feel about that?
Well, first of all, in that case, I might as well throw the damn scriptures out because they've been taken away from and added to the whole shit until the whole thing is all scrambled up. And even when you say scriptures, what scriptures are you talking about? Are you talking about the Bible?
The Bible.
Well, which one? Well, what makes it valid? We got the Schofield Bible, we got the Septuagint Bible, we got the Latin Vulgate Bible, we got the Greek Bible. You understand what I'm saying? What Bible? Then we talking about what holy book? We got the Book of the Dead, we got the Egyptian Book of the Dead, we got the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we got the Upanishads, we got the Mahabharata, we got the Rig Veda. You see what I'm saying? We got the Ramayana. You see what I'm saying? We got the Gnostic text, we got the Kabbalistic text, we got the Torah. So there's several holy books. Just depends on what concept are you coming from.
The King James Version?
Well, does that make that right? Because it's one. He who knows one book knows none. First of all, it's the King James Version. So that means obviously he was writing that shit for his people. You see? But then again, if you want to say the version, that version is coming with 19 books taken from it. If I got a Bible and I take 19 books from it, that ain't no goddamn Bible. That's a maze of confusion. And the only thing you won't ever get from that shit is confusion. See, I tell a Christian, well, the ship ain't really came in when you talk about your religion. The verdict ain't came in because you got 19 books gone. You see what I'm saying? You got 19 books gone. And does that make that gospel? We got Yoruba, we got Bodun, we got Igbo, we got Hausa. You see what I'm saying? We got the Keba Nagas out of Ethiopia. We got the Ethiopian book of Enoch. We got tons of ancient texts. We got the Greek text. We got the Sumerian text. We got the Babylonian text. So one book does not constitute who we are and basically what we should go by. And as a matter of fact, when you really think about it and all, other than waking up, even this word bless. Now I'm not being no more spiritual by saying these things, by you challenging these things, than whatever. When we say blessed, most people say, I'm blessed. What constitutes your blessing? 98% of the people say they're blessed based on material things. Somebody might say, I'm blessed, I got a cell phone. Whereas 10 years ago, a cell phone didn't even exist. You see what I'm saying? But yet you see people walking around like they can't even do without it. So what you would call a blessing 1,000 years ago wouldn't even be in existence. What we would call a blessing in this society wouldn't even be in existence in an African society 10,000 years ago. The concepts wouldn't even come up. You see what I'm saying? The real concept is based on one thing down here: becoming gods. That's it. Man, know thyself. Is it not written in your law that ye are gods? And how you act and who you screwed last night does not constitute whether you are God or not. So it just depends on what we've been programmed into believe. That's a form of the slavery. We got to break that. You see what I'm saying? We got to break that. You see. Let me give an example. Asa Hilliard posed this question before. If nobody ever told you that multiple gods was wrong, would it be wrong? If you never heard that I worship one God and polytheism is wrong, would that actually be wrong? No, it wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? The only thing that gives you the thing to say, only thing that you got between you to saying is that gives you this notion that it's wrong is because you was told that.
Yeah, okay, now let me ask you, what do you call yourself? As a Christian or atheist or what?
No, I'm not an atheist. I'm not an atheist. I'm not a Christian either, because that's a terminology that only exists 2,000 years ago. That which only existed 2,000 years ago cannot be the end-all and be-all when half of human history was over 2,000 years ago. No, the majority of human history was over before we even knew anything about Christianity. So how the hell are you going to be something valid in a world that lasted for millions of years and the world existed, literally has come and gone, and then Christianity pops up? I am an African ancient spiritualist, which religion before it became religion was an ancient educational system where you learn your relationship to the universe, the omniverse, nature, and yourself. And anything outside of that was a watered down version. So basically, I am the combination of all of that, which is beyond religion. So I don't call myself no religion. The word religios means to bind. You see what I'm saying? We should become beyond religion now. Religion carried us to a certain point when we didn't know any better. You see what I'm saying? You wouldn't call the Christ that you're looking for to come back a damn Baptist. You would like, hell, you supposed to redeem the world. I know damn well you got to be something greater than a fucked up ass Baptist or any other little human existence down here. You got to be reality itself. Well, that is what your soul is, Christ, before it was named, relegated to one particular person and named an actual system of worship. You see, we had the knowledge of becoming Christ.
So what sense in, let's say, other people killing other people?
Huh?
Killing, period. What do people really actually get when they kill other people? I mean, killing.
Well, in actuality, I'm going to be frank now. Let's go into some ancient science. First of all, even in your Bible, it tells you that, right in your Bible, it says that heaven and hell will pass away. So what we call heaven is not even real. It says it right in your Bible. This heaven and hell will pass away. It says it right in your Bible. Our God did not create the earth. Jesus says it right in the Bible. He says, this kingdom is not of my Father. What we call the earth doesn't exist. It's an illusion. In India, it's called Maya. Did you see the movie Matrix?
Not yet.
You need to go rent it.
No, go ahead.
It's on my list of what you are.
Yeah. What we deal with right now is not even real. Ultimately, well, that's a bit too much. Let me just say what I'm trying to say. If this is not reality, then what is killing somebody? What is anything? The only thing that exists, if this is not real, is wisdom and knowledge. In the Tibetan Book of the Dead, it tells you that the true enlightenment of man is the realization of the unreality of existence. This is called a holographic universe. It never existed. What's your name?
Sam Taki. Sam Taki.
Taggart?
Taki.
Sam Taki.
Right.
Sam Taki never existed. You are a series of events that never existed. The only thing that exists is your soul inside of you. The physical body is a housing unit that houses the soul. Somewhere in a couple of million years, we fell to a state of existence where we started thinking that the physical body was who we were. It tell you right in the Bible, the flesh is weak. Tell you, this is not my home, I'm just passing through. Who you are has nothing to do with who you think you are. This is just a physical body, flesh. If it was real, it wouldn't dissipate and rot. So how is it can you be chastised based on something that's not even real, that's something that's not even going to be here in the end or eternity? They say that which is real can never disappear. It will last forever. The only thing that is real is your soul is on the inside of you. It tells you in the original scriptures, the one before they was changed into the scriptures of the Bible, or some of the stuff that was taken out of the Bible. This is what it says. In the Gospel of Adam, I think, which is the scriptures they dug up in 1945. See, our Bible was made out of older scriptures. And then basically the Roman government, what they did is the ancient people who used to be the authors of those scriptures, the Roman government turned against them because they basically copied these people's work. And the Roman government turned against them and killed all these people off. They were called the Gnostics. And they killed all of them off. And they attributed that work to Jesus, but that work predates him. They killed all these people off. And some of these scriptures was found in 1945. Bentley Leighton's Gnostic scriptures, or they called the Nag Hammadi Library, because it was found in a place called Nag Hammadi, Egypt. And these particular scriptures was found. One of the scriptures in the Gospel of Adam tells you that we people that are spiritual, the ones that have a soul, it says that they say that basically the ones who are not spiritual, the earthly man, or the ones who do not have this original soul, they need church. Church is good for them. For they cannot live without moral good behavior. They say, but we spiritual people, we can surely get to the kingdom just for the mere fact that we have a soul. They say that the one without a soul, he cannot achieve the kingdom. He's not capable of it. Because the kingdom itself is your soul. That's what the kingdom is. It says, but us that have a soul can surely receive the kingdom, which is the awareness of our soul. No matter what we do down here physically. Just as gold is placed in the mud, does not change the gold. The mud does not change the gold after thousands of years. You wash it off, it's the same gold. So is our soul cannot accept decay. Our soul, we cannot damage our soul no matter what act of degeneration and degradation we do while we're down here.
So now, back to the same question.
I have.
Now, I'm saying about the killing. You talk about the Romans kill all the spiritual men. Now, why would they have to kill them? And if they kill them, like for instance, saying when you kill somebody, you take their life. Are you really taking their life when you kill them?
Not really, no. If they got a soul, you're not taking their life. Eventually, you just speeding up what's going to happen to them a few years down the road anyway. Death is inevitable. Death itself, my friend, is the soul. That's what your soul is.
The birth of, is the releasing of the soul.
Now, that also sounds a bit spooky. This is something
yes,
like what
spooky.
Jim Jones did. So actually, it's making me becoming a little bit spooky.
No, it's not Jim Jones. It's not Jim Jones because the simple fact is what I'm doing is I'm providing ancient scholarship. I'm giving you text that you're supposed to go and study yourself. See, the good thing about why I'm saying that you can basically take what I say as gospel, because I don't have a follow in our group. Yeah. I am basically a scholar and a researcher into ancient material. As a matter of fact, I don't even suggest that you even believe what I say if you eventually don't go and research it for yourself. So what I'm doing here, see, this is the deal how we have to distinguish on who we're talking to. A lot of people out here, they have a certain group and they want a certain people to follow them. I don't come in that category of people. Number one, I'm providing ancient information that was hidden from us for thousands of years. Now, how do you receive that information? That's up to you. So do I tell you not to be a Christian, or I tell you to see my point of view? That's not the point here. What we're doing is we are basically recording records of information that was lost to us for years. You see what I'm saying? This information, what is it supposed to do? It is supposed to enhance what area you are in, other than tear it down. Or, if you feel like it, you don't have to be a part of that, the system that you're in. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? It makes common sense that nobody on the earth needed a new religion to come to them that they didn't already have. It's irrational for an Eskimo to worship a Jewish savior. That don't make no goddamn sense.
Never did.
You see what I'm saying? So why is it, as we are Africans, would have to look in the context of we got to have one particular religion that defines us all, when the religion is a new thing? You see what I'm saying? 2,000 years ago, we had educational systems, and because you was educated in those systems, these things that I'm saying would make a lot of common sense. It's just that 2,000 years ago, they separated the science from the education. So the scientific people say, to be in science, you can't believe in God. And the religious people saying, to believe in God, you can't believe in science. Whereas we didn't have religion or spirituality in science when they weren't together in the African science. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm dealing here right here is giving you a concept of transference of energy. It's the same as science, so that's exactly what those books was talking about. That was later rehashed into religion, where you just follow some shit that don't make no goddamn sense, all because you're afraid of going to hell, whereas hell is where you live. The earth is called Hyle, and the people that live on earth are called Hylics. Oh, Hylics, come on. You see. And basically, if you was the underworld, they call hell. Well, hell, if you was let's say if you was up in the stars somewhere, wouldn't this be the underworld, Earth? Mm-hmm. So it depends on your perception of things, and basically what we have to do is we have to unravel pertinent information of knowledge, no matter how disturbing it may sound. Remember, anything that you get new is strange. Yes, otherwise it wouldn't be new. The first time a person went to, you ever see a little child go into first grade for the first time? Mm-hmm. That's some terrifying shit. Anything that you did for the first time. Most men who never had sex, or most women who never had sex for the first time, it's a little scary before you get up in there and find out, you can do some things. It's the fear of the unknown. You understand what I'm saying? And that's what knowledge is supposed to do. If I come and give you a series of information that you agree on, that's not knowledge. That's inspirational ceremony. That's giving you some stuff that's why you go to the church, they go, yeah, go ahead, yeah, go ahead. That means that he's giving them some stuff that everybody knows, so he's not teaching them. That's masturbation. Otherwise, it should be going, oh, I didn't know that. But see, we have been trained to not really know what knowledge is. We've been trained for inspirational ceremony. You see what I'm saying? And it's based on respect, too. If the Pope came and broke all this shit down, you wouldn't have no problem with it. Because you would feel it, he's a man of authority and he's supposed to know what he's supposed to be. And that's based on the brainwashing of what they have done to us too. We don't think that people that you might meet yourself that's unapproachable, that's not unapproachable to you, should know anything. So I shouldn't be sitting up in here a few feet across from you telling you anything profound. Whereas a man that travels around in a glass cage and waves to you in a window, because he's unapproachable to you, you have been trained that he must know more knowledge than a person in your own community. You see what I'm saying? So what we're talking about here is not a form of religion. What we're talking about here is a form of education, which the African way comprised of spirituality, in which you call religion. So that's the difference between me and other people. You see what I'm saying? I'm not out to get your money to tell you what you want to know. Every day we live, we're supposed to learn something. And the day that we don't learn something is the day that we don't live. That's what the Egyptians used to say. So therefore, if this stuff seems strange, that's the only way you get your mind to work.
One more question.
Yeah.
Now, suppose somebody pull a gun on you or something. Didn't you get some frightening experience? And didn't you really plead for your life? Why will you say, like, when you die, you become more powerful and you speed things up? Why will, I mean, that is...
Well, it's naturally because, like I said before, because I haven't died yet, and it's only human to me to want to hang on to what I know, because we want to cling to the familiar. They say even when someone comes to hell to get you to go to heaven, you're going to go kicking and screaming and fighting. You would rather, if your arm had gangrene, and it's going to threaten to kill the rest of the body, you would rather your arm stay on than somebody cut your arm off. That's because people tend to cling to the familiar. We feel comfortable in that which we already know, and we don't feel comfortable in that mystery that we don't know. So most people fight against death up to a stage.
Other words, it's like fighting. It's like trying to hold on to a penny than to receive a dollar.
Than to receive a dollar. That's only because you have been conditioned to that. Remember, life is all we know. So if life is all you know, how would you know that death might be the ultimate prize, in which it is? Even Christ had to die. Don't you want to be like Christ?
Oh, no, not now. Not now.
Don't you want to? I want to be like Jesus. Well, Jesus had to die. Right? And Osiris and all the rest of them had to get the hell on to the other dimension to gain the power, because the prize is on the other side. You see what I'm saying? Even the Africans, some people say, well, how the hell the Africans just let low Europe come in and take over them? But then again, we thinking from a modern mind. The Africans understood that certain things was inevitable. So they just laid down and died. Because number one, they knew this day was coming. You see what I'm saying? They knew this day was coming. The Tibetans got a thing, the Tibetans got a date that they knew the white man was coming about 800 years before he came. They knew he was coming. And they said that to the date, they said they had the day, they had the year, and they had the fucking hour. And the day, the year, and the hour, the white man arrived. The Tibetans got a thing. The white man, they had an 800-year prophecy on the day he was going to come. And to the damn hour, he came knocking on the door. You see what I'm saying? He came knocking on the door. So some things are inevitable. Ultimately, death has to be the ultimate power, because the simple fact is we all got to die. And they said this is what's plagued the modern man for years, is not knowing the knowledge of death. You see what I'm saying? Most people, when they die, we take it hard, because that's our selfishness. We don't want to go through being on this realm without them being around. And the Africans used to tell you, you got to quit mourning, because that person can't make the transition, not unless they know that you are all right. You can have them down here trapped for 20-something years grieving. because they don't, you know what I'm saying? I think because we went up to my Aunt Jane's apartment in over here in Brooklyn, and I got a cousin named Gray Henry, died in '75, and he was still up in the apartment. Now obviously he didn't make the transition, and I figured it out why he didn't make the transition, because I remembered that she grieved so. This was her brother that she was close to, real close to, and so she grieved way past the time that she was supposed to grieve. You see what I'm saying? Mm. She even blamed God for taking it. And so as a result of the grieving process, he probably stayed around on this plane because he didn't want to leave without his sister being all right. And he's still up in there.
You mean the ghost?
The spirit, yeah.
The spirit.
You see, still up in there. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of times we don't understand things, and by us not understanding things, and that's what basically a European was. He didn't understand a lot of things because he was a new person on the earth. So therefore, now us being slaves, and when we say slavery, all black earth is in slavery, Africans too. We tend to take on the traits of what he doesn't understand. You see what I'm saying? And so therefore, our minds have been totally reversed. You see what I'm saying? And you know, and so basically, what we have to do is we have to damn override all this stuff and turn our system inside out. Even in the way we look at religion and God. You see what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying about most of the ancient way that we look at things is not based on worship. That's a new phenomenon. Most of that stuff that we did do was ritualistic stuff to cultivate energy. But we understood that, hell, we was just as part of the damn universe as God. You understand what I'm saying? First of all, to worship a God jealous of you is inferior. So the God in the Bible says, I'm a God, jealous God. Well, right now, I got enough sense to know if I go and create a little old pot and put some toy soldiers up in there, then I wouldn't be jealous of the damn toy soldiers. You see what I'm saying? Well, there's a whole nother realm on why this jealous God, because that jealous God is not the real God. It's not the real God. You see. And he's jealous because we have something that he don't have. Well, that's a whole nother story.
So in other words, he's feeling just lousy, jealous, just lousy.
Yeah. You see, it's a whole nother thing and all. But that was put into the scriptures later about this jealous God. Just as a lot of things. I mean, because it's in a book don't necessarily mean it's true either. In the Quran it says that you can beat your wife if you beat her with a short stick. Including the Bible, one of the most patriarchal, sexist books ever written. So that can't be from God. I mean, literally, they ain't got a damn positive shit to say about no woman in that motherfucker. And even when they talk good about her, she's always a subservient being other than the man. She's always obedient to her man. They ain't nothing but a bunch of damn slaves. But she is never esteemed on the same level as the great patriarchs, Abraham and all them. So right there, it's a male chauvinist murder cult. That she gets blamed for the fucked upness of society. If you want to put a new word on something.
And last young problem. Now, this is 90s, and we having a lot of macho women. And they're also trying to prove that they are the man. Now, as a man, what do you do about it? Do you also supposed to strike a woman? One woman said, you put hands on me and that will be the end of you. What do you think of that? Do a woman
you don't supposed to strike a woman because of, you must think of all women like your mother. So if you think of women like your mother, especially the black man, we really, the buck stops here when it comes to mama now. Mama can't do no wrong. So we should all think of all black women like mothers. Like your mama. She is the capability of being a mother. So when you think of that same black woman in the context of mama, that question question goes, that's futile. Mama got the right to do what the fuck she want to do. See what I'm saying? So you wouldn't even entertain the same question if you thought of every black woman as your mama. Because she is capable of being a mama, so we're talking about the same unit. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? The same unit. You know what I'm saying? We are equals.
But what about the woman that really jumped in front of you and trying to make you look like you were a wimp?
Well, my point is a man will jump in front of you and try to make you look like you're a wimp, but you wouldn't. You wouldn't take the same context of him. You just figure, hey, it's just a little fight. That's just an aggressive thing that went on between two humans. But it's only with the woman that you would feel offended and all, and that's because of the fragile male ego. See, if you take the woman and put her on the same level as the man, then you wouldn't feel offended when she does certain things. You would feel, if your partner did that, if your boy did that, you would look at it in another context. It's just that you have been conditioned to think the woman is inferior. So whenever she does a certain amount of things, you can't stand for it.
Now, wait a second. Now, during the African American Day Parade, we witnessed one outrageous behavior by a young lady who weighs about 135 pounds, slapping a man who is very well musculine, weighing about 300 pounds, slapping him on the head over and over and over. And the man just don't want to do anything because of the police and the rest. So how do you handle
Well, brutality is brutality. I understand that particular part, but my point is that would not be such a... are you saying that in actuality...
best solution for the situation? Of male-female situation?
Well, the best solution, but my point here is it wouldn't even be in the same context if he was beating on her. You see what I'm saying? If he was beating on her, my point is the point I'm trying to make is the whole context should be looked on as they're being aggressive towards each other. Her being aggressive towards him should not be tolerated the same as him being aggressive towards her. But because it's a female, you've already looked at it as another situation. If it was two men fighting, you wouldn't look at it on the same contents. You're only offended because it was a woman. My point is we're talking about two of the same entities. And the only reason why we have a different reaction is because we've been trained that we are different. And in most cases in a patriarchal society, we've been trained that the woman is a little inferior than us. So we take another offense to it. You see what I'm saying? No, this is good stuff.
Okay.
You know, right. He hungry as hell now. You open up the worms.
Okay, I will. No more questions.
No, I'm just saying. No, look, my point is.
Bobby is willing.
See, my point is that you must understand one thing about learning. See, this is one thing you must understand about learning and knowledge.
Oh, you come over here on this camera. You ask all the questions you want to ask.
Okay.
I can leave
Is whenever you learn a certain amount of information, you must be accountable for the information that you hear and learn. That means that you can't stay the same human being that you was prior to learning that knowledge. A part of the world's deterioration in the generation is also the hatred of the woman. That's just as much a focal part of our demise as anything.
But that was then. We're talking about the 90s now.
But we're not talking about, we are a product of, we're in a patriarchal society.
Yes.
And male dominance is still king.
So why will a little lady have to jump in front of a big man, slapping him over and over and over?
My point is the whole key is that should be looked on as a form of aggression that you could say that's sad that they had to fight. But as far as it being based on male and female, that has nothing to do with it. They was making an ass out of themselves even if it was two brothers fighting. You see what I'm saying? Even if it is two brothers fighting, they was making an ass out themselves. But right now, if your mama was out there fighting that nigga, you would be glad that your mama was slapping him or that nigga slapping him back. You'd be like, that's good, mama. Y'all got in a fight. And I'm glad your ass got the one up on this nigga. You wouldn't even think about it. You would want your mama to win that damn fight in all consequences, even if she was in the wrong. Just depends on how you think of this shit. You see what I'm saying? Right now, if my mama got in a fight in the middle of a damn parade, I would hope that it's my mama that's got the one up over that guy she's fighting, other than him beating her ass. It wouldn't even be a thought in my damn mind.
I don't know. That beats me. I will register my case on
Now, what do you think your solution is?
That's what puzzles me, because I witness my eyes and there's nothing. And I see this guy lifting weights in the gym and he's bigger than, he's almost as big as...
Well, let me give you another example. Let me give you another example.
Yes.
If we supposed to be one with nature and harmonious, do you know that you have a bulldog? They have these dog fights. Mm-hmm. They have a bulldog, the most strongest dog. Whenever you put a woman in the cage and the woman starts to fight him, he will lose the fight and almost die. The woman dog will almost kill him. You want to know why? Because that bulldog has common sense to know that he will not fight a woman dog under no circumstances. And most animals, most species, I'm talking about not the ones that's a different animal against a different animal. If two lions fought and that woman happens to fight that male would either run or get his ass whipped. By no means would he fight, because he understands, based on nature, you don't fight your species half, mainly the woman. For the mere fact that you are stronger than her physically, you wouldn't fight her. You see what I'm saying? So are you suggesting, because this man lifting weights and stuff, he should have beat her ass?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, I said scholar and a very clear-minded person, which I call you Mr. Update. That's my personal name for you, Mr. Update. I was trying to see your point of view towards such a situation.
Well, based on the situation, they ain't had no business out there fighting, period. But I don't think that it would have anything to do with the male and female thing. I think that has to do with based on your views towards what you would feel the women, and so, it's like that, but ultimately that's interesting to know that, and the reason why I say that, because they had this bulldog fight, and every now and then the guy wanted to win so bad, he put a girl up in there, and the girl beat the other dog's ass, and they had a big discrepancy on why you put this woman up in there, because you don't supposed to put women up in there, and basically this girl dog, and it was, female dog beat this other dog's behind. And they was all mad saying, why did you took a woman up in there and we didn't know it, a female up in there and we didn't know it. They was all mad. But basically the people up in there knew that male dog by no circumstances would fight that female. Although the female was mauling him to death.
If the supreme energy creator is a woman, could it also be possible that the subordinate deity that you talk about, the lower deity who rebelled or jealous, could that also be a woman?
No, I'm just going by what the scriptures say. And basically, for the mere fact that we call on that entity as a he, it means that it was a masculine form of energy. As a matter of fact, they said even to create something outside of the uncreated, it had to have been a masculine form of energy. That's why they always go, even in the Zeus thing, they talk about him shooting this arrow down. This particular arrow down. Basically what they call creation itself is masculine. Feminine is always negative, pull in. Masculine is always push out, or basically manifest. So what they call the manifest is a masculine aspect of something. Masculine aspect of something. And that's what it is. But not because if the feminine energy is all there was, then another aspect of the feminine energy will be a form of the same feminine energy. So that has something to do with it. So, but mainly I just go by the scriptures to be on the safe side, and I haven't seen any of the ancient ones that said it was accredited to another female. You got any more questions?
Last one. Last one.
Yeah.
For me. Now, I'm still asking, what do you think of these women being too macho, especially towards the modern man, especially black male, towards the black male?
Well, to create some balance, I don't think it's such a bad idea. On the other hand, I get where you're coming from. I think that on one hand, what we got going on also too is we have a certain hatred for the male also developing. We do have that type of thing, where the males are looked on only as a financial institution. I think that is just as much out of balance as it is as the woman being looked on as a piece of meat. And we cannot say that in actuality that does not exist, because I will say that even in the conscious community, when I travel up and down the United States, a lot of brothers that are conscious, they're having a lot of problems with their mates. Yeah. And so this is prevalent. And I think also too that it has a lot to do with the society that we in, because do you know that in the 1970s, inadvertently, the black woman didn't know it, but they had her on the list as government agents. Although she didn't know she was on the list, they had her on the list because they could create certain situations that they could depend on her to be on their side. You see what I'm saying? By giving her a job, by giving her a certain amount of things like that, and they could turn her automatically against her male by thinking that something is wrong with him. And I think that a lot of this stuff, what you're talking about on that aspect, is this same age-old trick by the master, the white master. And one way you do that in slavery is you turn the male against the female against the male, in that aspect of thinking this man is this shiftless old Negro. Now that is a form of government control also, by giving her the jobs and doing certain things and making her think in actuality she got that way based on her hard work and effort, when it was a government conspiracy to only give her that to create dissension amongst the males. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, we cannot let that slide also too. This particular newfound part is also based on that too. So I will say on that aspect, that is a part of it too. But then again, on the other hand, we got to look at this particular part too. She's also been a victim of oppression. And we must always look at it that the same bug that bit her bit us too, and we're both oppressed people. And so we could fight over who's being oppressed the most, and we lose out when we got to understand that we are not really a product of our own civilization anymore. So ultimately, we can't fight against each other, you understand, where we got to come to common ground and pull the wool from over our eyes and see what is it in this damn system that's really causing this dissension amongst each other. Yeah. So I guess that's going to do it. Yeah. To, with this whole melanin project. The movie Dune explains it that melange, which is melanin, is the most precious substance in the universe. And in so many words, the whole universe is trying to get this stuff called spice, which is melange and spice mining. This is all about melanin. So remember now, the movie Dune was written the book Dune was written in 1965, 100 years of the Emancipation Proclamation. So they had already known what they was going to do. After they had basically, by 1959, they came up with the word melanin at Yale University, after studying it for years, they came up with the word melanin, and they isolated the gene in 1968. So many words of the actual substance. So in so many words, they figured that black people would be precious commodities. Precious commodities. Also, which also leads us to a couple other things also too, because the crack cocaine has a form of melatonin in it.
Yeah.
As well as B12, because what B12 does, it goes straight to the brain. So therefore, it's like neurotransmitters. So all of that stuff, you know. Also, like I said the other day about this brother went down and had 2 fish sandwiches, and he was eating these 2 fish sandwiches because they gave him all this free food at McDonald's. He was eating his fish sandwich, and he found out that in actuality, his lip got numb and his throat started draining. And he found out that in actuality, that he remembered that feeling because he said he had two cousins used to sell cocaine in the 80s, and he used to go. He didn't take. He wasn't on it, but he used to take it and lick it, and it would make his tongue, his lips and his tongue numb, and his throat would start draining. And his throat would start draining, and so so basically they was lacing the stuff, the McDonald's burgers and stuff in the inner city with a mild cocaine. And so in so many words, these people would get this thing and get hooked on it and didn't know it. And so the first time they tried to crack cocaine, they would become hooked on it. And they didn't understand it. They were prior hooked on it or previously hooked on it based on the foods. You see what I'm saying? That kind of thing that actually went down. So the other thing is also we got to realize that they had been cloning people since 1945 with Hitler. That's what your whole master race was about, based on Joseph Mengele, who was the main doctor. And they had been cloning people since 1945. Also, you must understand this too, that not only were they cloning people, that they were they had also done a lot more research on it up until the point that they are now that they can clone a person within a matter of hours. Get your movie Judge Dredd, or even when you get the movie Fifth Element, you saw them make this person. We could literally see the cloning process before our eyes. So in actuality, in order them taking all these people out of the actual, taking these people from the actual projects and all these other people, they have to replace them also. So they're duplicates, could be these clones. We must try to realize that, because we're living in that type of time. They've been cloning since, we know they've been cloning blacks since 1975. And a lot of your blacks that you see that do stuff sometimes that is unbelievable, those are mostly clones. So Clarence Thomas would be a clone. This guy Ward Connolly, which was was the first guy that they had to fight for to get rid of the affirmative action. Those were clones.
Well, how does a clone work?
A clone is identical to the original host.
Yeah, but how do they develop? I mean, you said it can clone in an hour, the person is fully grown. I thought they take a cell and laboratorily somehow, bring that cell into being, but it has to go through the regular.
It did in 1945. It did in 1945. See, that's the deal about new research. If I develop something and tell you 50 years later, the research that I'm doing now is the rapid treatment of it. What's that, sister?
Do they know they're a clone?
The clones does not suspect that it's a clone. It has complete memory. You can see that on the movie Johnny 2.0. But they can replace their losses in a day, because that's how advanced the technology is. See, the thing about it is this. You see, whenever we so-called supposed to live in a city, in a society, by the people, of the people, and for the people, and then we will allow the government to have top secret government projects, and that means in actuality that's not a people, by the people, for the people, and of the people. Because if we live in a society by the people, for the people, and of the people, you should have all the information on what the government is doing since you're supposed to be the government. So that's falsehood anyway.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
For the mere fact, if it was by the people, for the people, of the people, there would be no such thing as a top secret from the citizen. So for the mere fact that you allowed that, and we allow that because we all are part of a mind-controlled slavery system, then these people can have access to information that when you get the information, it's 40, 50 years old, and this is 40, 50 years prior to that. So the production of it, when they told you we can make it and it takes years to grow that cell or takes months to grow that cell, they're giving you the 1945 data. You see? So this is why we can't fathom a certain amount of technology, is because these people are somewhere in the year 2020 something, and they're telling you we're in the 1940s. Whereas in the 1940s, most things that they're dealing with have already been invented, and what you got now in 1999 is an acceleration of the progress of it. And these people can do some of everything, but even the Bible says that the knowledge will increase. You see what I'm saying? Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that they're going to give this devil just enough rope to hang himself.
So can the male sperm be taken by a woman and then later on go to delivered to the clone station or whatever the laboratory?
They don't have to do it that way. Basically, the only thing they need is a cell out of your blood or your hair. So basically, when they're telling you to give hair, that's because of the cloning thing. They're putting everybody's hair on file. They're putting all the blood samples on file in the prisons.
Correct.
Well, that's why the prisons now are new plantations also too. Number one, they're cloning the people in the prison. That's why this brother said that they came and got him one night, and he don't remember what happened to him, but he just woke up in the cell the next morning. Well, obviously that was the clone that woke up. In the movie Johnny 2.0, it shows you that. With Jeff Fahey, that the clone does not suspect itself to be a clone. But it was interesting because there was a brother from Atlanta. His sister grew up with him, and she says that this brother who grew up with her, and she's 35 now, something, or 30, in her early 30s. This brother's thinking he's in his 20s. He don't even know his birthday. So most of your African leaders that they got is killing the people like that. That's the clone. So what they can do is they can go in and they can start these wars in Africa by cloning a certain group of people, and they go and do all this stuff that's going on, and you would never suspect that it's the white man. Meanwhile, you call for the white man help, and he come in and clean up the job. So basically, we're talking about all the stuff. You know, most of the things you see that's going on out here. Is senseless, and black people is going crazy on the continent. Black people is going crazy in Haiti. Black people is going crazy here. That's because those are the clones. And they'll use the clone to create a situation to label all the people. You see what I'm saying? These are things that's going on. But in actuality, these new things here, this new thing here is government. All a part of the same system. It's T.D. Jakes.
Hold that then, let me see that.
This is government. Number one, they knew that the Afrocentric movement, the researchers of the Nation of Islam, and all these particular things, that black people was getting into knowledge that was alternative to what the same old good old religion was doing. So what they had to do, they waited till the Afrocentric movement kind of died down a little bit, and then they had to create a new preacher, charismatic, young, like I say, new types of suits on with 8 buttons and stuff, talking about women, him, T.D. Jakes, Creflo Dollar, Bishop Eddie Long, and all these black young preachers, and they could come in and do the mind control thing to take people back to doggone slavery into thinking they going to hell. And this is the reason, and all of these people are charging enormous amounts of money. And this is all a part of mind control that the government is doing to get people out of their own African science. Because to be a true Christian, you got to not believe in Africa, and all that has to be evil.
Yeah, you're right.
Egypt got to be evil. The Africans got to be pagans and evil people. And to be a true Christian, you got to do that. That's why you got all the Africans on the continent running around with white Jesus Christ and all. That's all a form of doggone mind control and slavery. So basically, this is to wipe out the progress that the Afrocentric community has done. You see what I'm saying also too. Now let me give you another one. This new thing here, is the new face of America. And they got all these people. It's not black, not white. They in between, Hispanic and all this. All these people with mixed families, mixed parents. The blending races make a true melting pot. So somehow they want America to become not black or white, but some kind of beige type of race.
Correct.
You see. You see, and this is what this whole shit is about. You see, this is what this whole thing is about. This is USA Today, September the 7th, 1999, Tuesday. This thing here to show you that the whole gang thing was government propaganda. They used the whole gang propaganda along with the rap to wipe out and to put the drugs and to wipe out America's inner cities. So as a result, Mandela, who ain't nothing but the white man's nigga too, and probably a clone, because you know they had to get rid of Winnie and all of the revolutionary freedom fighters of South Africa. As a result, they become the #1 recipient of AIDS more than any other part of Africa, but yet they was isolated from Africa when the rest of Africa got AIDS. So how the hell they gonna come down with the most AIDS? When up until damn 1990, they was isolated from the rest of Africa, and still is in a way. So what does that mean? That means that they're using the AIDS and gang warfare and crack and all that stuff to wipe out the South Africans. So when you see this particular picture here, you would think this particular picture is coming from LA with a picture of Tupac Shakur and these people throwing up these gang signs. What you don't realize, this is a picture coming from South Africa. And they're using this gang thing there now, the same thing that we went through in the late 80s, early 90s, they're using on a huge proportion in South Africa to kill off the people through genocide. With the crack, the AIDS, the gang warfare, the drive-by shootings, and everything that went down in our communities to destabilize the black community in the late 80s, early 90s is going on in South Africa. And this picture is evidence of that. You see. Meanwhile, the prison system now is basically an economic fortress for all things that is created in America is created in the prison systems. And that's why they end in parole in all cities, in all states. That's going to be the new forces to end parole. Because if I got you up in there, but damn if I'm going to train you to create all types of industry, and you mess around and get out, and I got to train a new person. But if you got 10 years, you do the whole 10 years. And that way I got 10 years of a slave. Because the key is to end parole, because all of your factories that used to be on top of the ground in the early 70s and in the late 70s, excuse me, in the late 80s, and started closing down in the 80s, is now opened up in the prisons. So how it is they'll have one, they can go under the banner of one corporation, they call it Unicorp. And Unicorp is all these particular factories that used to be on top of the ground, closed down and opened back up into prisons, and they are united corporations. So they call it Unicorp, and you thinking it's one people that's producing all the stuff in the prison, but in actuality, it's all of the factories that was up on top of the ground is now in the ground, in the prisons, and basically all of your labor now is prison labor. They said that they always say, the Republicans and everybody say that we need to get back to the values and the people who built this country. Well, this country was built by slavery. So therefore, they go back into the prisons. So in so many words, this whole thing is talking about the goals and objectives of the Ku Klux Klan, which we didn't understand. We was thinking it was one system of little old rednecks running around on horses and burning up things. We didn't understand that that was the law enforcement of a greater secret society. And they did away with that law enforcement because from that law enforcement developed the FBI, the CIA. You see what I'm saying? The federal agencies, the ATF and all of that. So there was no need for the early 18th century version of this same law enforcement. So therefore, they became more sophisticated and they ousted all of the rednecks that they used for an open door policy at first to combat Reconstruction. So what we don't realize is the entire society is a clan society. From the most elite groups of engineering firms, law firms, computer firms, all the way down, you see what I'm saying, to your everyday hospitals. It's all a part of that. And remember, most black people don't die. They kill you. They determine that your life will be expired, and they kill you. As a matter of fact, there's a movie called Critical Care, where the doctor said we pretty much can keep anybody alive if we want to. It depends on whether the doctor wants to or not. You see what I'm saying? So in actuality, the problem is by us thinking we're American citizens and we are included in this society, where in actuality we are still under the 3/5 of a human being law, which was proven in the Million Man March when they said you were 700,000 and you were a million. Well, the government was telling the truth. Based on 3/5 of a human being, a million people would be 700,000. So they told the truth. But we are still property of the United States government, cattle. And the problem is we think we are citizens and we think that we have rights and the government can't do that. Where in actuality, we're nothing but under the authority of some elite groups that decides whether we live or die. You see what I'm saying? So we shouldn't hold nothing allegiant and nothing sacred to this particular country, period. And it's ludicrous to think in actuality that this white boy going to do good by us in this country too. You see what I'm saying? And I think we lose the side of that because the simple fact that we don't understand that the secret societies are much more severe and advanced than we think it is. That's world domination, and that's the only way that they will survive, and the only way that they have survived up until this particular time is a form of colonization or neo-colonialism. You see? And the key to the whole thing is they figure if it all jumps off that they have to take the motherland back as a form of a state refuge. That is already recorded in the book, Ice the Ultimate Disaster, which in 1978 he gave the goals and objectives of secret societies, and they said basically, if anything go down spiritual to wipe us out, our best safe place is the motherland, the Garden of Eden. So in so many words, this is why the African is coming down with 75,000 Africans are dying a month from AIDS that the government has put in there so that they can clean off that whole land for a safe haven. As a matter of fact, they have a city as big as New York and cleaner than New York built in the interior of Africa that the majority of Africans can't even get to.
What's that city?
Who knows? It's a city that the Europeans have built, and that's a city for the safe haven that they'll be going to just in case some shit jump off the spiritual, which it is. You see, they have a crystal city, and when President Clinton went over there, he went over there to christen that city and give the blessing to that city. One African girl commented on it from Kenya, because it's in equatorial Africa, in the middle of Africa. And she said there's a place that we can't go within a 200-mile radius. But she see planes flying over this thing all the time. They've been building on this city for the last 30-something years. And it's state of the art, right on the continent. Climate control and all that. So they can live in there on the continent and don't get burned up. You see. So they've been doing this type of stuff world domination. You see. So whatever little things we fighting for, we just grasping for straws. And the ultimate solution is we got to kill this cracker and get him off the planet. And an ultimate way to do that is from the spiritual aspect. And it ain't talking about praying either. Praying ain't doing shit but begging. It's talking about harnessing the spiritual energy that is in all ancient people, which just so happen to be black people, and getting him off the planet. In this case, we're talking about basically bringing this planet to another paradigm, spiritual paradigm that I was talking about at the beginning of the actual lecture. He has to go, bottom line. Because believe me, he's already made up his mind. If he can't rule, nobody will. He would rather blow up the whole damn planet than to give it back to the ancients. So you got a choice. The choice is not necessarily trying to carve out some niche to live in peace with him, because he's proven that he cannot live in peace with not only humans on the planet, but no animals. And if any time he lives in peace, it's always a master-slave relationship. And it's becoming increasingly hard to convince black people that this man is their fucking enemy. As time go on, black people decide more and more that there ain't nothing wrong with these white people. Yep. They don't understand that the damn crime was committed against them years ago. So he don't have to appear to be your enemy anymore. He's already committed the damn crime. The system is already in place.
Correct.
So if a system is in place, hell, he don't have to doggone be the staunch enemy he's done. He's been there, done that. You're a slave now. It's after the fact to determine whether this man is your doggone enemy or not. You see what I'm saying? So therefore he can appear more humane because he's dwelling in a system that he's put together to make him look humane and still predicate and perpetrate a civilized barbaristic state that we all live in. The empire has changed, but from the outside. It just shines a little more. And we have all become consumer machines. That's why the movie, 12 Monkeys told you, you ain't shit not unless you consume. Not unless you got some money to buy something, you ain't nothing unless you buy it. And that's his policy. But the Kabbalah says that he's got the original people in confusion, and they have an incontinuance towards learning because the intruder, the white man, causes luxury. We all want to get paid to ultimately live, to buy shit from downtown. And remember, we never get on top of buying shit. He always going to have some new stuff for us to buy every damn year. And that is a part of the damn slavery. So like I said, before desegregation, we had everything. We just didn't have the money. But remember this saying, small house, empty house, full mind. Full house, empty mind. More is not necessarily better, it's just more shit. So when you gotta move, you gotta throw away more shit. Cluttered up. You see, and this is the new form of slavery. It's mind control. And programming you to think that your humanity is based on what you consume. Meanwhile, by him being the provider of what you consume, he is the God. And in the movie They Live, they show you that they got a dollar bill and it says, this is your God. Subconscious, consume. Buy. You see what I'm saying? So we are in a system of barbarism that's far removed from the real spiritual aspect of what we used to be. And we're thinking we're more advanced. The African being in retreat from Africa. The Caribbean being in retreat from its spiritual thing. And black people over here the #1 consumers on the damn planet, more so than the white man. Without a pot to piss in. What's that?
You know, there was a wedding that took place yesterday, right? And it's African wedding. And what happened was they were so Europeanized that it's incredible.
Right.
And they wasn't playing African music. They wasn't dancing to African tune. And when it's time to put African culture and the drums, they tell the drummer to stop. And everything was Europeanized.
Yep.
And I'm talking about the Africans from Nigeria.
That's right.
Why?
Well, Bobby, I don't want to.
It's a part of mind control because, like I said, he thinks that technology is synonymous to the white man. As well, even with us, we've had our own institutions, we had everything, but in our segregation time, we could not, in our segregation time, although we had everything, we didn't feel like we was totally human until we totally joined him. And that's a form of mind control too. That in so many words, he is reality.
That is true. That is true.
What you
happened
say?
to us. I was getting ready to say that I sure wouldn't want to close this tape on this bad sour note.
Yeah.
I want you to end with
the
prophecy
aspect of
with some prophetic future of our victorious rise. Is that in the prophecy?
Well, I told you earlier that the Hermetic text talks about that one day that Maya will be established, and #1, it will be established in a country in the West. We all know that in actuality, that something has to go down. You see, I'm a firm believer, if it wasn't supposed to go down in our lifetime, we wouldn't have gotten this information now. So like a lot of the Afrocentric people say, you know, we fight for liberation, although it might not go down in our lifetime. No, if it wasn't going to go down in your lifetime, you wouldn't be privy to this information now. It's just that they were not dealing with the spiritual realm. All prophecies have been fulfilled, even in the 90s. Let's just take a recap. You had your Dogon Sigi ceremony done on April 23rd of 1994. You had your white buffalo of Native Americans born in September of 1994. You had your shoemaker Levy 9, these comets crashing into Jupiter in 1994. You had another white buffalo born, I think, in 98. And that prophecy was 1,000,001, and it had another one. You had your red heifer, which is the ancient black Hebrew prophecy of a red heifer being born. It was born in February of 1997. In 1998, you had a two-headed cow being born. In the 1980s, you had one comet. In the 1970s, you had one comet. Hertog and Haley in the 80s. In the 1990s, we've already had 3. We had the one before Hale-Bopp that came in January. We had Hale-Bopp, and they just found another one in May called Comet Lee that's supposed to come and be seen or hit the planet, as they say, in November. We've had 4 eclipses. That's unheard of. You see, we've had El Nino and La Nina. You see? We've had the Jewish Jubilee thing that they've tracked the ancient Hebrew thing of the Jubilee year, which was 1999 or 1998. You see? You had a dark cycle of Kali Yuga, which is the Indian prophecy of India, in 1990, or starting on the whole cycle of the 90s. We've had every prophecy, if we count, has been fulfilled. You had your Grand Cross, which was recently with the last eclipse on the 11th of August. You had a perfect six-pointed star formed on July 23rd, on February 23rd of 1997. That the white boy said ushered in the age of Aquarius, based on their calculations. We've had all these prophecies being fulfilled, as well as black people here coming into a certain consciousness that they had to scramble and try to wipe out. You see, we've had so many things being fulfilled on schedule that in so many words, that what we're dealing with here is we're dealing with not a matter of years, but maybe a matter of days, maybe a matter of hours, that this thing can come like a twinkling of an eye. They say you might not know the day, but you know the season. Well, we can't calculate the date because dates are artificial. But we can say if a building is burning down, you can't calculate the exact minute that the fire is gonna, and second that the fire is gonna go out. But you can say that basically the building is on fire. Well, the building's been on fire. In Emil Bach's book, The Apocalypse of St. John, that came out, that comes from England, Flourish Press. In his particular book, he said, when the apocalypse started, we would have been in it 10 years before anybody even knew about it, because the people would grow so used to bad news. You see. Now the Dogon said, after this Siggy ceremony that they did in 1994, and might I add, at the same time they did that, the black people in America had the Freaknik down in Atlanta. Help Hazard is thrown on the same day. But the day that they did the Siggy ceremony, they said, after that, it's all over.
They sure did.
Well, some people say, well, the world is still here. What do you mean it's all over? They say, well, up until that point, after that time, what we have is called a null period, which means it's a leftover residue of the physical world that you thinking is here, that's really petering out. And just look, anytime the white boy got to kill John Jr. and Queen Diana for a sacrificial ritual, you know it's over.
Now wait a minute. JFK, sacrificial.
Yeah, all that stuff was sacrificial.
Boy, every time I think that we fixing to stop and eat, you say something.
All that was sacrificial. As a matter of fact, Diana, that was sacrificial. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, you'll know the end when the infighting comes from amongst the elite. Well, the infighting is amongst the elite. Anytime they got a president that they so-called think that they got to give you his sexual pass, that's all government. First of all, they showed a thing on President Roosevelt. They said, you know, the majority of President Roosevelt's career, he couldn't walk at all. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. They used to prop him up and with wooden stilts, and he would wave from the back of the train. But most people thought that he could walk, he just was in the wheelchair. They didn't know that the man could not walk at all. But the thought of having a paralyzed president, they couldn't do that. So as a result, they made you think that this man could walk. So my point is, if this man, if they can take the president 30, 40, 45 years ago, 50 years ago, and put the deception on there, that you think he walked, you don't think that they could hide the whole sexual escapade thing that went on with Clinton? Or is that a part of something that they wanted the masses of the people to believe? Because the first form of mind control is to distract the conscious mind, to leave the subconscious mind wide open. And what better way to get the people into a frenzy and go crazy is to give them something sexual. You see what I'm saying? So all of this stuff that happens now is not by accident. All that is a form of mind control. You see? So just about everything that goes on that news is manufactured. You see, manufactured. Even the Color Mine High thing when they shot up all them people was to attack the gun laws. Because remember, it happened in Georgia. It happened with the Jewish guy recently. It happened with the guy shot up the people in Atlanta. All that stuff, Texas, all of that stuff is to attack the gun laws, to disarm America. Because something is going down. And the only reason why we don't have a South Africa is niggas got guns. You see how nasty the police got with us having guns. Can you imagine how the police could roll around here if nobody had no guns to defend themselves? This would be Nazi Germany.
Or worse.
Or worse. You see? So all of this stuff is telling you that you can watch the white man's system on how depressed or how anxious he's getting, or frustrated he's getting by it, that he has to resort to put on all kind of major events to keep your mind off of what you're supposed to be getting on, because he's desperate. Remember, Elijah Muhammad said that this white boy will keep on building buildings and keep on preparing for the future, just to keep you thinking that he's will last forever when he's shaking in his boots. That's to make a catechism of impossibility. And for the masses, they think his reign is forever. For what I know, his reign is very short. Because I know a little key. You know the gods that we worship? You know that we can make them motherfuckers get off their ass? There's a clause in the ancient Egyptian system that says that the Heru, which is the Christ energy, which is in all of us, when he's a child and don't know no better, those gods are his guardians. But as he becomes an adult, they become his servant. See, the thing is not to pray to them gods. I've already found this shit out. Pray is the thing is to curse their monkey ass out. Now, why is that? You say, damn, that's disrespect. Is it not written in the law that ye are gods? The only thing that separates you from any entity is you are in a physical body and they are out of a physical body. The key here is because you are in the physical body, you have suffered the most, gives you the right to be the king. Didn't they say that the kingdom will be on earth? And the kingdom will be established by those ones on earth? Then you are the one that's got to call for the destruction, not wait on some bastard out here. Fuck them. They're just a raw piece of energy that can only come to being based on you giving the call. The Christians said it a lot of times. The Bible said it too. God has all the power in the world, but he has no power. Faith is like a trap door. If you don't have none, the door is closed. Well, that's faith. What we're talking about is speaking into existence. We have to make the call.
Correct. That's exactly what we were talking about last night.
We have to make the call. But when you make the call, you must understand some other things too. And this is the difference. The entities that's going to respond is nothing but the same energies that's inside of you.
Absolutely.
Those energies are trapped inside of you. Now, they don't want to make no calls to further civilization so they can stay trapped. They want to be freed. You have what is called a glorified spirit. And that spirit wants to be freed. That's the Holy Ghost they talk about. And now it's only going to lend the energy in freeing itself. So if you're talking about ending the known universe and the civilization as you know it, they for it. But if you're talking about upholding this bullshit so you can have a better damn car, it ain't going to work that way. Depends on what the energy is all geared up for now. That energy at one time knew that we had a life cycle, that we had to be down here for thousands of years. So it helped to coincide with the earth plane so that you can live an easier life cycle. Now that energy wants out because the prophecy is that all the energy is supposed to be free to go to the next dimension or the next reality. So now it ain't going to lend no hand for you to get no new automobile or to make sure we get another nigga in some office to fuck over us some more. It wants retribution because we must understand we're living in the time of the apocalypse. Harmageddon. It's named after Horus. Armageddon is the English word. It's the Greek Harmageddon, named after Horus, Heru. You see. So we just got to understand the life, the time cycles that we in. And remember, there's an old saying that Tom Wolfe said, and you know this in your life. They say you can never go home. Which means when you go home, it ain't going to be like it was when you was originally there. Also, it means in the Grail mythology, they talk about the hero of the Heru, which is you going on a journey to find your true self. And when you cross a bridge, the bridge immediately disappears behind you. Which means you can't go back to that which you came from. You got to go on to get the prize. So the problem is with the slave is we was hit in the head, or even the African, which is from colonization. He's thinking that he either want to get with the white man, or he's thinking at best when he does his own thing that he needs to return back to that in which he used to be. But it's not about that. You can never go home. You got to go on to the end of the rainbow and get the pot of gold, which is the new Jerusalem, or the new you. And anything leading to against that, your spirit is going to whip your ass. Because you entered on this course, and sooner or later, you got to fulfill it. Or your spirit will whip your behind if you just talk about ulterior motives. For whom much is given, much is required. So one thing about knowledge is when your eyes are open, you immediately become the suffering Messiah. That's what the word suffering Messiah means. It means a people whose eyes are open in a world that is contradictory to them and against them. And not only that, they have to go through suffering knowing that they people don't want to know this shit. And that's the real heartache. That's what the suffering Messiah comes. When your eyes are open and you know a certain knowledge and information, and you love, and because you love your people and you want to just tell everybody about this great news, and they don't want nothing to do with it, they would rather spit in your face than to hear the truth, that's when you start suffering. So the Gospel of Thomas that was dug up in 1945 says that when you seek for wisdom, may you find the wisdom. And when you find the wisdom, you will be troubled. But when you are troubled by what you see, rejoice, because the kingdom of God is within, is at hand. So this knowledge did not come about in this time, this dispensation of time, for us not to redeem everything which is supposed to be redeemed. It's here now because it's time for it now, and it's time to get up out of this shit. So on the other hand, we're going through this suffering now because it's time. Let me give you the scenario on what I'm talking about. The white boy, all he had to do to keep all of us dead was to just pay all the niggas off. All black people wanted was a good place to live, a car to drive, and some money in the bank. He could have paid all the black people off 10 times over. And he would have had us suppressed for years. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't be able to tell a person that the white man wasn't shit. Life would have been too good. So for the mere fact he gave us his ass to kiss within the last 10 years, meaning that that's all a part of the divine plan. Because he showed you he didn't love you after all, after the 60s of trying to fool you to thinking he did. We went through the 70s. By 1979, you couldn't tell a black person this white man wasn't shit. But since we woke up in by the mid-80s, he come to find out in late 80s that he was still the same devil he always was. And he didn't love you anyway. It let us look for alternative solutions. And we found ourselves.
Some of them.
Well, it don't mean the masses. The masses have never done anything but died. You'll see, this is African science. Always remember when you see the masses does not represent what's going down. The masses ain't nothing but cattle. This is African science. You'll see a circle with a dot in the middle. The dot, the circle represents the masses. This is not the energy. The energy is the nucleus. It is only the nucleus that has the power to generate the masses. So it doesn't matter whether they don't get it. They're not supposed to get it. It is the nucleus that is supposed to get it, because this is what's going to generate the masses. Let me give you an example. In the 1960s, we was trained that we needed mass movements. So we did all this mass movement shit. And by the 1970s, when the crackers started issuing out the money, we went to running. And all the black leaders and revolutionaries was walking around with their head cut off and going crazy. That's because they was thinking that our lives were going to be based on the masses. And the masses ain't shit. The masses ain't never did anything but died. In the movie Men in Black, the guy, Will Smith said, won't you tell the people about the aliens? He said, people can handle it, they are smart. He said, no, people are dumb. Individuals are smart. All the masses of the people want is some Kellogg's cornflakes, some food, and some place to sleep.
Well, don't forget
and they will, and some sex, and they will beg to be slaves if you take that shit away from them. Take away his house and his car, and he'll beg to be a damn slave. That's what the masses does. The ancient Hebrews call them the Goyim. It's basically the wilderness, you see. So it's never been the masses of the people. So don't never get discouraged because the masses of the people are idiots. See, the mass of the people is too big. We don't know masses of people. You know individuals. You'll wear yourself thin trying to worry about the masses. That's African science. Now, the people who control us as a group of white people that sit in a room, where did they get that shit from? They got that from the Moors, and that came from African science. Remember in the ancient Egyptian, the priests used to run everything, run the society. In the African society, they used to have, in African society, they used to have, like John Henry Clark said, you never got to the real king or the real leader. They would have several decoys. So the masses never govern themselves at all. The masses are too inferior to govern themselves. You see. Now the white boy got that from us. It's just that we used to use it in divine order, and now he uses it as a form of control. Uses it as a form of control. That's the difference. You see. We use it as divine kingship. So don't worry about the masses. If the masses were supposed to get it, they would have got it. They would have gotten it. We got it. You see what I'm saying? That's why they always say, even in the Bible, they talk about the elect. You see? The elect. So in actuality, this thing is actually happening. Now, how is it going to happen? Is it going to happen how is it going to happen? Is it going to happen also from a group of people making up their mind? In Isaiah, there's a conversation going on between Mary, which is, Mayat and Isis, and one other person. And he's talking about how these people are going to rise up. How these people are going to rise up. And they say, well, the guy is explaining, he said, them people, those people. Now, apparently this has got to be the end times. And they must be talking about us. They say, those people? You talking about those people rising up? Say, I don't see how them people can do anything. And she said, don't worry about that. She said the spirit in them is going to override their bodies and going to rise up anyway. It's like the zombie effect. So you have a spirit inside of you that's going to rise up and take over every damn thing. The ancient Kundalini text, the text that dealt with some things says, which is coming out of India, Sanskrit says, that there are devices in our bodies that will come online when the race is threatened by extinction. So what the white boy has to do, he has to sneak around and make us think that everything is all right. He has to kill us off by being wise and conspiring against us. But if he outright just came out and had a mass open war, these devices will come out and will kill his ass. You see. So this is the type of stuff that we're dealing with at this particular time. There are ways to do it. It's just that we don't like the ways of the spirit realm. We want to do it the way the white man system say do it. We want to get some guns, and we want to storm him, we want to beat him, we want to take over, or we want to get our own businesses, and we want to get all this type of stuff. And we want the way we want to do it. When we know that the caliber of black people out here don't suggest that we can do shit. I mean, it's romanticizing it when we talk about black people in the black race, but most niggas don't even want to be black and don't even consider themselves a part of a doggone unity. But then again, on the other hand, that's the saving grace, because we're talking about the ones that still have souls, those original ones. The God covenant that they talk about will all come together. So the only way I can explain this thing is to give you a spiritual aspect of what is going on, and that's the alchemical process of the melanin lining up. And that's what's actually happening. That's why you have some of, for the mere fact that you got black people conscious in a time like this, means that it's already happening. But the key is it doesn't have to have hundreds of people. It only has to be a few. So it's about like this. Let me explain. It's about like having taking a match and throwing it in a room full of gasoline. The whole room will go up in smoke. Go up in flames. You see what I'm saying? Well, that's how it is. We're talking about only a few of us have to ignite for the entire spark, for the entire race to manifest with this thing. That's the whole process.
Well, my brother,
you got any other questions?
You have been marvelous and wonderful, and I think you deserve dinner with a double helping. It's been excellent. Been really excellent. I want to thank you for such an in-depth analysis, not only of the history of the Ku Klux Klan, but of the issues, the events, and the circumstances by which we will emerge from our present oppression.
Yeah, let me give you one other part too that you must understand, that you were saying, well, when? Do you know that for the mere fact that we're making this video now, and the process that went on with Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Ben Francis Cress Wilson, Asa Hilliard, and all those people, do you understand that that process is a form of the emerging? What we're going through right now is a form of the whole act of this thing going. Let me explain. In the Kabbalah, which is the ancient black Hebrew and coming all the way from the ancient black Egyptian aspect, they have a word called tikkun, which is supposed to be this messianic act, something that happens in a process. We also call it maya. And they explain that it's not an event, but it's more of a journey of an unfoldment. So what we're doing now, speaking as we speak right now this moment, is a part of how the process of redemption and us getting our stuff together is done. We're doing it as we speak. So it's not something far off on how black people need to get together and do things. We have been doing it in the process the whole time. This process that we're doing right now is a process of that energy coming back online that you call that Christ energy. It's just that what used to be was reduced to one man. Well, number one, it was a part of man's soul, but what was also thinking it was one primal point, in actuality, is a process that has to take place. And I'm saying that that process is going on as we speak. This making of this tape is a brick at the end of the road now. In the latter part of the process that's been taking place the last 10 years or so. And remember now, we are on the latter half of it because all the prophecies have already been fulfilled. So this, what we're doing tonight, is a part of that. They say the hero's journey. Hero is Heru. The hero's journey is after he gets to the end of the journey, he finds out that the prize was the journey itself.
That's true.
So what we're talking about now, what we're doing now is the process of the Christ process coming into being. It's just that we've been thinking that Christ is some mystical character that is supposed to come save us. First of all, the person to come save us I wouldn't want him to save me for the simple fact that he didn't take part in the damn misery. That's why Elijah Muhammad said to worship a God other than yourself is to worship a God inferior to yourself. Because ultimately, the Christ is a title that we must go through. And we're doing that particular title. We're going through that unfoldment right now. So any other questions that we need to get through before we cut off?
Yeah, I have one question. I want to know what's the best solution when push comes to shove. What do we supposed to do? I said black men and black women. What do we supposed to do?
You know, ultimately, I think that's a part of his divine, I'm talking about the powers that rule us. I think that's a part of his brainwashing techniques as far as the way he does things. See, the key is to make you think that something is always coming. So therefore, what you'll do is you'll keep looking in the future for it to come, and the future is always now. You see, if I can give you a point to look towards somewhere in the future, I can eliminate the amount of time between you and that time in the future. And you got to realize the process is always the present. He knows that the only civilization and the only thing that he has, he's already got right now. He knows that he can't go beyond this particular physical realm of existence. And his process, one of his mind controls, is to fool us and believe that he's going to come to get us. That's what the whole Y2K bullshit. You see what I'm saying? So he ain't going to make no moves. He's already made the moves, and he's constantly making the moves to ensure that his system stays in place. You see what I'm saying? So I wouldn't suspect him to outright come out and announce war against us when he does so well to do it every day without us knowing, because we don't pay attention to shit around us. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Hell, he got every Negro where he want to have him right now. First of all, we love him to death. We work for him. We give him our money. We do everything to uphold his civilization. And we'll fight when something comes to oppose this civilization. So I think that his whole machine on how he's able to survive, because he's only a small portion of the planet, is the deception. And I think that's always in place and it's always going on. And one of his deception is to make you think that he's going to rise up against you. See, I think that a lot of the stuff that was put out about these people rising up and wanting to fight against us, it was the actual powers that be to create a certain hysteria, to get us off of our game, because our game basically is to pay attention to our own souls. Now, as the question goes, let's just say hypothetically that he did rise up. Then it would just be each man for himself, like we figure, just on how you fight on the physical anyway. But he pretty much not going to do that when he kills millions of people a day, just by deception. And he won't those things that to be as they are. You see what I'm saying? But meanwhile, he's trying to ward off this spiritual shit, and he pretty much can't do nothing about that. And that's what we need to be focusing on. Our inner self. Now, I'm not saying that all the other people out here, what they focusing on is not valid. But we got a lot of people focusing on, well, let me give you another example. Let me give you another example.
Yes.
If we supposed to be one with nature and harmonious, do you know that you have a bulldog? They have these dog fights. They have a bulldog, the most strongest dog. Whenever you put a woman in the cage and the woman starts to fight him, he will lose the fight and almost die. The woman dog will almost kill him. You want to know why? Because that bulldog has common sense to know that he will not fight a woman dog under no circumstances. And most animals, most species, I'm talking about not the ones that's a different animal against a different animal. If two lions fought and that woman happens to fight that male would either run or get his ass whipped. By no means would he fight, because he understands, based on nature, you don't fight your species half, mainly the woman. For the mere fact that you are stronger than her physically, you wouldn't fight her. You see what I'm saying? So are you suggesting because this man lifting weights and stuff, he should have beat her ass?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is, I said scholar and a very clear-minded person, which I call you Mr. Update. That's my personal name for you, Mr. Update. I was trying to see your point of view towards such a situation.
Well, based on the situation, they ain't had no business out there fighting, period. But I don't think that it would have anything to do with the male and female thing. I think that has to do with based on your views towards what you would feel the women. And it's like that, But ultimately, that's interesting to know. That, and the reason why I say that because they had this bulldog fight. And every now and then the guy wanted to win so bad, he put a girl up in there, and the girl beat the other dog's ass. And they had a big discrepancy on why you put this woman up in there. Because you don't supposed to put women up in there. And basically this girl dog, and it was, female dog beat this other dog's behind. And they was all mad saying, why did you snuck a woman up in there and we didn't know it, a female up in there and we didn't know it, and they was all mad. But basically the people up in there knew that male dog by no circumstances would fight that female. Although the female was mauling him to death.
If the supreme energy creator is a woman, could it also be possible that the subordinate deity that you talk about, the lower deity who rebelled or jealous, could that also be a woman?
No, I'm just going by what the scriptures say. And basically, for the mere fact that we call on that entity as a he, it means that it was a masculine form of energy. As a matter of fact, they said even to create something outside of the uncreated, it had to have been a masculine form of energy. That's why they always go, even in the Zeus thing, they talk about him shooting this arrow down, this particular arrow down. Basically, what they call creation itself is masculine. Feminine is always negative, pull in. Masculine is always push out, or basically manifest. So what they call the manifest is a masculine aspect of something. And that's what it is. But not because if the feminine energy is all there was, then another aspect of the feminine energy will be a form of the same feminine energy. So that has something to do with it. So, but mainly I just go by the scriptures to be on the safe side, and I haven't seen any of the ancient ones that said it was accredited to another female. You got any more questions?
Last one. Last one.
Yeah.
For me. Now, I'm still asking, what do you think of these women being too macho, especially towards the modern man, especially black male, towards the black male?
Well, to create some balance, I don't think it's such a bad idea. On the other hand, I get where you're coming from. I think that on one hand, what we got going on also too is we have a certain hatred for the male also developing. We do have that type of thing, where the males are looked on only as a financial institution. I think that is just as much out of balance as it is as the woman being looked on as a piece of meat. And we cannot say that in actuality that does not exist, because I will say that even in the conscious community, when I travel up and down the United States, a lot of brothers that are conscious, they're having a lot of problems with their mates. Yeah. And so this is prevalent. And I think also too that it has a lot to do with the society that we in, because do you know that in the 1970s, inadvertently, the black woman didn't know it, but they had her on the list as government agents. Although she didn't know she was on the list, they had her on the list because they could create certain situations that they could depend on her to be on their side. You see what I'm saying? By giving her the job, by giving her a certain amount of things like that, and they could turn her automatically against her male by thinking that something is wrong with him. And I think that a lot of this stuff, what you're talking about on that aspect, is this same age-old trick by the master, the white master. And one way you do that in slavery is you turn the male against the female against the male, in that aspect of thinking this man is this shiftless old Negro. Now that is a form of government control also, by giving her the jobs and doing certain things and making her think in actuality she got that way based on her hard work and effort, when it was a government conspiracy to only give her that to create dissension amongst the males. You see what I'm saying? So on one hand, we cannot let that slide also too. This particular newfound part is also based on that too. So I will say on that aspect, that is a part of it too. But then again, on the other hand, we got to look at this particular part too. She's also been a victim of oppression. And we must always look at it that the same bug that bit her bit us too, and we're both oppressed people. And so we can fight over who's being oppressed the most, and we lose out when we got to understand that we are not really a product of our own civilization anymore. So ultimately, we can't fight against each other, you understand, where we got to come to common ground and pull the wool from over our eyes and see what is it in this damn system that's really causing this dissension amongst each other. Yeah. So I guess that's going to do it. Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to let Bob eat a little bit.